clear and articulate female voice spoke to him. This was not a video game, nor was it a dream. The voice spoke to him only in his head. On top of that, an informative quest screen floated in front of him, waiting for his access. With a heavy heart, he opened the quest and read its contents. Ring ring. Daily quest. The preparation to become powerful. Do 100 push-ups. Do 100 sit-ups. Do 100 squats. Run 10 kilometers. Warning. Failing to complete the daily quest will result in a penalty quest. He cursed as he verified its contents. How many days has it been? -1. E-rank Hunter Sung Jinwoo. It was a title that followed him wherever he went. Even as a hunter, his abilities were barely above that of an ordinary person. If it wasn't for his slightly more durable constitution or his slightly increased healing factor, there was but a little difference between him and a non-hunter. As such, his hunting career was riddled with variety of injuries. There were even times where he towed the line between life and death itself. But he was not a hunter because he enjoyed the job. It was dangerous, filled with ridicule, and the pay was disappointing. No, if it wasn't for the fact that the Hunter Association provided support for the medical bills of his mother, he was more than ready to give it up and start an ordinary employment as an ordinary person. But how could he, a man in his 20s with no special talents or background, afford to pay the medical bills that amounted to several million won a month? You could say he had no choice in the matter. And so today, with a silent cry in his heart, Jinwoo took part in an association-supervised raid, same as any other day. Hunters who operated in the same area knew each other well. This was due to the collective gathering of all hunters in the area whenever a gate opened up. And today, the hunters who've gathered shared a cup of coffee while greeting each other. Oi, Mr. Kim, over here. Ooh, Mr. Park, what are you doing here? I thought you were done with the hunter business. All that. The wife just got pregnant with number 2. Ha ha ha, is that so? Well, nothing better than a raid to fill the pockets of a hunter. Both Mr. Kim and Mr. Park laughed. You know, it seems like the association's been calling us less and less lately. Wonder if the rate of gate appearances decreased. Nonsense. It's because the guilds have been working harder than the association lately. Whenever large sums of money's involved, you just know the guilds pounce on them with that fiery look in their eyes. Well then, I guess this raid being supervised by the association means it'll be pretty safe, right? With a slight concern, Mr. Park took a look around the area. A gate ignored by a guild meant low pay, and a low-paying gate meant low difficulty. Of course, there was nothing in life that was 100% certain. Similar to Mr. Park, other hunters in the area shifted their eyes with nervousness. Perhaps, as he finished the coffee, Mr. Kim suddenly waved to someone he saw approaching in the distance. Oh, wait, look who it is. Mr. Sung. Hey, Mr. Sung. Other hunters also looked at the newcomer with familiarity and relief. Hello. It was Sung Jinwoo. Briefly greeting Mr. Kim with a nod, Jinwoo continued his walk. After he passed, Mr. Kim lightly chuckled and loosened his worries. So Jinwoo came. Then this place should be safe. With his eyes widened, Mr. Park asked Mr. Kim, "What? Is Hunter Sung Jinwoo that strong?" Mr. Park wouldn't know. He started the job a little after you left. There's no hunter here who doesn't know Sung Jinwoo. That's strong. Why is he working under the association, then? Why not freelance or join a large guild? Chuckling, Mr. Kim's eyes narrowed. You know what that man's nickname is. How would I know? Come on, spit it out. Humanity's weakest soldier. Weakest, not strongest. Listen to yourself, that kind of title belongs only to the S-rank hunters. That man over there is the weakest soldier. Probably the weakest hunter in all of Korea. Hey, Mr. Park furrowed his brows. If he was that weak, why would the hunters look so relieved at his appearance? A fellow hunter was someone who had to be relied upon in a raid. He could not understand the other hunters' reactions. Seeing Mr. Park's tilted head in contemplation, Mr. Park ribbed him with his elbows while laughing. Don't you get it? If Sung Jinwoo appeared in today's raid, it means it's gotta be an easy one. The association wouldn't risk putting him on anything hard. Nobody wants to see someone die pointlessly. And now, Mr. Park's face brightened. Mr. Kim continued. Once, that man got injured in an E-rank gate and had to be hospitalized for a week. A hunter got injured in an E-rank gate. Yep, nobody expected someone to actually get hurt in an E-rank gate. I heard they didn't even take a healer class hunter. Seeing Mr. Park laugh loudly in response, Mr. Kim shifted his eyes toward Jinwoo. Hey, not too loud. He might hear. Oops, didn't think about that. Mr. Park shifted his eyes towards Jinwoo and quieted his laughter. Fortunately, Jinwoo appeared some distance away and probably couldn't hear their conversation. But he did. I heard everything, you geezers. Doing his best to ignore their laughter, he met their gaze and put on an ignorant smile. At times like this, he cursed his rather keen hearing. Did I come too soon? It was some time before the raid would begin. While waiting, Jinwoo approached an association employee for some coffee. Could I get a cup as well? Ah, Hunter-sung Jinwoo Nim. I'm so sorry, we just ran out. A cold winter breeze slapped his face. Jinwoo wiped his nose with fingers. It was a rather sad day where even the coffee ran out just as he got to it. Why are you so stubborn about this whole Hunter business, Mr. Jinwoo? Sorry. Jinwoo bowed his head. As she healed him, Lee Juhee's face was filled with complaint. I'm not trying to get an apology from you. I'm just worried about you, you know. I swear, one of these days, you're going to get seriously hurt. Once you pass through the gate, you would be in the dungeon. The dungeon this time around was probably D rank. Jinwoo looked over Juhee's shoulders at his fellow hunters. 10-something number of hunters were taking down monsters left and right. They did not appear to be particularly struggling. Yet here he was, injured. It was the role of the healer class hunters to heal the injured hunters from the rear. As a man who was hurt in nearly every raid he participated in, Jinwoo was rather famous among the healer class hunters. Juhee carefully asked him, do you perhaps have a reason why you can't quit? Jinwoo firmly shook his head. He didn't like revealing personal details about himself so easily. I'm just doing this as a hobby. I'll probably die of boredom if it wasn't for this. Juhee pouted in response. You'll end up raiding in the afterlife because of your hobby. Not expecting such a response, Jinwoo laughed. Hey, don't laugh. You'll open your wounds. As they laughed and conversed, the healing was completed. But it was too late. The raid was pretty much over at that point. Jinwoo grimaced. I only killed one magic beast today. And even then, it was only a E-rank monster. Jinwoo fidgeted with the E-rank magic core in his hand. Such low-level magic core from an E-rank magic beast was barely worth 100,000 won. The fact that he put his life on the line to earn it made it seem all the more pathetic. I heard a magic core from a C-rank magic beast is worth at least few 10 millions. But to Jinwoo, an E-rank hunter, the thought of taking down a C-rank magic beast was an impossibility. Suddenly, someone shouted, Hey, there's another entrance here. The hunters swarmed towards the voice. You're right, really, another entrance. As the first person noted, there indeed was another dungeon entrance here. A double dungeon. So they really do exist. A hunter with 10 years worth of experience, Mr. Song looked at the newly found entrance with wonder. Unable to see far into the dark tunnel, Mr. Song used his specialty, fire magic. The fireball that shot out from his hand flew through the tunnel, illuminating its darkness. However, the tunnel was deeper than expected, and the fireball eventually lost its energy and fell to the ground and quickly extinguished as a spark. Darkness returned before their eyes. Everyone, please gather around. As the de facto leader of the raid, Mr. Song gathered the hunters before him. Juhee and Jinwoo, having completed Jinwoo's healing, also joined the crowd. Mr. Song addressed gathered hunters. As you all may know, gates do not close until the dungeon's boss is taken down. Since our gate is still open, even though we've cleared all the mobs in the area, it appears that the real boss is down that tunnel. Mr. Song gestured towards the newly found dungeon entrance. Looking at each other, the hunters also nodded in agreement. The protocol in situations like this is to exit the dungeon, contact the association, and let them handle things going forward. But if we do that, and some other group of hunters take down the boss, there's a chance that our income for this raid will drastically decrease. The gathered hunters' expressions hardened. Mr. Park, who came here to support his expecting wife, looked doubly troubled. Postnatal care these days is really expensive. If he left now, the efforts he risked his life for would be wasted. And so I was thinking, what if we just went ahead and go kill the boss? What do you guys think? The hunters fell in contemplation. It was not a decision that could be made easily. Some knew that there was no guarantee that the double dungeon would be as safe as the one that they had just cleared. Others came to the conclusion that if the outer dungeon was this easy, perhaps the inner dungeon would be just as easy. Regardless, it was not a situation where everyone would be in agreement. Mr. Song faked a cough. Since there's 17 of us here, why don't we take a vote on this? And no complaining after the vote. How about it? At Mr. Song's suggestion, each hunter nodded in agreement. Mr. Song's was the first to raise his hand. I'll go. Mr. Park was the first to follow Mr. Song. I'll go too. Me too. Same here. One more vote for yes. Mr. Kim had also joined the Go group, but there were opposing votes as well. Let's not. I think we should wait on the association's judgment. As the yes crowd and the no crowd clashed at 8:07, all gazes fell on the two last undecided people. Sorry, shaking her head, Juhi voted no, putting the count at 8:08. Mr. Song turned and asked the last person for his vote. Mr. Sung. The final decision depended on him. He fidgeted again with the E-rank magic core in his hands, then looked to his side. Juhi shook her head at his eyes. She had a bad feeling about this. Well, even Jinwoo felt the same way. Under any other circumstance, he would not have dared to jump into danger. After all, he lacked the skills and courage to do so. But Jinwoo had a little sister, who was preparing for college. I don't have anything saved up for that. He was 24 years old, but he had to give up on college due to their poverty. He didn't want that poverty to hinder his sister's life as well. Their lives were counting on every penny that came and went. Mr. Park wasn't the only one who needed money. Jinwoo raised his hand. I'll also go. At his side, Juhi let out a small sigh disappointedly. The tunnel went on and on and on. At the vanguard stood Mr. Song and other veteran hunters. Led by the light from the fireball in Mr. Song's hand, the party walked through the dimly lit tunnel. Mr. Kim spoke up from the party. Isn't this going in a little too deep? Maybe we should think about turning back. How long have we been walking? Mr. Kim checked his watch. About 40 minutes. When we take down the boss, we'll have 1 hour before the gate closes. Taking into account the time for the return trip, we still have a breathing room of 20 minutes, right? Then if we don't come across the boss after 20 more minutes of walking, we should leave, right? I suppose so. Nodding, Mr. Song pointed towards his back with his thumb. Hey Mr. Kim, it's dark ahead of me, so fall back a little bit. Mr. Kim looked at Mr. Song's fireball, then took out his cell phone and turned on its flashlight function. The light from the phone brightly illuminated their path. Looking back and forth between his fireball and the phone's light, Mr. Song quietly searched pockets for his phone. At the rear of the party walked Jinwoo, who was injured, and Juhi, who had no fighting skills. Jinwoo scratched his head. I'm sorry. For what? Dragging you along like this. I'm fine. You don't have to worry about me. Jinwoo discreetly read her expression. It was not a face without worry. Tilting his head, Jinwoo carefully asked, Are you sure? Juhi abruptly turned to face him. Of course I'm not okay. Are you in your right mind? Earlier, if the place you were stabbed in was just a bit higher, it would have pierced your heart. And what about the injuries on your wrist and thigh? I barely healed all those, and you're already jumping into another dungeon. Especially when you don't know anything about it. At her rant, Jinwoo felt himself becoming lightheaded. But she was not wrong. Juhi was a healer-class hunter, and more than that, a B-rank hunter, a rare sight in the association. If it was not for her healing, Jinwoo would have probably succumbed to injuries that would have put his normal life out of commission, much less being a hunter. I really owe her a lot. A healer-class hunter. Not only that, a B-rank healer-class hunter. Whenever a gate appeared, the association would request her as a healer, and of course, Jinwoo would always find himself sitting or lying down next to her in treatment in their raids. You're hurting, right? Please hang in there. You look familiar. Are you from that time? You got hurt again. Seems like I see you again and again. You said your name was Jinwoo. Are you? Alright. Do you ever think maybe the hunter life isn't for you? You're here again. Hold out your arm. No, not there. You can mend it with just bandages. The other arm. Surpassing his gratitude, he now felt apologetic to her. Seeing his silent face, Juhi felt bad about her rant and calmed down. Are you really sorry? Of course. After some thought, Juhi looked at Jinwoo at her side, with corners of her mouth rising ever so slightly. Well, maybe you could treat me to a meal sometime. It was not a response he expected. Shocked, Jinwoo looked at Juhi's face, now showing a mischievous smile. The girl. He remembered Juhi was 20 going on 21. If she had cut her long hair into a proper length and put on a school uniform, she'd be a fitting image of a student. Imagining her in a uniform, his face blushed. Seeing his delayed response, Juhi blew air into her cheeks and pouted. Do you not want to eat with me? It was then. Suddenly, a commotion rose from the vanguard of the party. This is it. The boss room. Jinwoo and Juhi turned their gazes forward. There stood a giant door signaling the end of the tunnel. The hunters gathered before the door. To think there was a door at the end of the tunnel. Do you think this was always here? First time I'm seeing something like this. Do you think it's dangerous? As they quietly whispered back and forth, the hunters became uneasy. After all, their lives were on the line. They had to be careful. But too much care may impede progress, Mr. Song thought. So you guys want to turn back after all that? To go back empty-handed? He placed his hand on the door. You're free to go back. I'll go alone. Mr. Song was a C-rank hunter with 10 years of experience. If it wasn't for the fact that he was past 60 years old, he could have probably raided under a large guild. So when such a veteran hunter spoke with confidence, the uneasiness of the other hunters slowly disappeared. Now that I think about it, one of the hunters spoke of a rumor regarding double dungeons. I heard that double dungeons have some crazy treasures. Yeah, I heard some mid-level guild once found a double dungeon and shot straight to a large guild status. And wherever magic beasts may appear in a dungeon, they should all be the same level generally. And so the hunters thought, what if this double dungeon contained a phenomenal treasure? And what if the magic beasts beyond this door were the same level as before? Can't let that old man take all the treasures by himself. Even Jinwoo renewed his determination. I can't just return with the E-rank magic core. At the very least, a D rank. No, just even one more E rank is good enough. It didn't have to be a magic beast either. If we find treasure beyond that door. It was a standard agreement that any treasures or artifacts found in a dungeon would be divided evenly amongst party members. This was different than the case where magic core from magic beasts would only go to the members who helped take a target down. If I can score big right here, I can rest easy for a bit. Seeing his determined face, Jui asked from his side, is that really the face of someone who hunts as a hobby? Jinwoo shrugged. Who would risk their lives for work these days? But for a hobby, that's another story. What? As Juhi put on an incredulous expression on her face, Mr. Song started pushing the door open. Creak. Through some unknown mechanism, the giant door opened easily as the 60-year-old man pushed. Bang. The wide-open door revealed a large interior, and the hunters entered pushing past each other. We should go too. Without wanting to fall behind, Jinwoo took Juhi's wrist and went forward. With redness creeping onto her face, Juhi followed him. As the hunter's first steps fell onto the ground, the numerous torches that filled the walls of the area lit up, brightly illuminating the interior. The light went on. First time I'm seeing that. Something's different. The hunters surveilled their surroundings. It felt like the interior of a large temple, like an ominous temple that would be hidden away deep underground. The floors, the walls, and even the ceiling was covered in moss. Some hunters shuddered and noted, something feels wrong. Doesn't it feel like we're being watched? The more fearful hunters fell to the rear, while the stronger hunters headed deeper into the room. Don't say such things. Let's just finish up here and go back. The interior was incredibly large, a wide area in a dome shape. It was comparable to multiple Olympic fields being put together. No, perhaps bigger. At the same time, it paradoxically felt cramped. The reason was simple. That thing, that's not the boss, is it? At the end of the room, something whose size surpassed reason and logic sat upon a grand and enormous seat. It could only be described as a massive statue of God. My God. Lo, they could not help but be amazed. Jinwoo himself compared the statue's size to America's Statue of Liberty. If the Statue of Liberty sat down, it would probably look like that. Although the Statue of Liberty is female, and this one was clearly male. No, this thing's bigger. The hunters gathered before the statue could not help but gulp repeatedly. They stood in fear, wondering if the statue of God was the boss of this dungeon. But the statue did not move. Phew, Mr. Song also sighed in relief. All right, let's spread out. With renewed confidence, the hunters spread out, investigating the giant room. I don't see any magic beasts. Right, forget magic beasts. I don't even see a single bug. Compared to its well-lit interiors and enormous size, the room of the statue of God was rather plain. Adorning its walls were countless torches, illuminating the room. In front of the torches stood statues slightly larger than the average man, forming equidistant points of a circle. Beautiful. It's like a work of art. Each statue held something different in its hands. Some held weapons, some books, others held instruments or torches. It's like, Mr. Kim started describing decorations in a temple. Mr. Song finished his sentence. Mr. Song found something at his feet. This is a magic circle. At the center of the temple room, There was a magic circle that he had never seen before in his life. "Mr. Song, there's something written here. Can you come take a look at this?" A hunter called out to the raid's leader, finding a statue that stood out from the rest. Leaving his observation of the magic circle, Mr. Song headed towards the hunter. One by one, all the hunters in the room gathered before the strange statue as well. Of all the statues in the room, this one was the only one with wings. It was holding a stone tablet. What caught the hunter's eyes were the words written on the stone tablet. "It's runic," Mr. Song spoke after analyzing the tablet. Runes, a form of text that could be found in dungeons. It was something that could not be found elsewhere on Earth. Only the hunters who awakened as mage class could interpret them. Mr. Song read the first line of the tablet. "Commandments of the Carton and Temple." Jinwoo listened to Mr. Song's reading of the tablet with a serious expression. But then suddenly, someone grabbed his arm. Turning around, he saw Juhi looking at him with a pale, fear-stricken face. Her pale face shocked Jinwoo. "What's wrong? Are you not feeling well?" Over there." Jinwoo followed Juhi's pointing fingers to the statue of God. The enormous statue. She was pointing at its face. Not seeing any difference from the first time he saw it, Jinwoo tilted his head. With a shaking voice, Juhi spoke. His eyes. "The statue's eyes just looked at us." What? No matter how long he stared, the results were the same. The statue sat still, unmoving. You must have imagined it." But his words fell on deaf ears. Casting her gaze to the ground, Juhi simply held onto his arms and trembled. Wait. A sense of dread washed over Jinwoo. Where did the sound go? The crackling sound from the torch's fires suddenly became silent. Meanwhile, Mr. Song's reading of the tablet continued. "Worship the Lord. 2nd, praise the Lord. 3rd, prove your faith to the Lord. Those who do not follow these commands will not leave alive." It was in that moment. Creak. At the sudden sound, all the hunters jumped in surprise. "What's happening?" The first person to notice was Jinwoo. Having focused on his hearing because of the torches, he was able to immediately notice what was happening. The door is closing." At his words, the entire party turned towards the door, only to watch it close with a bang. "Damn it, I can't do this anymore." The hunter who first voted no to enter the double dungeon swore and headed towards the door. "I'm leaving now. You guys can have all the bosses and treasures you want." Glaring rebelliously at Mr. Song, the man turned and grabbed the door's handles. Suddenly, Mr. Song's eyes widened. "No, don't." Crunch. A sickening sound of something striking something rang throughout the temple. With it, the man's head had disappeared from sight. Having lost its head, his body naturally fell backwards onto the ground. Thud. The hunters started screaming. Having obliterated the man's head with its mace, the statue returned and assumed its position next to the door as if nothing had happened. That thing just moved. What? Does that mean all the statues here can move? We're supposed to fight those. I didn't even see him swing that mace. It was at this point Jinwoo replayed Juhi's words in his mind. His eyes. The statue's eyes just looked at us. If that's true, he shuddered. Making an effort to move his terrified body, he turned and looked at the statue of God, and found the statue of God looking back at him. Jinwoo realized this was just the beginning. The statue of God's eyes were lit with a crimson light. Was it a hunter's instinct? No, it was the survival instincts of a living being. Something was coming, something that could not be stopped. Jinwoo turned and shouted on top of his lungs, "Get down!" Right as his mouth opened, a crimson ray of light shot out from the statue's eyes. Jinwoo threw himself at Juhi and pulled her to the ground. The ray of light passed through where Jinwoo was standing moments before. 1/10 of a second. No, 1/100th of a second. If the timing of his actions were off by just an infinitesimal amount. The other hunters were not as lucky. The screams did not come from the hunters who were struck by the light. After all, the ones who were struck disintegrated instantly, leaving only a trace of ash and burnt stone in their wake. No, the screams were coming from the hunters who survived. What the hell is this? How could this? The hunters were in shock. 11 remaining alive out of 16. They had never seen an attack like this before. I barely dodged after hearing Jinwoo. If Mr. Sung didn't shout just now. The hunters looked at Jinwoo and gulped. Their lives' savior. If it was not for him, they knew that they would be counted among the fallen. With his entire body bowed on the ground, Jinwoo turned his head and peeked at the statue. Its eyes were still lit with crimson glow but did not continue its attack. Is it done attacking? Jinwoo turned his head towards the ground again. Juhi lay below him, shaking in fear. Although she was a B-rank hunter, this was the reason she hunted in simple raids under the association and not an advanced raid under a large guild. Her breathing became more and more irregular. He couldn't just leave her like this. Thinking he had to do something to help her, Jinwoo began to get up when a strong hand forced him back down. "Don't stand up." It was Mr. Song. Although surprised, Jinwoo sternly listened to his words. Mr. Song shouted at the other hunters as well. "Everyone stay where you are. Don't move from your position." After taking a quick look across the party, Mr. Song turned to Jinwoo again. "The ones who were moving got hit. Those that listened to you and got down survived." "I see." Mr. Song tilted his head in confusion. "Did you not shout after figuring something out?" "I just felt something dangerous was coming, that's all." Mr. Song's eyes looked at him with bright eyes. "His instincts are good. I heard he was an E rank. If only his abilities were a little higher." His gaze turned into one of pity as he continued to stare at Jinwoo. Meanwhile, Jinwoo got a better look at the man staring at him. What caught his eyes shocked him. "Your arm. It's all right, I can endure this much." "But," Jinwoo gulped. Mr. Song's right arm was draped over Jinwoo's shoulder, and his other arm was gone. While silently looking at Juhi, Mr. Song wordlessly wrapped the remnants of his shirt around the stump where his arm was, gritting his teeth through the pain. "Can you tie the end here?" "Hard to do with just one hand." As Jinwoo nodded and completed what could barely be called first aid, Mr. Song let out a long sigh. It was a sigh filled with the experience of 10 years of hunting. Looking around, he took in the surroundings and the status of their situation. Just because the statue of God had stopped its attack didn't mean their adversity was over. Time passed as the hunters lay on the ground. "Why did this happen to us?" Some of the hunters started crying again. "We can't stay like this forever." The patience of the survivors was slowly reaching its limits. Jinwoo felt the same. "We can't stay like this forever." But what could they do? If Mr. Song's guess was correct, they would be attacked the moment they started moving. And even if they managed to dodge the statue of God's attack, they still had to go through the statues guarding the door. And therein lied the other problem. The movement of the one guarding the door was so fast that it could barely be seen by the naked eye. How could they get past something like that? It was an impossible situation. The hunter's annihilation was simply a matter of time. Wait, a matter of time. As the thought appeared in his head, an uncomfortable thought followed. Something that no one else had noticed. There's something we missed. Perhaps the answer was there. It was in that moment. "Don't move." Mr. Song yelled at Mr. Ju, who responded by baring his teeth. "Shut up. We don't know when that thing will attack again. You just want us to wait until that time." Mr. Ju was a fighter-class hunter. As beings who threw their bodies into the middle of combat, a fighter-class hunter's physical abilities were much greater than an ordinary human. On top of that, Mr. Ju was someone whose skills were acknowledged by a large guild, who had offered him a contract. "I can't die like this." With his body still lowered to the ground, Mr. Ju flexed the muscles in his legs. "The goal is the door." With an explosive start, Mr. Ju ran towards the door. Watching the man's attempt, Jinwoo turned away and looked back at the statue of God. As if waiting, the statue was looking at Mr. Ju. A ray of light exploded from its eyes. Beam. The ray covered Mr. Ju's back. One of the female hunters screamed. Unable to control her fear, a yellow puddle slowly appeared from the ground she was collapsed on. The other hunters' faces hardened. Oh my God. No trace of Mr. Ju could be found where he stood, save for 2 feet on the ground, ending just above the ankles. The sound of a man retching reached Jinwoo's ears, and he furrowed his brows. As expected, this thing was more than capable of annihilating all the hunters in an instant. It was easier than stepping on an insect. So why isn't it? It could kill them all, yet it did not. Compared to the magic beasts that always threw themselves at the hunters, these things were different. Attacking someone only when they moved. Attacking someone only when they neared the door. There was a pattern and condition to their aggression. Like a game with rules. Perhaps there are rules to this room. In that moment, Jinwoo found a piece of the puzzle in his head. It was the tablet that Mr. Song was reading earlier. Commandments of the Kartanen Temple. A commandment was a rule, and rules must be followed. If there was a way out of this place, away from these things, the key was written on that tablet. Worship the Lord. Jinwoo spoke the first commandment out loud. Did you say something?" Mr. Song asked, facing Jinwoo. Instead of answering, Jinwoo put a finger to his lips. "If I'm correct." Slowly, Jinwoo got up. Mr. Song frantically tried to stop him, but Jinwoo shook his head at him with a determined face. "That's not a face that's given up on living." Mr. Song nodded at Jinwoo. Without looking away from the statue of God, Jinwoo slowly rose and raised his body gradually higher and higher. Suddenly, the statue of God's gaze fell upon him. Bam. If he hesitated even for a split second on getting back to the ground, Jinwoo would have lost a lot more than few strands of hair on his head. Back on the ground, Jinwoo panted heavily. He had almost died just now. When his eyes met the statue of gods, he knew he had looked at death right in the eyes. Having dodged the attack by a hair, Jinwoo's legs could not stop shaking. But it was not for naught. He's not attacking someone who's moving. Having his body lowered to the ground, no amount of movement caused a reaction from the statue of God. No, his attacks are towards someone who rises above a certain height. To confirm, he had just put his life on the line. And now he had that confirmation. The meaning of the first commandment. Jinwoo shouted towards the other hunters. Everyone. They turned their heads toward his voice. You have to bow before the statue of God. The hunters tilted their heads in confusion. Bow to that thing. The hunters who were looking at each other started cursing at Jinwoo. What the hell are you saying? Is this a situation where you could say something like that? Have you gone crazy, sung Jinwoo? Mr. Kim flared his nostrils. Looks like I judged you wrong. If I could get up from this spot, I'd sock you right in the nose. Jinwoo bit his lips. After all, 6 of their comrades had fallen to the statue of God. To think that he'd ask the others to bow before it understandably invited their ire. More importantly, there was no solid proof to his guesses. Only a gut feeling. One could not easily explain or put to words what they felt through instinct. While he was lost for words, someone spoke up, I'll do it. The voice came from behind Jinwoo. The hunter's eyes turned toward the raid leader who had spoken. Mr. Song, you're going to bow before that goddamn statue. As the hunters spoke out in confusion, Mr. Song turned and met Jinwoo's eyes. What have you discovered? Jinwoo shook his head. Just a gut feeling. Yes, for now. I see. Jinwoo's instincts resulted in 11 of them being still alive. Well, 10 after Mr. Ju's death. As such, was it not worth it to try and put some faith in him? This was what Mr. Song believed. As the raid leader bowed before the statue of God, the mood in the air became somber. You're really going to do it? Taking advantage of the opportunity Mr. Song had provided, Jinwoo spoke up. Please, bow before the statue of God. This might be our only way to leave here alive. Alive? To leave here alive? That phrase reached the others' ears with a great weight. Leave here alive. We can get out of here, just by bowing before that thing. One by one, the hesitant hunters started bowing before the statue, imitating a scene of worship. Eventually, even the angry Mr. Kim also took his place bowing before the statue. However, there was no response from the statue of God. Its 2 eyes still glowed with the terrifying crimson light. Jinwoo felt his heart sinking to his stomach. Was I wrong? And his gaze turned to Juhi at his side. Lying completely prone on the ground with her hands covering her head, it was hard to say that she was in a position of bowing before the statue. Jinwoo gently grabbed Juhi's wrists. Startled, Juhi looked up at him like a terrified prey. He wordlessly nodded at her, then released his hand. Slowly, Jinwoo helped Juhi assume the position of worship before the statue of God. This should do it. And then there was one. Himself. Jinwoo faced the statue, kneeling, then put his hands on the ground and slowly bowed his head. And a change occurred. The hunters who noticed started making noise. The statue of God. Everyone, look at the statue of God. Its eyes. The crimson light that adorned the statue's eyes were fading away. What? You mean this really is working? And just like that, the lights completely disappeared from the statue's eyes. The hunters cheered in unison. The light disappeared. We're alive. The excited hunters rose from their spots and cheered. But the statue of God did not react. Jinwoo, who followed suit, sighed with relief. Phew, as he had guessed, this room was operating accordingly to a set of rules and conditions, just like a game. If that's true, the game was not over yet. There were 2 more commandments. Second, praise the Lord. Third, prove your faith. Suddenly, with a deep rumbling, the entire room started to shake. Jinwoo's expression hardened. As I thought, his guesses were correct. This was not over. The statue of God's enormous body was slowly rising from its seat. The hunters who were celebrating together with tears of joy froze. What? Wasn't it all over? No, it can't be. Frozen in fear, the hunters could not say much more. Their faces were filled with terror and despair. No. The statue of God assumed a standing position. It looked around, taking in the surrounding, then started walking towards the hunters. Boom. With each step it took, the statue of God shook the earth. Boom. Its massive figure was such that its head almost reached the ceiling. Boom. As its sheer size put pressure on the hunters, it slowly closed the gap between it and them. Hey, Mr. Sung, Mr. Sung Jinwoo, what should we do? The hunters who were cursing Jinwoo only moments ago now looked towards him for hope. Is there anything else we have to do? Say something. Even as grown adults, the hunters' faces were on the verge of breaking down in tears. Yet they looked at Jinwoo as their only remaining hope. Jinwoo carefully helped Juhee, frozen in fear, to her feet, and he explained the second commandment. It said, "Praise the Lord, that's our clue." Oh, that's... Mr. Kim spoke knowingly. It was written on the tablet, right. That's right, praise the Lord, prove your faith, we have to fulfill all 3 commandments. Jinwoo's words were filled with urgency. Boom. With one last step, the statue of God had already arrived before their group. Its massive shadows covered the hunters, whose faces became pale. I'll try. One of the hunters, normally a shy, youthful man, stepped forward. Hey, what are you going to try? I'm part of my church's choir. If it's praise, I'm confident in it. The young man answered Mr. Kim and walked towards the statue of God. As he neared the statue, he took a deep breath and started singing. As I walked to the Lord, his youthful voice rang throughout the room. Please renew me and provide me with your blessing. The statue of God stopped before him. The hunters gasped in surprise and awe. As if it was satisfied by the song, the statue of God stood motionless. All other sounds of the room disappeared. Only the youth's voice was heard in the room. Gaining courage from the apparent result, the hunter strengthened his voice and continued to sing. All my weaknesses will be washed away by the grace of my Lord. Amidst the hopeful hunters, Jinwoo could not shake the feeling of uneasiness, the feeling that they were missing something. No, this is all wrong. He kept repeating the thought to himself. This room had its own set of rules. Right now, the youthful hunter was following the rule of Christianity, not this room. But thankfully, the statue of God was not moving. Maybe this was enough to satisfy the conditions. Jinwoo tilted his head. The reason why he had not stopped the singing was because he could not think of any other way to stop the statue of God. Suddenly, boom, a loud crash broke through the singing, followed by a scream. As the statue of God raised its foot again, the mangled remains of the singing hunter fell from its soul. The other hunters started screaming as well. The previously emotionless face of the statue of God was now filled with an incredible rage. It's angry. Run. The hunters quickly ran away from the statue, having lost all thought and reason after seeing the youthful man be crushed beneath the statue of God's foot. A female hunter simply stood in place and screamed, "Shit!" Jinwoo, who was running with Juhee in his arms, quickly turned to try and help her. But he was blocked by Mr. Song. Obviously, it's too late. Like swatting a fly, the statue of God slammed its hand on top of the female hunter. Bang! Jinwoo turned away. It was a gruesome scene which he could not bear to witness. We can't dilly-dally here. Are you trying to get that young lady killed as well? At Mr. Song's rebuke, Jinwoo snapped back to attention. Mr. Song was right. Boom, boom, boom. The statue of God ran from hunter to hunter, crushing them beneath his feet. With each step, he shook the entire temple. Boom, boom. Jinwoo ran with his teeth clenched. With her eyes closed, Juhee held on to Jinwoo as they ran. Let's split apart. Okay. Knowing that running together made them a better target, Jinwoo and Mr. Song separated away from each other. Trying to maintain the largest distance between himself and the statue of God, Jinwoo ran towards a spot at the walls. He saw that Mr. Park was already there, having ran with all his might, knowing there was more on the line to him than just his own life. The image of his family reflected over his teary eyes. His son, who looked just like his father. His wife, with his second child. Mr. Park could not afford to die in a place like this. Pulling forth every ounce of his strength, Mr. Park was able to reach the walls faster than the other hunters. Huff, huff. Suddenly, Mr. Kim, who was friends with the man, shouted at the panting Mr. Park. Mr. Park. At the familiar voice, Mr. Park turned towards Mr. Kim. Mr. Kim gestured towards Mr. Park's back and yelled, turn around. And something sharp flashed from behind Mr. Park. Mr. Park was split cleanly from the top of his head to the base of his crotch. The evenly separated sides of his body fell in different directions onto the ground. Mr. Park, the statue that had cleaved Mr. Park in twain with its sword, simply returned and assumed its position on the walls, as if nothing had happened. Mr. Kim held back tears as he witnessed the death of his friend. These fucking pieces of... Boom, boom, boom. Behind him, the giant statue of God was going from hunter to hunter, crushing them with his feet. Those that fled to the walls were attacked by the statues. My arm. The interior of the temple had turned into a scene of terror and carnage. Jinwoo panted wildly as he ran, his forehead dripping with cold sweat, his legs getting heavier and heavier, his breath getting shallower and shallower, but his head was filled with a single thought, repeated over and over again. Praise the Lord, praise the Lord, praise the Lord. The second commandment that swam through his head. The key to solving the meaning of the commandments must be hidden in this room. There must be something in here that we're supposed to use. But when the hunters initially entered the temple and looked around, they found no tools or mechanisms. The only thing here are those damned statues. Wait, a thought appeared in Jinwoo's head. The only thing that's here are those statues. Jinwoo's eyes widened. Why didn't I think of that? If the statues were the only thing in this room, then the statues must be the key to solving the mystery. The statues only moved when someone entered their proximity. This must have been the key to using them somehow. If that's correct, gathering what energy he had left, Jinwoo screamed through his panting breath. Everyone, head to the statues with instruments. Jinwoo's shout reached all the hunters' ears. Instruments. Hope returned to their eyes. Unlike the time where Jinwoo asked them to bow, the hunters this time did not hesitate to respond. Of course, if Jinwoo was wrong on his guess, they would be massacred when they approached the statues. But in this moment, there was not one hunter who remained suspicious of Jinwoo's directions. Mr. Song was the first to arrive at a statue holding an instrument. Holding his breath, Mr. Song slowly looked up at the statue. As if responding, the statue's fingers moved, and it started playing the harp in its hands. It was a beautiful sound. He was right. Moved to the statues with instruments. Each hunter, with renewed hope, ran towards the various statues holding instruments. Trumpets, flutes, lyres. Soon, the harmonious melody of different instruments filled the entire temple. Mr. Kim, who had been running until his breath ran out, collapsed and knelt before a statue holding a mandolin. Strum, strum. As the mandolin's melody rang through the air, the statue of God that was chasing Mr. Kim slowed to a stop. Unable to hold his emotions back, Mr. Kim burst into tears where he knelt, and the statue of God turned away from him. Scanning the rest of the temple, it found its new target. Shit. Meeting its eyes, Jinwoo cursed, and he started running, his heart beating like it was about to explode. His sweating back was soaked. Why is this one not playing? Jinwoo glared at the statue he had arrived at with resentment. Holding drums in its hands, its silent figure made no indication that it would play its instrument. Boom, boom, boom. With terrifying speed, the statue of God closed the gap between them. As the statue, which had been at the opposite end of the room only moments ago, neared them, Jinwoo gulped. Is it because Juhee and I are both here at the same time? That must have been the answer. As he looked around, no other hunter had trouble with their statues. I don't have time to think about this. He put down Juhee and prepared to run to a different spot. Jinwoo, a terrified Juhee held onto his sleeves. Jinwoo calmly whispered into her ears, "We'll both die if I stay." As he saw tears forming at the corners of her eyes, Jinwoo knew that there was no time to explain. He gently pulled away her shaking hands from his sleeves, then ran with all his might towards another statue. Ba-bum, ba-bum, ba-bum. He heard the beat of the drum starting from behind him as he ran. Thank God. There was only one thing left. To safely make it to another statue. Jinwoo was now the only one who had not made it to the protection of statues holding instruments. Accordingly, the complete rage of the statue of God was now focused solely on him. Jinwoo ran away from the crashing footsteps of his chaser and sped across the room. Boom, boom. As he barely dodged and rolled away from the statue's stomps, his panting became heavier and heavier. Although he was the lowest of the E-rank hunters, as a fighter-class hunter, his body offered what little help it could in this situation. Just a little bit more. Taking notice of the statue of God's footsteps closing in on him, he focused and strengthened his legs. His speed increased. There was but a few steps until he reached his target statue. No, not that way. Mr. Song had shouted at him. Having focused on the statue of God's movements until now, Jinwoo turned his attention to the statue he had arrived at. It's not holding an instrument. He now realized what appeared to be an instrument in the statue's hands was actually a shield. Without mercy, the statue raised and brought down the shield in its hands. Jinwoo threw his body to the side. Juhee screamed. As he rolled across on the floor, he looked up. The statue of God was almost upon him. Out of the frying pan, his tumble on the ground had opened a cut on his forehead. Blood flowed down to his eyes, obscuring his vision. Jinwoo rapidly looked left and right. Instrument, instrument. But no instrument registered in his eyes. The statue of God raised its foot. Shit. Boom. Jinwoo barely evaded the stomp by throwing his body to the side. but he was reaching his limits. Feeling faint, he found it hard to maintain balance for some reason. Please, if there was a god, he wanted to pray to it. In that moment, Jinwoo noticed a statue that was neither holding a weapon nor an instrument. He crawled with last vestiges of his strength, placing his hopes on the statue. With a final twist of his body, he threw himself at the feet of the statue with a book in its hands. Facing the statue of God that was heading toward him, he realized he had no strength left to move. Panting heavily, he looked at the face of the statue of God. As if made worse by his persistent resistance, the anger in the face that looked down upon Jinwoo was greatly magnified. It stopped before Jinwoo. Faced with a giant as tall as a building, Jinwoo struggled to breathe. Guess I'm a cornered rat. The statue of God simply continued to stare. This is the end. Certain of his impending doom, Jinwoo saw his death in the eyes that were looking down at him. In that moment, he heard a beautiful and melodious singing coming from behind him. With effort, he turned and looked at its source. The statue that he was resting on was now singing with a holy voice, its sound echoing throughout the temple. Looking back, Jinwoo saw the statue of God's face starting to relax. The traces of its demonic rage disappeared as the statue's face returned to its original emotionless visage. As the statue's music ended, the statue of God turned and returned to its seat, appearing as if nothing had happened. Boom! The sound of the giant sitting down rang throughout the temple. Are we safe? Jinwoo faintly smiled through his heavy breaths. Juhi quickly ran to him. Jinwoo, having reached him after running with all her might, Juhi collapsed next to him in tears. Oh my god, oh my god. She used all the mana at her disposal and tried every healing magic she knew, but it had no effect. One by one, the scattered hunters gathered before Jinwoo, their expressions equally dark. Oh no, Jinwoo. Amidst their pitying looks and words, Juhi cried without ceasing. Why are they looking at me like that? Jinwoo wanted to ask, but he lacked the energy to speak. So, he tried to gather his strength and stand up. A pool of blood had gathered where he was sitting. Jinwoo finally was able to understand the situation he was in. His right leg had disappeared below the knees. He looked across the room to the statue holding a shield. The base of the shield was covered in blood, his missing leg below it. He turned and saw blood dripping down from Juhi's nose. Her body had reached its limits. A B-rank hunter's healing was insufficient for the regeneration of a body part. Yet she continued, her efforts like collecting water with a broken pitcher. And as she continued, both her mana and vitality quickly decreased. It's okay, Juhi. You can stop now. No, I can heal this. I'll heal you. The hunters watched the pair with pity. Of the 17 that had entered, only 6 remained. Of the 6 remaining, 2 had received a seriously injury. Mr. Song and his arm, and now Jinwoo with his leg. Although their lives were saved, no one could put on a smile. Suddenly, a thundering noise rang throughout the temple. At its center, the ground with the magic circle inscribed upon it started rising, forming in platform. Jinwoo realized the final trial had arrived. Prove your faith. He had already been contemplating its meaning. The rising ground stopped at waist height. An altar. Jinwoo absent-mindedly spoke to himself. An altar? Did he just say an altar? The man who had saved their lives not once but twice. Jinwoo was not a high-leveled awakened being, but a lowly E-rank hunter that they looked down on in the past. If it wasn't for Mr. Sung, we would be. The hunter's thoughts were in union. Jinwoo's words up until now were a lifeline to them. And now this man had uttered the words, altar. The quick-witted Mr. Kim was the first to speak. I think I understand. He unsheathed the sword at his waist. Normally a weapon to be used in slaying magic beasts, its purpose this time was different. Even an idiot like me can understand what you mean by altar. The hunters looked at Mr. Kim's drawn sword, gleaming with sharpness, and gulped. Hey, Mr. Kim, why are you taking that out now? Let's talk about this, talk. Mr. Song's C rank was the highest in the party. With him out of commission, there was no one else in the party would could match Mr. Kim, whose skill shone even amongst the other D rankers. Mr. Kim pointed his sword at the altar. The last commandment was, prove your faith, and now this altar appeared in the middle of the room. Mr. Kim's gaze shifted to Jinwoo. We have to sacrifice someone at the altar, right, Mr. Sung? Jinwoo nodded. It was his guess as well. One of the living 6 had to become a sacrifice. That's probably the last rule. As he raised his head, he saw Mr. Kim approaching him with a strange look in his eyes. A streak of sweat fell down the side of Jinwoo's head. What are you going to? Just sit there quietly. Mr. Kim pointed his sword at Mr. Song, who had been sitting next to Jinwoo looking over his injuries. Who is the one who dragged us all here? It's Mr. Song right here. Then shouldn't he be the one to pay the price for all this? Jinwoo yelled and tried to get up, but Mr. Song's hands stopped him. Jinwoo turned and looked at the man. Mr. Song shook his head without a word. His eyes begged Jinwoo to stay quiet. Jinwoo wanted to say something, but swallowed his words. Mr. Song slowly got up. Mr. Kim is right. I have to take responsibility. Then we're in agreement, old man. Mr. Kim gestured towards the altar with his sword. If you're in, then let's hurry up. 11 people died because of you. One of the casualties included Mr. Park, Mr. Kim's friend. Of course, the party had voted on the issue before entering the double dungeon, with a stipulation that no one would argue the result. But to Mr. Kim, who had lost all reason, it was but a faded memory in the back of his mind. I'll go of my own will, so could you put away the sword? Mr. Song asked Mr. Kim. How could I trust you after all this? Stop talking and walk. Sighing, Mr. Song walked to the altar, followed by Mr. Kim and his sword pointed at his back. As he watched, Jinwoo bit his lips. It's not Mr. Song's fault. After all, they all had voted and agreed on the result. To Jinwoo, after everything they went through, putting all the blame on Mr. Song was the height of cowardice. But Jinwoo simply did not have the power to stop Mr. Kim, a D ranker who stood at the height of his rank, and an E ranker who groveled at the lowest of his. The difference in power was too much. On top of that, he was missing one of his legs. If he tried something now, not only him, but Juhee, who was healing him, could become the target of Mr. Kim's anger. Shit. Jinwoo closed his eyes. Out of all the days, he cursed his powerlessness the most in this moment. In the meantime, Mr. Song had gotten on top of the altar. Whoosh. In response, a red flame appeared at the edges of the middle area where the altar was. All those gathered gulped as they cautiously prepared for what would happen next. But nothing happened, except for the appearance of the flame. As no new development occurred after some time, Mr. Kim and the others started feeling anxious. Hey, Mr. Sung, wasn't this it? Mr. Kim asked Jinwoo. I'm not sure. Jinwoo had expected the third commandment to be fulfilled when a person went on top of the altar. Was it not asking for a sacrifice? Well, it was not a bad news to Jinwoo. If his theory of sacrifice was wrong, then there was a chance to save Mr. Song. Jinwoo's face brightened. As he struggled to get up, Jinwoo asked the 2 hunters standing nearby for help. Could you help me get to the altar? Jinwoo, your injury. Juhee also stood up with Jinwoo. Having spent most of her mana, her appearance was pale and weak. Thanks to her help, Jinwoo was at least able to overcome the sense of pain from his injuries. I have to hurry. Juhee's condition. Mr. Kim's anger. The other hunter's terror. He was running out of time. With the other 2 hunters' assistants, Jinwoo arrived at the altar. Let's go up on the altar. His 2 helpers were taken back for a moment, but placed their faith in Jinwoo and got on top of the altar. In response, 3 more flames arose from the edge of the middle area. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Jinwoo's eyes widened, same as the number of people on top. Mr. Song, his 2 helpers and himself. The 4 flames flickered around the middle area, outlining a circle. Looking at their placement, we just need 2 more to complete the circle. And so, it appeared that the remaining people would have to come on top of the altar. Do you think someone will come to rescue us if we wait? Jinwoo asked Mr. Song. Mr. Song shook his head. Today marks the 7th day since this gate opened. Before reinforcements arrive, those things will probably move first. For a D-rank gate, they sure left it alone for too long. Well, it's the association, after all. A gate will undergo a full opening after 7 days. It was the job of the hunter to prevent that from happening. To close the gate by slaying the boss in the dungeon. That was the real objective of a raid. Should they fail to do so in time, all the magic beasts within the dungeon obtained the freedom to exit the gate. A dungeon break. Jinwoo looked around him. The statue of God remained in its seat, looking down upon their party from distance. If that thing is allowed to leave here, he could not imagine the destruction that would follow. Of course, their party would be the first to be massacred if the statues in the room gained the freedom to move about. So Jinwoo realized they could not just hold out for help. Jinwoo called out to Juhee and Mr. Kim. Can you 2 also come up here? Juhee followed his instructions. Even the hesitating Mr. Kim quickly followed suit. 2 more flames appeared, completing the circle. Whoosh. The hunters gasped. Huh? What's happening? As Jinwoo expected, something was happening. It's coming. From the outermost circle of the middle area, small blue flames started appearing. One by one, they flared into existence and formed a circle around the middle area. 34, 35, 36. Jinwoo counted 36 blue flames. The red flames that matched the number of people. The blue flames that number 36. Is there a meaning to their number? In that moment, creak, the door blocking their exit opened without a warning. The hunters flinched in reaction. Every single one of them wanted to run towards the exit, but the memory of the final moments of the singing hunter remained fresh in their minds, and no one made any movements. They did not know what fate would await the first person to leave the altar. As if waiting for an answer, all their gazes fell upon Jinwoo, who closed his mouth in silence. It was too early to make a conclusion, whether or not the opening of the door was a trap, or if it was the dungeon's way of letting them know that they had fulfilled the final commandment. He did not know. As the hunters waited for Jinwoo's directions, noises that carried bad news came from edges of the room. The 6 heads turned in unison, looking around the room. What the hell? They've come closer. They're all just moved. The hunters' breathing quickened. The statues that only responded to humans being nearby suddenly appeared to be few steps closer than before. In that short time, Jinwoo was able to fully ascertain the situation. No, the statues didn't move. It was the pedestals beneath the statues that moved closer. The sliding sound from earlier was the sound of stone pedestals grinding against the floor. They've stopped moving. Mr. Kim wiped away the sweat on his brows. As everyone else's attentions were focused on the statues, Jinwoo looked at the blue flames around them. Disappearing one by one, 3 blue flames had already gone out. Jinwoo raised his head. The sound came from his direction. The statues that faced him had moved closer. Why only me? Was it because he had looked away? Jinwoo closed his eyes to test the theory. What do we do now? With renewed understanding, Jinwoo shouted at the others. Don't look away from the statues. Now that he thought about it, the initial movements of the pedestals were probably caused when everyone looked towards him for guidance earlier. These bastards don't move when we're looking at them. Another blue flame went out, but it did not elicit a response from the statues. Could it be? Without taking his eyes off the statues, Jinwoo carefully raised his arm and looked at his watch. As I thought, the blue flames were disappearing every minute. The blue flames are a timer. Jinwoo surmised that the final commandment's trial was to wait on top of the altar until the 36 blue flames disappeared. As long as each of them covered all the statues, they would be safe. There was a chance no one had to die in this final trial. Jinwoo checked his watch and the blue flames to determine the time remaining. 30 left. They just had to wait for 30 minutes. But Jinwoo had made a mistake. While he was counting the blue flames, he had looked away from the statues, and as such, they started moving toward him again. I can't do this. The man who was positioned across Jinwoo screamed and ran towards the open door. Having startled by the sound of movement coming from behind him, unable to turn around, the man lost all courage and made the decision to run. As he jumped from the altar, one of the red flames disappeared. No, don't, Jinwoo shouted. But the man who ran with all his might ignored him and safely passed through the open doors. What? Mr. Sung, what just happened? He got out safely. Jinwoo, unable to turn around towards the door, did not know what had happened. Did anything change? The door moved slightly inwards. Is it closing right now? No. It started closing a little after that man went through but isn't moving anymore. Jinwoo remembered the red flame disappearing after the man left the altar. Of course. His heart sank to his stomach. The riddle that plagued his mind atop the altar had finally revealed its answer. What part of this was proving faith to the Lord? The answer had come to him. However, to a man who could only walk with someone else's assistance, it was the worst answer possible. The open door was a trap. A false hope to their eyes. Had the entire party ran towards the exit after seeing the door open, the door would have closed immediately, and the party would have ran towards their massacre. On the contrary, the altar was the safe zone. If they had just waited on top and waited out the blue flames while watching the statues, it would have guaranteed their safety. A false hope they could see versus a promise they could not. This was how one proved their faith to the Lord. It was a test to overcome the temptation of freedom amidst the approaching danger. Here, 2 variables appeared before their situation. 1. Jinwoo's presence. Instead of running to the open door to their doom, the party stopped to listen to Jinwoo, avoiding a certain death. We got lucky. It was only possible due to the presence of a man who had solved the 2 commandments before and saved their lives, earning their respect and attention in the process. But the second variable was not as favorable. Someone had left their party to safety. How would those that remained behind react to this appearance of hope? The answer was obvious. The man supporting Jinwoo was the second to run out the open doors. Mr. Song quickly reacted and caught the falling Jinwoo. Another red flame went out with the second runner, and the door inched closer to being shut. Hey, hey. Mr. Kim wagged his finger at the second runner, but the man, like the first, safely passed through the doors. Looking at the number of remaining flames, Jinwoo shouted, "Please don't move. We can't afford to lose anyone else. Front, back, left, right." To cover the 4 cardinal directions, a minimum of 4 people were needed. Jinwoo, Juhee, Mr. Song and Mr. Kim. If even one more person left amongst the remaining 4, a gap would open up in their coverage. "Mr. Sung, what's happening? Please explain," Mr. Kim asked while wiping away the sweat on his forehead. "We just have to wait like this until all of the blue flames disappear." Jinwoo revealed all that he had surmised. Mr. Kim listened with attention and nodded along. Finishing his explanation, Jinwoo added, "We can all survive this. The rules of this room always opened a path to survival for those that followed it. The last rule should be no different. As long as they believed in each other, everyone could leave without being hurt." This was Jinwoo's conclusion. Mr. Kim's thoughts were different. He asked after hesitating, "Mr. Sung, you might be correct on all this, but isn't there a possibility that the door might just close once the timer ends?" Jinwoo could not answer him. Although his theory was gathered from the multiple trials and the evidence observed so far, it was not 100% guaranteed that he was correct, and Mr. Kim needed an assurance. To him, the certainty of his own survival outweighed the uncertain survival of the entire group. "I'm sorry, I don't think I can do this. I'm sorry." And with that, Mr. Kim stepped off of the altar. Ignoring Jinwoo's voice, he ran towards the door. After taking one last look at the people he left behind, Mr. Kim went through the door and did not come back. Jinwoo clenched and grinded his teeth. Fuck. He had saved their lives. Instead of repaying his actions with kindness and gratitude, they betrayed him. As expected, a hole appeared in their coverage of the statues. The statues inched closer and closer towards the group. After looking at their surroundings, Mr. Song spoke to Jinwoo and Juhee. "You guys should go." It was a voice filled with resignation. Jinwoo turned his head and looked at the man. "Mr. Kim was right. Who was it that brought you all here? It's only right that I remain behind. But, if anyone should live, it's you young'uns with your many years of life remaining." Mr. Song smiled. They were words meant to comfort the 2 that would have to leave him behind. Jinwoo nodded in defeat. His heart was heavy, but they were not in a situation where they could argue on who should stay and who should go. "Ms. Juhee, could you please take Jinwoo?" "Okay." But suddenly, Juhee, who was approaching the 2 men, collapsed onto the ground. Struggling to get up, tears filled her eyes. I can't move my legs." Jinwoo and Mr. Song's expressions darkened. She was not in a good state. Her lips had turned blue, and her entire body was spasming lightly. It was the side effect of overusing one's mana to near emptiness, made worse in her exhausted state. "Only because she tried to heal my leg." Jinwoo struggled to speak as the guilt weighed heavily upon his heart. But this was not a time to waste away like this. The statues were continuing to move towards the center of the room. Jinwoo pulled away from Mr. Song's arms and collapsed onto the floor of the altar. Mr. Song's eyes widened. "You." Jinwoo spoke to him with a determined look. "Please take Juhee and get out of here. I told you I would remain." "Then who will take Juhee?" Jinwoo wasn't able to walk on his own. It was impossible for him to take Juhee, also incapacitated, to the doors. Of course, there was the option of leaving her behind, but she was someone who had saved his life countless times before, and even her current state was due to spending all her mana in efforts to heal him. He hated the thought of carrying the guilt of leaving such a person behind for the rest of his life. "There's no time. Please go." Mr. Song picked up Juhee with a heavy expression. Juhee cried and shook her head in defiance. "No, we can't. Jinwoo, you can leave, I'll stay behind. I promise to buy you dinner, right?" Jinwoo took out the E-rank magic core from his pocket and placed it in Juhee's hand. "Go ahead first and eat with this. I'll come collect the change later." Juhee flared at his smile. "How could you even joke in a time like this?" Jinwoo nodded toward Mr. Song, who struck the back of Juhee's neck, knocking her out. Mr. Song carried her over his right shoulder. "I'm sorry. It's my decision, after all." Mr. Song bowed his head toward Jinwoo and stepped down from the altar with Juhee. The statues were quickly nearing the altar. Sitting down, Jinwoo took in a deep breath. Noticing the sword that Mr. Kim had left behind, he reached out and grabbed it. "Now that it's like this, I'm going to take at least one of you with me." Turning around, he saw Mr. Song and Juhee safely make it through the open doors. "Thank God, I'm the only one that'll die now." It was not a sentiment born of some noble self-sacrifice, just a matter of simple calculation. Even if he got out somehow, he would have to live the rest of his life as a cripple. Forget being a hunter, it wouldn't be possible for him to even live a normal life. With no special talents or learned skills, he did not see a happy life ahead of him. Then there's mother's hospital bills, and Jinna's education expenses. Since there was no way he'd be able to support them with this injury, he thought to at least provide for them through his death. Let's see, the compensation for death during a raid was 300 million won to the surviving family. Or was it 400 million? Compared to the worthless life of an E-ranker, it was a rather generous compensation. They were here. The first statue to arrive took a step towards the altar. Jinwoo looked towards him and raised his sword. Come, but the first attack came from behind. Stab. The spear that pierced his back now protruded out of his chest. Jinwoo threw up a large amount of blood. The pain assaulted his senses like hail. If the place you were stabbed in was just a bit higher, it would have pierced your heart. Juhi's words from earlier flashed across his mind. The statue raised its spear and with it, Jinwoo. Still skewered to the weapon, Jinwoo found himself suspended in air. As he flailed his legs in pain, the statue slammed him towards the ground. Bang! Crack, crack, crack. He heard the sound of bones breaking throughout his entire body. There was nowhere he did not feel pain. One by one, the statues gathered around the convulsing Jinwoo, who glared up at them. I don't want to die like this. As death crept closer and closer, tears formed in his eyes. His family appeared in his mind. Juhi, who worried for him until the last minute, also appeared in his mind. I don't want to die. To end his life at a young age of 24. Step. A statue wielding a sword walked towards him with an expressionless face. Even as his entire body shook, Jinwoo did not look away from its gaze. Finally, the statue's raised sword fell down towards him. Just one more, if I had just one more chance. Jinwoo's eyes widened at the falling sword. It was in that moment, as if someone had pressed the pause button on a video, the falling sword stopped before his eyes. No, not stopped. Slowed to a crawl, almost as if it was stopped. Millimeter by millimeter, the sword was definitely still coming down at him. He could not hide his surprise. Then, a female voice he had never heard before in his life rang throughout his head. Secret quest. Fulfilled all conditions. He had no idea what it was saying. No, before that, where is that voice coming from? Ignoring his thoughts, the voice continued. You've obtained the right to become a player. Do you accept? Obtain the right. Accept? It sounds like it's giving me something. Growing up in poverty, he knew there was no such thing as free in life. But I suppose that was in life. What does any of it matter in death? As he waited in hesitation, the voice in his head asked again. You do not have much allowed time remaining. In the case the right is refused, your heart will stop in 0.02 seconds. Do you accept? Whether or not this was a hallucination, one thing was certain, his impending death. On top of the sword slowly coming down on his head, the other statues' weapons were also finding their way towards him. At this point, Jinwoo gave himself up to resignation. Sure, why not? He did not speak the words out loud, merely thought them in his head. But the voice answered his thoughts. Flash, a blinding light surrounded his body, and Jinwoo lost consciousness. He opened his eyes. A bright white ceiling, the stinging smell of disinfectant, feeling of a hard bed behind his back. Jinwoo immediately realized where he had opened his eyes. A hospital. Although he found himself coming less and less after meeting the B-rank healer class hunter Juhi, the hospital was still a place Jinwoo could call a second home in his job. After all, there were even rumors that there was a room reserved just for him here. Jinwoo sat upright. Holding his hand up to his chest, he felt the regular beating of his heart. I'm alive, not just alive. His entire body felt lighter than usual. Compared to the heaviness he felt when he would normally open his eyes here, something was different. It was as if he woke up after a good rest in his own home. When he remembered the scene before he passed out, it was an unthinkable occurrence. The falling sword, the statues that surrounded him. Even if he had somehow dodged the sword, it would take a party composed of S-rank hunters to defeat the enemies in that room. And I came out of there alive. Was it a dream? Thankfully, there was an easy way to find out. Jinwoo looked underneath the blanket covering him. If it was all real, he would be missing a leg. Then, a deep voice interrupted him. Have you regained consciousness? Two men kitted out in black business suits approached Jinwoo's bed. The youth tilted his head and asked them, Who are you? He had never seen these two's faces before. One of them with the close-cropped hair like a soldier and wearing a pair of sunglasses presented him with a business card. This is who we are. Jin Woo received the business card and read what was written on it. Woo Jin Cheol, the section chief of the monitoring division, the Korean Hunters Association. I was unconscious for 4 days. Just how did I get to this hospital? Did a large guild participate and kill those DMN things? Well, actually, Woo Jin Cheol awkwardly opened his mouth. By the time the agents of the monitoring division and the White Tiger Guild arrived at the scene after being briefed by the survivors, everything was gone. The only thing to be found within that open space was you, Mr. Seong Jin Woo. There was not one trace of the god statue nor the stone statues. Come again. Jin Woo displayed a shocked, disbelieving face. It's hard for us to believe it as well. If there had been any inconsistencies in the testimonies of the survivors, or if we had failed to find the remains of the victims in the chamber, we might have suspected something fishy was going on. Woo Jin Cheol carefully studied Jin Woo's reactions as he continued on. We suspect that Hunter Seong Jin Woo Nim might have gone through another awakening. Another awakening. Jin Woo's eyes shot open wide. Although extremely rare, there had been instances of a human who had awakened his or her abilities as a hunter going through yet another awakening. Often referred to as reawakening, those who undergo this process would normally become extremely powerful compared to before. Originally, once a hunter's rank was assigned at the beginning, it rarely changed. A hunter's abilities were determined the moment one went through an awakening, that was why. However, it was a different story for those going through the reawakening process, jumping past their own limitations to rise up from, say, rank C to A, or even from B to S. Such things had happened before. The god statue was said to have melted rank C hunters with nothing but its eyes, according to the survivors. If one were able to kill such a creature even while unconscious, just how powerful one could possibly be. To prepare for this unlikeliest possibility, Woo Jin Cheol labeled this incident as top secret and made sure everyone involved would keep their mouths shut. Woo Jin Cheol's chest began beating real fast. Could Korea finally have a hunter on the level of an international powerhouse? Of course, confirming the truth of the reawakening wasn't difficult at all. Didn't the wise elders once say to make hay while the sun still shines? Woo Jin Cheol signaled to his lackey, "Bring it here." Although this device had been miniaturized, its efficiency or accuracy did not fall short of the actual full-size measuring device located in the Hunters Association. Jin Woo placed his hand on top of the black crystal and soon enough, warm rays of light oozed out from it. Cold sweat drops formed on the foreheads of Woo Jin Cheol and his lackey. Not too long after then, the light surrounding the crystal dissipated. Woo Jin Cheol hurriedly took off his sunglasses and confirmed the numbers. Right away, a small earthquake rocked Woo Jin Cheol's eyes. How can this be? He rechecked the numbers, but it remained the same. How could a person holding a hunter license possess the magic energy value of only 10? When considering the fact that the lowest average value for rank E, the bottom rank, was around 70 to 100, Seong Jin Woo was no different from a regular person. Woo Jin Cheol rapidly realized that being here was a waste of time, so he got up from his seat. "Let's go." "Yes, sir." Woo Jin Cheol and his lackey quickly packed up to leave. "Thank you for your cooperation. If you remember anything else, please give us a call anytime." As if their rear ends were on fire, 2 men in black rapidly left the room as soon as they put away the device. The hospital room that felt rather small suddenly became quiet and lonely. He looked up without thinking, and then saw words floating in the air. He closed his eyes and opened them again. The words remained floating up there without a single change. He shook his head hard a few times and even rubbed his eyes, but they were still there. Jin Woo massaged his aching forehead and lowered his head. "It hadn't been a long time since I started hearing weird things, but now I'm even seeing them, too." Could something in his head really be broken? There was a condition called PTSD, after all. It was only a few days ago since he witnessed the deaths of many of his comrades, not to mention he himself nearly died as well, so it would not be so strange to hear or see weird things as a possible side effect. However, there were a couple of things that prevented him from dismissing this out of hand. Jin Woo's sight lowered to his leg. The leg that got cut in half by the shield of the stone statue was now all fine and dandy. The voice he heard out of the blue inside the underground temple hidden within the depths of the dual dungeon. His completely cured leg, and now, those words floating in front of his eyes. Too many weird things were happening all at once. What if there was a chance that all these things were not isolated events but linked to one another? Once the confusion in his heart died down and he felt calmer, He became quite curious about the contents of those so-called unread messages. There might be answers to his questions found within those messages, after all. In order to confirm the messages, he reached out towards the words, and his hand simply went past them. It's not touch-operated. It seemed that he got way too used to how a smartphone worked. Check messages. Reading. I want to read. I want to look. Hey, show me already, will ya? Just what is it that you wish to see that bad? He felt a cold, probing stare coming from the side, so he turned his head to look, and spotted his little sister in her school uniform looking at him from the gap of the half-open door. Boom. Jin-woo became speechless. Maybe you hurt your head really bad. The younger sister stood at a distance away and asked Jin-woo, "Are you really okay?" "Yes, I'm telling you the truth. I told you to stop getting hurt. You have any idea how worried I was?" "I'm sorry. Other people walk away fine, but how come it's only you who gets hurt all the time?" "Sorry. I was thinking of leaving behind this kid alone and dying, wasn't I?" What a relief that he made it out alive. Jin-woo's gaze shifted ever so slightly towards the words floating in the air. "It still feels like I haven't completely woken up from that nightmare just yet, doesn't it?" There were so many things he couldn't understand. But, so what? The most important thing was that he came back alive, and he got to see his little sister again. "Do you hear me? If you get hurt one more time, I'm going to give up on studying, find a job, and make sure you don't work as a hunter ever again." "Hey, Jin-ah." "Yeah? When you are playing video games." Jin-ah smirked softly. "I don't play games anymore. The third year of high school is only a few days away, you know." I know. When there are unread messages in a game, what should I do access them?" "You gotta open the mailbox first." As soon as Jin-woo said the word open, a clear beep entered his head and the hidden messages revealed themselves. "Congratulations on becoming a..." Jin-woo smiled brightly. Finally, seeing her older brother's complexion suddenly brighten like that, Jin-ah felt something was wrong and quickly asked him, "What's up? What game is it? You need my help?" Jin-woo firmly shook his head. "Nope, no need. I'll do it alone." How would his younger sibling react if he told her what had been happening to him right now? "I really don't want to be labeled as a loon by her." "Congratulations on becoming a..." He thought that the first message sounded familiar, as if he heard it before from somewhere. Where have I heard it from? I know I have. He heard those words just before he lost his consciousness. The system, growth, penalties, and finally, rewards. The words with unknown meanings fell on his lap one after the other. Just what will it help grow, and what will it reward me with? He decided to worry about the confusing words later and calmly opened the next message. "Is now available." Gulp. Jin-woo unconsciously swallowed his saliva after reading that rather suggestive title. His heart began to beat faster in anticipation. Confirm. Press up 100 times, incomplete. Sit up 100 times, incomplete. Squat 100 times, incomplete. Running 10 kilometers, incomplete. Incompletion of daily quests will result in appropriate levels of punishment. Jin-woo reflexively spat out a dumbfounded chuckle after confirming the contents of the message. Ha ha ha. Seriously, man, should this be the feelings of disappointment? To think, what the grand-sounding daily quest, the one titled Preparations to Become Strong, was nothing more than a list of physical exercises to train his body. Well, for sure, if he did as the quest said, then his body might get a bit tougher. Jin-woo shook his head. He suddenly thought that he was a fool for searching for answers to his many questions from a DMN hallucination. "I'm sure these hallucinations and weird things I hear will eventually go away with time." His eyelids slowly closed shut, and Jin-woo drifted away into a deep slumber. Tick-tock. Even when Jin-woo was softly snoring to himself, the needles of the clock hanging by the wall continued to tick away. The needles spun and spun around until they indicated 11 hours, 59 minutes and 57 seconds p.m. Tick-tock, tick. 58, 59, 60. Jin-woo's eyes shot right open from the violent tremor that shook his entire body. An earthquake. Jin-woo sat right up and grabbed the edges of the bed. The shaking was so bad that he couldn't maintain his balance. Rumble. The shaking got progressively worse as the seconds ticked by. It happened then. One of the steel bars on the bed he held on for dear life suddenly broke. No, it didn't break per se, but simply disappeared. Jin-woo hurriedly looked at his palm. No steel bar there, just grains of sand. Sand? Jin-woo spat out the sand in his mouth and hurriedly raised his head up. His eyes caught the sight on an endless plain of nothing but sand. Jin-woo frowned heavily and got up. All the sand that found its way inside his clothes poured out. He dusted the sand caked on his chest while taking a look around him. Indeed, all he could see was sand. And more sand. A desert. This couldn't be real. Until a few moments ago, he was sleeping on a bed inside a hospital located in the middle of Seoul. But now, as soon as he opened his eyes, he was in the middle of a massive desert. Jin-woo scooped up a handful of sand and let it slip through his fingers. The fine grains fell straight down to the ground. He was getting a really bad premonition right about now. Sure enough, just as Jin-woo took a step back, the sand within the pit suddenly exploded upwards. The falling sand emitted the roar of a waterfall. Jin-woo's eyes went extra round in the meantime. An insect. The identity of the thing that exploded out from the sand was a giant centipede. When fully revealed, the DMN thing's head almost reached the height equaling that of a 5-story building. Jin-woo anxiously swallowed his saliva. This is unreal. For sure, the beastard was unrealistically huge. He had never heard of a centipede this big existing in the world before. Goal: please survive until the end of the time limit. Time limit: 4 hours. Remaining time: 4 hours 0 minutes 0 seconds. Are you kidding me? However, as soon as the remaining time changed to 3 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds, the centipede parted sand and rushed towards him as if it couldn't wait any longer. Wow, what the hell? Jin-woo hurriedly spun around and ran for his life. There was no time to deliberate on things. If he wanted to live, then he had to run. That was the only thought racing in his head. However, even before he had taken several steps, another pillar of sand exploded upwards not too far from his position. Jin-woo fell on his rear from the powerful shockwave. He rolled on the sandy ground before urgently getting back up. He swiped the sand off his face before his eyes shot open even wider. This time, it wasn't just one or two of them. Boom. Before he had even noticed it, there were 7 sand centipedes jutting out from the sand, and they were all glaring at him. As the centipedes issued shrill cries, Jin-woo's complexion changed for the worse. Jin-woo reappeared in the hospital room exactly 4 hours later. Plop. Jin-woo keeled over on the floor and painfully wheezed out. Cough, cough. His mouth felt full with this coarse, grainy taste. His eyes stung badly too, seemingly like sand particles got in there. Jin-woo whimpered and groaned for a long time, before powerlessly falling flat on his back. He didn't have any energy left to lift even a finger. What was that? Jin-woo continued to pant heavily when a new message appeared before him. Jin-woo's expression crumpled into something unsightly. A penalty quest. Did he do something worthy of being punished? Jin-woo carefully retreaded his memories until he recalled that he abandoned midway yesterday. Could it be? Now that he thought about it, it definitely said that if the quest was not completed, he'd be hit with a corresponding penalty. Jin-woo lapped the outer perimeter of the hospital once and arrived back in front of his room. He was currently bent over and panting out heavily. His heart felt like it might explode at any second, but he couldn't give up yet. I worked so crazy hard until now, so no way I would. He somehow managed to open the door and took a step forward. It was finally over. Pant, pant. Jin-woo fell down to his knees. His breath reeked of something sweet and bitter. His face and back were soaked in sweat. Pant, pant. As Jin-woo tried to regulate his heavy, rough breathing while thick sweat drops continuously dripped down, a familiar message popped up in front of his eyes. Jin-woo momentarily thought about forgetting about everything and simply laying down in defeat, but quickly changed his mind. At least for now, he wanted to confirm what these reward things could actually be with his own eyes first. Confirm. Reward 1. Full recovery of the current physical condition. Reward 2. 3 additional stat points. Reward 3. 1 random box. Why are there so many of them? That was the first thought to enter his dazed mind after he took a gander at the contents of his rewards. But, when he thought about it a little deeper, one of those rewards seemed rather useful right now. And there was also one that made him curious about what it could actually mean. For now, he urgently needed the first reward available. He was on the brink of collapsing here, since there really was a penalty for failure. The odds of completion rewards being real were pretty DMN high as well. Well, trying wouldn't hurt anyways, right? Seriously, this thing wouldn't throw him back into the penalty zone again after it said it'd give him the rewards, now would it? When Jin-woo shifted his gaze around, he spotted a small box resting on top of the bed as well as his own stat window floating in the air. I guess that thing over there is the random box. The important thing was his stat window, though. This window displayed simple information about himself. What he paid attention to was the skills column. A passive skill called tenacity and an active one called dash. For some reason, he felt rather familiar with them. I remember now. Yesterday, or to be more precise, back in the early dawn of this morning. He remembered hearing those words while being chased around by the centipedes in the penalty zone. It happened probably after 3 hours of him constantly running for his dear life. He was suddenly greeted by a couple of new messages, the daily quests that would continue to show up every day, and the stat points as the reward. As long as this unexplainable phenomenon didn't come to a sudden end, he'd be able to live a completely different life to the one he'd been leading until now. This was an unbelievable opportunity for him. Besides that, the stat window also showed his level. Does this mean I can also increase my level, too? Eventually, though, Jinwoo shook his head. There's no way. Now that would be too good to be true. He wasn't hoping that far, anyway. The rewards from the quests alone were plenty enough for him. It had been a week since he started taking on the daily quests. Several changes took place during this time. One of them happened to be the transformation of his body. He had definitely changed. His body was in the middle of a transformation. I've got muscles now. The most eye-catching change was the drastic increase of his muscles. The normal-looking flabby flesh was gradually disappearing, only to be replaced by hard muscles. Thanks to that, his shoulders had widened more and his overall frame had grown bigger as well. Even then, doesn't seem heavy and slow. Only the necessary amount of muscles in the necessary places. If you were to describe the overall impression his body gave off, then would it be kinda like looking swift and athletic? He was a guy and even he found this rather appealing, so it wasn't such a strange thing for young nurses to whisper about him. And it's all due to this guy over here. However, it is way too eye-catching, isn't it? The number of times he was mentioned by the nurses was constantly on the rise. It was quite likely that, since their job involved looking after human bodies, their levels of discernment could have been higher than most. Jinwoo possessed quite a keen sense of hearing, so whenever his name was mentioned in the vicinity, he took note of it. I guess it's time for me to leave this hospital. It was not good to be the center of attention. Not only would he feel uncomfortable being placed under the spotlight, but he also didn't want to let others know of this strange phenomenon. Didn't the old saying go something like, scratching unnecessarily results in more flakes to clean up, or something like that? He wanted to increase his stat points as quietly as possible, and it shouldn't be a problem for me to leave the hospital now, too. Thankfully, tests had shown that he was normal and healthy, meaning he could leave at any time he wanted. No, hang on a minute, it kinda felt like that both the hospital and the association wanted him to leave in the first place. Well, it'd be a waste to spend that much money as hospital fee on a measly rankie like him. One of the special privileges the S-ranked hunters enjoyed was the government paying for all of their health-related expenses. Of course, that was a story happening in another cosmos as far as Jinwoo was concerned. So, he figured that it wouldn't be such a bad idea to leave this hospital right about now. And there was something he wanted to confirm as well. Now, where did I put it? Jinwoo rummaged around his pockets and brought something out. It was a key gleaming in a golden hue. It featured such a simple design that it could be passed off as an accessory at a casual glance. Type, key. A key that transfers you to an instant dungeon. Can be used at the third exit of the Hapjeong subway station. He found this key inside one of the random boxes he got as the daily quest rewards. At first, he wondered why a key would come out from there, but once he saw the rarity category, he immediately realized that this was no ordinary item. This was one of the reasons prompting him to get discharged from the hospital as well. An entrance key to the instant dungeon. Whether it was called instant or not, a dungeon was a dungeon. If it was about dungeons, then he had plenty of painful memories regarding those. I'm sure there will be no problems as long as I just take a quick peek inside. If things looked bad, all he had to do was run away. After all, he'd been running 10 kilometers every day for a while now, so he was pretty confident of running away, actually. And it was his mistake for taking it too lightly. Slam, slam. Is there a wall blocking me? He pounded on the invisible wall and shouted at the outside. But no one replied back. People continued to carry on with their own lives, that was all. Sometimes, someone approached the Hapjeong station, but they simply vanished as soon as coming in contact with this invisible wall. It was quite likely that the place he was in and the outside world were two separate dimensions. Jinwoo tried his hardest to force his way out of this place, which prompted a new alert message to pop up. It was the same message as before. The key in his possession disappeared as soon as he set foot inside the third exit of the subway station. By the time Jin Woo realized things had gone rather awry and hurriedly turned around to leave, it was already too late. He was thinking of finding a hidden gate or some kind of a doorway within the third exit that would transport him to a dungeon. But his expectation was completely off the mark, and quite different from the regular dungeons. He couldn't even leave as he pleased, too. It's different from other dungeons. Jin Woo spat out a long groan and looked behind him. What he could see now was the interior of the subway station that had transformed into a jungle. Walls were thick with twisting vines, and rancid odor akin to rotting corpses assaulted his senses. Hell, he even heard the cries of what sounded like wild beasts from afar every now and then, too. It wasn't that there was a hidden entrance somewhere near the entrance of the Hapjeong station, but the entire station had become a dungeon. Instead, Jin Woo nervously swallowed his saliva and slowly descended the steps. He held his breath and surveyed his surroundings, but he couldn't sense anything particular. However, it was truly forbidden to underestimate the dangers in a dungeon. Among the low-ranked monsters, there were quite a few that knew how to mask and hide their presence very well. No, maybe because they were so low-ranked that they had no choice but to hide and wait to ambush their prey. Past the toilets, he entered deeper and encountered the underground shopping center. Shops were worn down and in complete disarray, looking more like a ruin than anything else. Seeing the human-less ruined shells of the shops dimly illuminated by the flickering overhead lamps, something felt rather ominously creepy and sinister. A few of the lamps continued to flicker as if their life was nearing the end. Everything seemed so quiet and still, but he did sense a gaze of something. And then there was this smell, too. The seriously rotten odor of an animal carcass with flies buzzing around was coming from somewhere. For Jin Woo, who had frequently entered dungeons, this was a rather familiar smell. This smell, an animal-type monster. Jin Woo deliberately turned around and presented his back, and very slowly retread the path he had taken until now. An animal would try pounce on the prey as soon as its back was shown. An animal-type monster would be no different. And so, it happened when he took his third step. Smash! The shop window of a clothing store behind him shattered into pieces and something jumped out. And this something, as soon as it landed on the ground, leapt towards Jin Woo's exposed neck in one go. Roar! It was a huge wolf with a reddish coat of fur. When he took a closer look, its name also appeared on top of its head, just like the centipedes from the penalty zone. Iron-fanged lichen. However, unlike before, its name was in white letters, not red. There is no time to waste here. Two more lichens jumped out from their hiding place from behind the shop's darkness. It was in a pack. Jin Woo's eyes grew wider. They bared their big fangs and closed the distance in an instant. It was at this moment that one of the lichens aimed for his face and leapt up. Jin Woo ducked low. The lichen flew over his head and landed face first on the ground after failing to stop in time. Screw this. Whoosh! Accompanied by a bone-chilling sound of wind parting ways, his fist flew straight forward. Pow! It took just one hit and the head of the lichen simply exploded. The corpse of the now headless lichen slammed into the ceiling above, and then powerlessly fell down to the ground. Thud! Jin Woo's eyes opened up very wide and he stared dumbfoundedly at his own fist. What an unexpected destructive power that was. My level rose up. To make sure that he didn't mishear that, Jin Woo hurriedly accessed his status window. His level really did go up, and when a level went up, a single point was added to all of his stats. As it turned out, it wasn't only the quest rewards that could impact the values of his stats. It was also possible to improve his stats through leveling up, too. To think, I can actually level up. He only carried a vague expectation, but it actually became reality. His movement speed had increased as well. If it was in the past, there was no way he'd be able to lightly evade the all-out attack of an animal, nor could his punch move fast enough to produce the sound of the air splitting apart. Right, the physical strength in my muscles has increased, so obviously my speed would have increased along the way, too. Simply by raising his strength stat higher, both his power and speed had gone up. The battle against the lichens proved this. The lichen that was definitely somewhere nearby had gone with the wind before he had noticed it. Jin Woo hurriedly scanned his surroundings, but he couldn't find a single trace of the creature. Quite likely, it had turned tail and ran away while he was immersed in the status windows. Well, he should have known something was up when it lowered its tail and cautiously studied his mood. Tisk. Jin Woo smacked his lips, realizing that a bundle of experience points had just escaped from his grasp. Hang on, do these things give away things like magic crystals, too? The sudden thought popping up in his head stopped him in his tracks. Monsters appearing within the gates all possessed one or sometimes several magic crystals in them. Jinwoo was also a hunter. He was successful in killing these monsters, so not being rewarded for his work kind of felt a bit like he was wronged somehow. Feeling a little rueful, he sliced open the lichen's stomach, but it turned out to be a waste of time. It seemed that these creatures were fundamentally different from the regular monsters. Jinwoo dusted his hands and was about to stand back up, but then he spotted something glittering within the dead lichen's mouth. So he opened the creature's maws. One of the lichen's fangs was emitting a beam of light. When Jinwoo reached out, a new message popped up before him. Sure thing. Rarity, none. Type, miscellaneous. A large and sharp canine of a lichen. Can be stored in the inventory or can be sold at the store. Jinwoo got flustered a bit while staring at the canine tooth. There was a store, too. Where would you find a system less friendly than the one he was saddled with? To think, it was designed in such a way that the end user had to personally experience it with his own body before learning about any of its functions. Hell, he wasn't given much of an explanation during the penalty quest and he almost died as a result back then. Jinwoo gnashed his teeth and tried to summon this store thing. Store. He couldn't help but feel his anticipation build up, wondering if a shop with a signboard declaring store and manned by an NPC merchant, kinda like from video games, might really appear before him. With the clanging sounds of coins, his inventory appeared next. Right at the bottom of the display, in the column saying gold, he could see the number 20 appearing there. That space had been empty yesterday. 20 gold, He couldn't really use that money in real life, and he couldn't even use the store properly yet, so he had no idea just how much this 20 gold was actually worth. Oh well, a creature from the Ranky dungeon wouldn't have given me any decent loot to begin with. Even if there was a difference between the dungeons found beyond the gates and this so-called instant dungeon, it would be the same difference at the end of the day. The lichen he thought had ran away actually came back with a bunch of its friends. A wonderfully bright smile bloomed on Jinwoo's face. Even at a casual glance, there must be over 20 of them here. Eureka! Hang on a minute, was that the right word to use in this sort of situation? Whatever, it was definitely a word to express one's joy anyway. Jinwoo tightly grasped the sword and spoke up. With the exception of your canines, I'm gonna massacre all of you. When the chilling glare of a man who was obsessed about making money landed on the lichens, they became intimidated and shuddered slightly. It was at this point that Jinwoo pounced on them without mercy. As he expected, his levels rose up quite quickly, simply from searching every nook and cranny of the first floor and killing all the lichens he could find. Jinwoo's level shot right up to 7. He had jumped up 5 flights of stairs, in other words. When he caught up and killed the very last monster running desperately away from him, a strange message popped up into his view. A title given to a hunter skilled in hunting wolves. When facing animal-type monsters, all of your stats will increase by 40%. A bonus boost to his stats when fighting against animal-type monsters. Although the effect was a bit restricted, still, having his stats increase by 40%, now that didn't sound too bad at all. There are plenty of animal-type monsters out there, so would this apply to them as well? If that was the case, then he'd be able to easily kill monsters when participating in the future raids. However, he still earned big time even when disregarding his new title. 34 wolf canines, 2 rusted daggers, a set of traveler's clothes, and 1 return crystal. The rusted daggers possessed lower attack power bonus compared to the sword he'd been using until now, and the traveler's clothes were not something he could actually wear, but just some random japtum that he could hawk off to the store. When he sold them all off, he earned just over 1,000 gold. The only thing remaining, besides the gold, was the return crystal. When he was trying desperately to escape from the dungeon back then, the message said he'd need a return crystal if he wanted to leave. And now, if he wanted to, he could escape at any time. He found himself on a crossroads. In front, the stairs leading down to the 2nd floor, and in his hand, a single return crystal grasped tightly. Do I continue on, or do I back out? If it was in the past, he'd not hesitate and choose the latter. That was how he managed to survive all those raids with his pathetic stats. Everyone said that him surviving until now was a miracle, but well, he was trying to be smart about his choices, actually. However, the story was different now. He didn't want to retreat here. He felt that if he turned away to leave now, then he'd never be able to take another step forward in his life. I've retreated enough times already, right? Wouldn't it be okay for him to jump in headlong, at least once in his life? Jinwoo pocketed the return crystal. His steps climbing down the steps to the 2nd floor was light. Unlike the dungeons of the gates, there was a thing called respawn within the instant dungeon. While he was sweeping away every single monster found on the second floor, all the monsters on the first respawned. While he went back upstairs to deal with them, monsters on the second floor respawned. So on and so forth. Jinwoo hopped between the first and second floor and killed monsters until his level no longer rose up. Who knows when I'll ever run into another opportunity like this one. Along the way, he got so used to this place that he was able to predict from where and how the monsters would try to attack him. A monkey falling from the ceiling. He lightly evaded the claws of the monkey-type monster falling from the ceiling and stabbed it in the chest with his sword. And then, one cat each from left and right. And then, he orderly sliced the necks of the Black Panther-like creatures jumping at him from his sides. And with these three, he had arrived at the end of the second floor. He had cleared out the second floor once more. However, his level hadn't been moving from 15 for a long time now. It seemed that reaching that high was the limit for the first two floors. Stats: Strength 45, Stamina 24, Agility 24, Intelligence 24, Perception 24. With him being level 15, his stats had risen up by quite a lot. His agility was now almost at 25. He finally got to feel the difference between the agility and the strength stat when the former hit the value of 20. What should I do now? He was looking at the stairs leading down to the third floor. There was a reason why he continued to hunt in the first two floors even though there was a way to go even lower. It's giving me the creeps. With his perception stat so much higher, he could sense the aura of something ominous lurking down there far better than before. Without a doubt, something really strong was hiding somewhere down below. He didn't have to see it to know. Jinwoo recalled the message he saw back by the entrance of this instant dungeon. The existence of the boss. Jinwoo had been roaming the first two floors in order to raise his levels until he couldn't anymore, all for the purpose of fighting this boss. He had prepared himself as much as he could, but when the time to actually go down there came, he was getting all sweaty and nervous. Jinwoo lightly slapped both of his cheeks. I mean, I've entered a dungeon, so I can't just leave without taking a look at what this boss looks like, now can I? Jinwoo gripped the sword tightly with both of his hands, slowly descended the steps. Could he have been mistaken when the steps felt unusually longer than before? He swallowed dried saliva down. The lighting was worse than the first two floors, but there was no problem with seeing where he was going. Is it because of my perception stat? He couldn't help but feel that his eyesight had improved greatly. He cautiously climbed lower until eventually spotting the railway tunnel used by the subway trains. No, he saw where the railway used to be. The tunnel that should have been used by trains was now filled with jet black liquid. Instead, what is this? Rather than a subway tunnel, it was more like a lake or a river now. Just as Jinwoo took one more step forward to take a closer look, a long log-like object shot out from the surface of the black water. Swish. It's fast. The thing that arrived in front of his nose in the blink of an eye was not a log, but a snake with the thickness rivaling one, actually. Taken by surprise, Jinwoo could only swing the sword and strike the head of the snake away from him. Clang! Jinwoo's eyes opened wider. What the hell? He did succeed in deviating that direction of the lunging snake, but his trusty steel longsword ended up breaking apart from the impact. Jinwoo looked back in surprise. The snake must have been surprised by his counterattack as well, because it didn't try to follow up right away, but instead chose to simply glare at him while coiling itself up a distance away. The ruler of the swamp, Poison Fang Blue Kasaka. Jinwoo could clearly see the orange-colored name of the monster. It was a creature incomparably faster and hardier than those with their names written in white. Even then, for a sword reinforced with magic energy to break like that. Jinwoo swallowed nervously and cautiously studied the boss monster called Kasaka. Blue scales covering its entire body gleamed in an oily manner. As if it had draped itself with thick armor, those scales had no gaps to speak of. Sword strikes wouldn't have worked in the first place. It'd be the same story for punches, too. When Jinwoo's thoughts arrived there, the Kasaka must have finished its own analysis on its prey, because it finally lunged at him once more. No matter how one looked at it, it was a frightening turn of speed, that's for sure. Jinwoo narrowed his eyes. It's coming. When he concentrated hard, he could now clearly see the attack of the Kasaka, which was something he couldn't even properly decipher in the beginning. This was all due to the increased agility stat. Just before the Kasaka opened its maws wide and tried to swallow him, Jinwoo swiftly sidestepped and let the attack brush past him. At the same time, he wrapped his arms around the creature and caught it in a headlock. He then tightened his grip. Jin Woo's strength stat was almost at 50. An unbelievably powerful pressure tightened around the snake's main artery. The snake could not escape from his grip and thrashed around as if it was in pain. Jin Woo gritted his teeth and strengthened his arms even more. Slam. Boom. Jin Woo's body slammed against the walls and on the floor, but he never released his arms. If I didn't raise my levels as high as I could before coming here. There was literally no end to wondering about what ifs and what could have beens. However, all kinds of thoughts still swirled in Jin Woo's head. If he didn't raise his level to the limit, if his strength stat wasn't so illogically high, then he'd have gone through incredible hell in order to kill the Kasaka. No, he might even have died here. So, his decision not to come down right away proved to be the smart one. His choice was indeed the right one. Crack, accompanied by a rather awful noise, the skull of Kasaka gave in and cracked apart. As expected of a boss mob, his level rose up by 2 after killing the Kasaka. Jin Woo tightly clenched his fists. The level that had been stagnating at 15 had jumped up to 17. In just a single day, he crazily raised his level from 1 all the way up to 17. However, no one hunted boss mobs for experience points. Indeed, if it was a boss mob, then it'd be all about the loot drops. When he started checking out the dead snake, 2 spots of light began gleaming from somewhere within its limp body. 2 items, because it was a boss. Jin Woo reached out towards the spots of light. Take them all. As soon as he said those words, a dagger made out of a bone and a small pouch with liquid in it appeared on his palms. Rarity, C. Type, dagger. Attack plus 25. A dagger fashioned from the poison fang of the Kasaka. There are traces of the Kasaka's poison on it, so when attacking, it will cause paralysis and bleeding status effects. Can be stored in the inventory or can be sold at the store. Status effect paralysis. The target will be unable to move. Success rate is fixed. Status effect bleeding. The target's stamina will be reduced by 1% per second. Jin Woo nodded his head. A dagger made not out of bone, but from the fang. Huh. It's not a bad item with those options, yeah. Next up was the pouch. Rarity, A. Type, medicine. A pouch containing the refined poison of the Kasaka. Can be found very rarely when hunting Kasakas. Drinking this poison will give you strong skin, but the toxicity will permanently damage your muscles. Affect the iron scales of Kasaka. 20% reduction in physical damage. Side effect damaged muscles. Strength minus 35. Jin Woo's expression alternated between joy and anguish. The poison fang of Kasaka was a good weapon to replace the broken longsword. Not only did it possess over twice the attack power, but he really liked the 2 status effects of paralysis and bleeding, too. However, this poison sac is a bit. Initially, he was really pleased to find an item with the rarity rating. But when reading the description, he realized this was not something he could feel completely chuffed about. Of course, that effect of reducing all physical damage taken by 20% was a great option befitting a rank item. However, it also carried a fatal penalty of decreasing his strength stat by 35. It'd be a really painful loss for him, especially when he invested all of his points on increasing his strength stat. It was then a new message popped up. Suddenly, his sights blurred for a bit, and then they were restored back to normal, along with a slight bit of dizziness assaulting his senses. When he took a look around, he found himself inside a normal subway station. The lights overhead shone brightly, and the black liquid filling up the tunnel was all gone, too. But where is everyone? Not just people, but even trains were strangely absent. He even checked the time while thinking that the trains had stopped running for the day because it was so late already, but the clock was indicating 10 p.m. He entered the Hapjeong station around the lunch hour, so he had spent over 9 hours inside that dungeon. Who goes there? Who knew that the voice of another person would sound this welcoming? Jin Woo quickly raised his head. He saw a soldier wielding a rifle. Who are you? Why are you coming out from there? Haven't you heard the broadcasts? The expression of the soldier was so serious that even Jin Woo's own expression hardened in an instant. Did something happen? What the? How can you even say that? The soldier approached closer, but then he spotted the broken sword in Jin Woo's hand. After it broke, it could no longer be stored in the inventory, and Jin Woo didn't feel like leaving it behind, so he just carried it outside like this. Seeing that, the light within the soldier's eyes changed rapidly. He then carefully studied Jin Woo's current appearance. Now that this soldier had taken a closer look, Jin Woo's clothes displayed various hints of the youth participating in many fierce battles recently. The crumpled expression of the soldier lightened up in an instant. Are you a hunter by any chance? Yes, I am one, but, please forgive me. This way, please. Let me guide you there. Sure. Sensing that his troubles might get more complicated if he said there's been a misunderstanding here, Xiang Jinwu decided to quietly follow the soldier's guidance for now. Jinwu then swept his gaze around his vicinity. Now that I see, the surrounding atmosphere felt rather suspicious. The streets were totally deserted. The only people he could see were the soldiers and the members of the police. Also, corpses belonging to monsters, destroyed cars, and buildings with cracks running up their walls. Jinwu realized what had happened here. A gate must have opened up nearby. Something like that almost never happened nowadays with the well-established hunter system in place. But sometimes, a gate would appear in a remote area, and it'd go unnoticed for a while. As a result, no one would come around to close it in time. When such an event unfolded, soldiers from the nearby bases were dispatched in order to buy some time until hunters could arrive on the scene. Of course, the weapons of soldiers didn't work against the monsters. However, in order to facilitate the evacuation of civilians, someone had to be offered up as sacrifices. In other words, they were to become cannon fodder. A role someone had no choice but to perform had been saddled on the shoulders of this nation's youths. I've received a word that the monsters in the vicinity have been dealt with, and only the biggest one remains. Jinwu nodded his head. He didn't need to hear the soldier's explanation to know. He could actually sense the presence of a powerful life form nearby, and he could even sense several auras of hunters surrounding it, too. The enhanced perception stat was transmitting crucial information in the form of sensations and feelings, and that's how Jinwu got to figure it out almost immediately. That thing is the boss. Soon enough, the creature could be seen in the distance. In the empty, open space not too far from him, a dozen or so hunters were surrounding a giant made out of rock. It was as tall as a telephone pole. It was a golem-type monster. Yuck! The soldier spat out a gasp of fear as he took a step backwards. Perhaps it was his first time seeing one. Since the moment he saw it, his entire body had stiffened noticeably. But then again, most people would react in a similar fashion. The difference between seeing a monster for real and seeing it on a TV or a computer monitor was like heaven and earth, after all. Unlike him, Jinwu remained calm and observed the unfolding situation. Healers, concentrate your healing on the tanker. We're also doing our best. Why isn't it dying already? What are the damage dealers doing? It's not even remotely close enough to dying, is it? The monster's defenses are too strong, and we just don't have enough magic-type hunters in our group. Because they had been summoned out here in haste, none of them seemed to be high-ranked hunters. Both their defenses and attacks didn't look that effective at all. Because of that, hunters couldn't avoid being embroiled in the protracted battle of attrition. Boom! When the golem slammed its massive stone fist downward, the hunter acting as the tanker had no choice but to kneel down just for a brief second. The tanker vomited out a mouthful of blood. The tanker might die at this rate. Jinwu's gaze, as he took all of these in, gleamed quite sharply. If it's only that much, I can do this. Jinwu slowly took several steps back. This golem-type boss might possess the high defense, but its rank was probably lower than its scary outer appearance might suggest. Just from the aura it emitted, it was definitely weaker than the boss of the instant dungeon, the poison fang blue whatever. So, if I could just render its high defenses to nothing. What's needed right now was a powerful strike that could penetrate past that dumb rock giant's defenses. Jinwu got to enough distance away and took a position of throwing something. The muscles in the arm holding the broken sword began swelling up quite violently out of the blue. Thick, pulsing veins even popped up on the back of his hand, too. All of his physical strength was concentrated in his right arm. A short while after that, the arm pulled back taut like the string of a bow was shot forward at the speed of sound. Go. The view of the rank D hunter, Li Hansu, was turning dark. He couldn't continue on anymore. His prized shield had begun developing cracks as well, as if their magic energy had been depleted. The amount of healing magic hitting him from the healers had decreased quite noticeably. At this rate, every single one of them would die for sure. Li Hansu had to make a decision now. The only feasible plan here was for him to buy enough time so the other hunters could safely escape from here. And at a later time, hunters with higher ranks show up to kill this golem. Or we all die together here. Li Hansu shouted out while looking back. Leave this to me and you all gotta. It was at this moment that Li Hansu saw it. Something flew towards here as it gleamed coldly in the night air. Actually, he could only sense that he had seen something, but his eyes couldn't really pick up on anything tangible. It was that fast. That something slammed into the golem's head and it grandly exploded. It's working. Our attacks are working. It's falling. A little bit more. Just a bit more and we'll win. It seemed that none of them had noticed the object flying in from somewhere, because they were too focused on attacking the monster, with the sole exception of Lee Han-soo standing right in front of the golem. That was. In the end, the golem toppled over. The heavy body fell down to the ground and kicked up a mighty dust storm. Hunters all cried out in elation and celebrated their victory. We did it. We killed it. Only Lee Han-soo had seen everything unfold, and he slowly shook his head. No, our attacks didn't even work on this guy. Lee Han-soo hurriedly searched around the vicinity of the fallen golem. Just what did destroy the head of this rock giant? Lee Han-soo thought out aloud and searched around. Eventually, he discovered the remnants of a broken sword. Although there were some traces of magic energy within it, it was basically a cheap, plain steel sword. What? Someone threw something this worthless and destroyed a boss-level golem capable of brushing off the combined attacks of 10+ hunters. Suddenly, he forgot what he wanted to say. Lee Han-soo silently alternated his gaze between the corpse of the golem and the broken sword, before he ran past the cheering hunters and in the direction the sword flew in from. Excuse me. He found a dazed soldier standing there. Pardon? You talking to me? That's right, you. When a hunter with a hulking physique hurriedly rushed towards him, the soldier couldn't help but swallow nervously with a stiff face. That was how great the pressure a hunter gave off to regular people. Lee Han-soo displayed the broken sword and asked, "Did you throw this?" "Oh, that. It's actually." The soldier looked behind him, only for his eyes to go round in surprise. But there was a hunter standing right behind me, though. Of course, there was no one there now. While the flustered soldier was looking around the vicinity, Lee Han-soo scratched the back of his neck and stared at the broken sword. That power, that destructive power. Could it have been a high-rank hunter? He'd never know, since the protagonist had disappeared already. Around the same time, Jin-woo was on his way home. He turned around to leave as soon as the golem began teetering about. Indeed, he was the one who brought down the golem. He was well aware of this fact. Now originally, the loot and the profit arising from a dead monster belonged solely to the hunter who managed to kill it. If he wanted to, he could contest for the rights to the golem. However, it had become problematic when trying to prove that I am capable of bringing down a golem like that. Who would believe the notion of a giant golem crashing down because of an attack from a measly little ranky? His level rose up by 1 because he had killed the golem. Indeed, my levels will rise if I hunt the monsters from the normal dungeons. He had learned some valuable information. That alone was worth it. A person stepping outside the house in the early hours of dawn would inevitably be cautious in their movements. Well, they might end up accidentally waking up their family members, after all. That was why Seong Jin-ah was silently closing the front door to her home, so that her brother wouldn't wake up from his sleep, as she was about to leave for school. But, then, you going to school now? She was taken by surprise when a voice came from near her, and she quickly turned around to look. Jin-ah's eyes opened up real wide in shock. What the heck? You were up already? Yup, been a while since I was up, you know. Hey, have fun today and be careful on the road. Sure. Now that I think about it, her older brother's back seemed broader than before, for some reason. No way that's true. A human's body wasn't made out of some rubber band, so how could it make any sense for him to expand and contract in a space of a few days? I've probably made a mistake. Just as Jin-ah shook her head, Jin-woo suddenly pushed forward an umbrella to her. Why an umbrella? Jin-ah received it and took a look at the sky. As it was still early dawn, the sky remained dark, but it seemed to be more or less clear and cloudless. But it doesn't look like it's going to rain, though. Take it anyway. But it's heavy, you know. Take it with you regardless. Besides, it's a folding type umbrella so it doesn't even weigh anything. Jin-ah lightly kicked the door a couple of times to express her disgruntlement, folded the umbrella and shoved it inside the empty space in her school bag, and turned around to leave. Hang on. Her steps came to an abrupt halt after she remembered the difference in the eye levels between her and her brother. Something was rather odd. He had been saving up the stat points earned from the quests of the past 4 days. He made sure to complete the daily quest every day. Of course, he also didn't forget to always check his rewards, too. However, he hadn't distributed the points until now. The issue was, this is tough. Indeed, he found it rather difficult to come to a decision. The strength stat. It was a wonderful stat, that's for sure. He hadn't regretted it once, investing all of his points into this one back when he started this thing. Agility. This was also a pretty darn good stat, too. Against weak enemies, it only helped a little, but as the levels of his opponents rose up in the future, no doubt he'd be relying on this stat more and more. Well, the speed was a relative thing, after all. And then, stamina and perception. It'd be great if his stamina was high, obviously, and this perception turned out to be very useful as well. Finally, intelligence. This was the problem child. He hadn't been able to figure out this stat's uses yet. His level had increased by quite a lot, but he didn't feel any smarter than before. His memories didn't seem to have improved, nor did his ability to calculate quickly, either. I think it has to be related to magic. After a lengthy deliberation, he decided on the order of priority. Strength 50, stamina 27, agility 35, intelligence 27, perception 29. It was then he could hear the telephone ringing from the living room. Is the association calling me? In the past, he didn't want to participate in the raids, so he did his best to ignore the calls until the last possible moment. But right now, he was raring to go and test out his raised abilities against various monsters. Jin Woo quickly snatched up the receiver. This is the Hunter Xiang Jin Woo. You finally picked up the phone. Too bad, it wasn't a call from the association. A rueful sigh leaked out of his mouth. Learner Jin Woo, why is it so difficult to get in touch with you lately? The voice coming from the speaker was a familiar one. It had been 4 years already since he graduated from high school, and therefore stopped being a learner. But the owner of the building always attached that prefix in front of Jin Woo's name ever since taking in both the Xiang siblings when they were still young kids. I'm really sorry about that. I was admitted to the hospital because of an incident a few days ago. So that's what happened. I should have known. Well, there's that, and learner Jin Woo. The rent for this month hadn't come in yet, so what should I do? If it's a bit too tough for you, should I delay it for a month or two? Oh, no, it's fine. I'll send the money in a bit later. Okay, but don't force yourself, you hear. Trying to look after your mom and your younger sister, you're going through so much hardship there. I know money is important, but don't forget to take care of your body, too. Thank you. I won't forget that. The call ended there. Jin Woo pulled out the bank balance book from one of the drawers. The remaining amount in the account was only around 800,000. Just over $700. I gotta make some money first. Jin Woo decided to take care of the urgent matters first. He was no longer the same guy from a few days ago who couldn't even kill a single E-ranked monster and shiver in fear. Should I just take the rank reassignment test and increase my rank right away? Eventually, Jin Woo shook his head. He knew that was a stupid thing to do, no matter how hard he thought about it. A hunter ranked he suddenly became a high-ranked one. Whether that was or B, or maybe even C, it didn't matter. The reawakening would always become a hot topic of conversation. The masses loved nothing more than a good gossip, and hunters just so happened to be a good subject to chew on. The old saying went that, if there were 5 mouths, then there would be 10 eyes. Meaning, the more people talked about you, the more eyes would be focused on you. His stats would continue to rise up in the future, so it'd be only a matter of time before his special constitution was discovered by the others. He was far too weak as he was now. Until he possessed enough power to protect himself, he didn't want the world to know of his existence. Meaning, taking the test to reassign his ranks was out of the question. But I still need to make money here. Hello. Jin Woo stated his reasons for calling as precisely as possible and calmly waited for the answer. Oh, you're an E rank. The response from the other side was better than expected. It's fine. We just need someone to show up and fill up the head count, that is all. However, it's a gate ranked C, so it'd be hard for you to hunt there. So, we'll just split the profits among ourselves and we just give you 2 million in cash. How about it? Can you come right away? 2 million for a day's work. Around $1,765. It was a lot of money for simply being there to make up the numbers. A rather tempting offer this was. It was regrettable that he couldn't get to share the dungeon's loot. But he might end up losing out on making 2 million just by trying to be too greedy. For now, let's put out the urgent fires first. Such an opportunity wouldn't come around every day, after all. 2 million was enough for him and his sister's monthly living expenses. Jin Woo said yes to the offer. I'll be there in less than 15 minutes. The man who looked like the leader of the group waved his hand at Jin Woo. Hey, over here. It was a bearded man with a fairly big physique. He smiled softly and walked closer while speaking to Jin Woo. Are you Mr. Xiang Jin Woo? That's correct. It's a relief that you found the right place so quickly. I guess this is fate, so how about we greet each other before we get started? The bearded man briefly introduced the members of his team. The 8 of them, including himself, were regular teammates that worked together all the time, while the remaining guy was someone who also came here to make up the numbers, just like Jin Woo. Jin Woo greeted other team members and studied their countenance carefully. Thanks to his enhanced perception stat, he was able to more or less sense everyone's capabilities. 5 with a similar rank, 4 with a slightly lower rank than them, 5 rank CS, and around 4 with D or lower. There was a regulation when attempting to clear a gate rated C. The minimum number of a party had to be 10 hunters, and more than half had to be at least ranked C or higher. Excuse me, looks like we're both pieces of fluff in this party, huh? He was none other than the other hunter Hwang Dong-seok had brought along in order to fill up the numbers. He was a young man with a bright expression. However, unlike Jin Woo, he was actually going to participate in battles. Jin Woo lightly nodded his head as Yu Jin Ho greeted him, before shifting his gaze away. Before we enter, you two, take a look at these. Hwang Dong-seok pushed forward a page of a document to Jin Woo and Yu Jin Ho each. It turned out to be a simple contract. Write your names on the bottom and sign it, and we're good to go. The contents said he'd not participate in any hunting. He'd not participate in sharing of the loot. And when the raid was over, he'd be paid 2 million won right away. The terms were the same as what he heard over the phone. However, they were not the ones to catch his attention. I have to promise not to question them regardless of whatever incident happens inside the dungeon. Unlike the raids organized by the association, one would not be able to claim for compensation if something happened during a raid organized by the freelancers. One of the reasons why hunters couldn't get a life insurance either. One had to look after one's own neck, in other words. Only now did it feel real that Jin Woo had entered an assault team. What am I supposed to do when we're inside? Nothing too particular. Just follow us and help us carry the luggage, that's all. Your luggage. Hwang Dong-seok pointed at the huge backpack one of his dongsings pulled out from the minivan. You'll be carrying around lunch boxes to eat when inside, several sets of clothing and equipment, first aid kits and some other stuff. Wait, first aid kits when entering a dungeon? Jin Woo couldn't help but question this. You are not entering with a healer. I'm sure you already know that it's not easy to hire a healer if you're running your own assault party. Well, we've been doing things this way until now, so it'll be fine. Hwang Dong-seok smiled awkwardly. To think, this team just barely met the required minimum number of hunters. One of the additional members mistook a raid as a blind date or something. And the composition of the assault team only happened to feature a tanker and damage dealers, and not one healer. Even after hearing that there was no healer present, that oblivious additional member didn't seem too bothered by the revelation. It was the sure proof that he was a newbie. Jin Woo smirked inwardly. They are a bunch of wannabes. However, he still signed on the contract. Not because he needed that 2 million, but because he knew very well that he could protect himself now. Hwang Dong-seok confirmed the signatures of both men and shouted out in a loud voice as if he was feeling really pleased today. Okay, let's get going, everyone. The party headed straight to the location of the gate. It was in the middle of the halted construction site for an apartment complex. The economy nowadays isn't so good, but still. Hwang Dong-seok clicked his tongue. Like large tombstones, unfinished apartment buildings stood still sporadically, imparting a certain sense of foreboding to all who looked at them. For the cemetery of giants feel this way to observers. Did you know? Yu Jin Ho had walked closer to Jin Woo and whispered softly. While the employees and the investors are going through hell at the moment, the CEO of the project ran off to overseas 2 months ago along with 900 billion. Jin Woo gave the other guy plenty of hints, but it seemed like Yu Jin Ho didn't want to leave his side at all. Hyung, are you always this quiet? Before anyone had noticed it, the honorific had become Hyung. Jin Woo couldn't ignore this kid anymore. Don't you know how to take the hint? Well, I've never lived while worrying about taking hints, so. Was this guy simply a good-natured, or just brainless? Jin Woo wordlessly scratched the side of his head as he stared at Yu Jin Ho, and that bright smile of his. Oh, the hunters all let out a surprised gasp. Hwang Hyung, is this really a gate rated C? But, isn't it too big? You think the association was lying to us? They said that investigators came around here twice already. A hole in the air, floating like a black hole. People took to calling it a gate. Its rank was assigned according to the waves of magical energy emission coming from inside. Folks from the association would stop by first to assign a rank to each one. After that, individuals or guilds wanting to clear the gate could follow the procedure and apply for a permit. Gates ranked or B were, most of the time, left to the big guilds. Well, they were too difficult for freelancers to clear, after all. So, assault parties formed by freelancers took care of the gates ranked lower than that, which meant that a gate rank C was effectively the hardest one for hunters not affiliated with anyone to clear. Hwang Dong-seok stood in front of the gate and looked back at his team. I'll be entering first. Do your best to keep up, everyone. The tanker entered first, and the other hunters began entering one by one. Yu Jinho began pulling out his own equipment from his bag. The sword and the shield coming out from his bag gleamed attractively under the light. Even a casual glance could tell that they were very expensive. They were definitely not something a newbie hunter could organize on his own. The interior of the dungeon was eerily quiet. Not only that, but it was also completely dark, too. Hwang Dong-seok issued his first order. Hey, Jiu Hwan, I need a light. Alright. The magic-related hunter Jiu Hwan created a ball of a light in midair. The surroundings became bright immediately. Hwang Dong-seok lowered his shield and tilted his head slightly. What the hell? Where are all the monsters? I wonder. There is no light in here, either. Now normally, there should have been luminous stones found here and there inside cave-like dungeons and emitted some light to illuminate the way forward. However, this dungeon didn't have those. Yu Jinho whispered to Jin Woo from the side. Hyung, could there be a dungeon without monsters in it? Shush. Jin Woo gestured the younger man to keep quiet. Because Jin Woo's ears were twitching. He could hear lots of footsteps coming from the distance. Jin Woo spoke up. It's not that there aren't any, they just haven't arrived yet. Yu Jinho swallowed nervously after hearing that. Rumble. Soon, the party could hear what Jin Woo had heard earlier on. Only then did Hwang Dong-seok realize something was amiss here. A dungeon with no luminous stones could mean what moves around in groups, lives in darkness, and rushes towards a source of light. Oh crap. The complexions of Hwang Dong-seok and his Dongseings became ashen all at the same time. It's bugs. Bugs are coming. FCK it, ma'am. Why the hell did it have to be goddamn bugs? Hwang Dong-seok cried out. Get into your positions. They are coming. Out of all the monster types, insects were the most troublesome to deal with. Their shells were quite hardy, they always moved around in large groups, and each individual possessed pretty high combat potential, as well. The sounds of the insect legs rustling on the ground noisily reverberated throughout the cave. It meant that they had come pretty close now. Hwang Dong-seok raised his shield right up below his chin. However, they couldn't see any insects even then. His Dongseings began raising a fuss from behind him. What's going on here? Why can't I see them? But they are close by, though. Dong-seok Hyung, can you see anything out in front? It was at this time that Jin Woo shouted out. Above you. What? Hwang Dong-seok reflexively looked up. Huge insects were running towards them on the ceiling. If they were discovered late even for a single second, those things would have jumped down on top of their heads. When fighting against monsters such as these insect types that formed large groups, the breaking down of the team's formation would mean death for everyone involved. If those were discovered too late, then Hwang Dong-seok felt a chill run down his spine. The silver lining here was that he couldn't spot a single ant-like creature among the various insects. He raised his voice and shouted out, "Fire, fire and bring them down. Once they are on the ground, I'll attract the aggro." From here onwards, the capability of the tanker would prove to be crucial. Hwang Dong-seok activated his provocation skill to attract the gazes of all the monsters to himself. And as if they had a prior agreement, monsters all turned their heads to glare at Hwang Dong-seok at the same time. Dozens upon dozens of monsters rushed towards Hwang Dong-seok's position. His shield managed to defend against the attacks of the bugs without fail. The strong jaws and claws couldn't tear the shield in half. The tanker Hwang Dong-seok defended commendably well from the front, all stable and unmoving. Attack! Along with that short but manly shout, all the accumulated firepower of the team poured out on the marauding insect horde. The pained screams of the monsters rose up from here, there, and everywhere. Jin Woo stood at the back and observed this situation as it unfolded. That was the contractual obligation he had to adhere to for this raid. He inwardly simulated how he'd fight alone as his eyes continued to take in the battle happening in front. How frustrating. Jin Woo had to suppress his urges to rush out there several times already. He could see so many open gaps within the ranks of the monsters, and he also spotted the hunters missing those gaps and continue to commit simple errors. So, how could he not feel frustrated when he was not allowed to do anything and simply had to stand around? Even then, the damage to Hwang Dong-seok's team proved to be surprisingly non-existent. It was all because their teamwork was rather excellent. It seemed that the relaxed demeanor of Hwang Dong-seok before the raid began was not just for a show, after all. Perhaps because they've been working together for so long, they were able to communicate quite smoothly. Being able to communicate quickly like this would inevitably result in an excellent teamwork as well. It was a world apart from the ragtag bunch of hunters brought together by the association. What's more surprising is that this kid turns out to be pretty handy, too. Jin Woo's gaze shifted over to Yu Jin-ho next. When a monster bit into his shield, he kicked it away and swung his sword quickly at it. The expensive sword easily separated the monster's head from its body. For a newbie rank D hunter, he was defending himself admirably well. The end of the battle was drawing nearer. Once the coast was more or less clear, Hwang Dong-seok issued another order to his Dongxings. Don't forget the magic crystals. We split them exactly 9 ways. Yep, this is my favorite part of the raid. Me too. Hwang Dong-seok confirmed his giggling Dongxings collecting the loot and walked closer to Jin Woo. We survived all thanks to you. Excuse me. Well, you were the first one to alert us about them monsters coming up from above, weren't you? How did you know, though? It was a gut feeling. Jin Woo came up with a half-cooked story on the spot. Quite obviously, he couldn't come out and say that his perception stat was high, now could he? Oh, really? A gut feeling, huh? Well, we got lucky today. I don't even want to imagine what might have happened if we didn't discover them in time. Hwang Dong-seok patted his chest while speaking up. It was then, one of the hunters rummaging through the carcass of the insect gestured at Hwang Dong-seok to come closer. The Dongxings had all gathered in one spot, so Hwang Dong-seok went there to join them as well. Something's a bit off about these crawlies. The hunters parted ways when Hwang Dong-seok arrived, allowing the bearded man to squat down and take a look at the surroundings. He couldn't spot anything out of the ordinary, though. I'm pretty sure that wound didn't come from us. Hwang Dong-seok's expression crumpled slightly. He took a closer look before raising his voice. Looks like something took a big bite out of it, doesn't it? Right? That's not the only one with wounds like that, you see. Looky here. This one, that one over there, and over there, too. Now he realized why the battle went off so smoothly when compared to the number of the monsters they had to fight. Could it be that these things were fighting against something else? It was then, although it had been for the briefest of all brief moments, Jin Woo still sensed the gazes of the several members of this team landing on him. Their eyes shifted away as soon as Jin Woo displayed a hint of sensing them. With this, he was certain now. As I thought, his initial suspicions proved to be correct. Seeing that their teamwork was so good, they must have been fighting together for a long time already. And without anyone dying, too. However, would such a thing be possible without a healer backing them up? No matter how good hunters were, they were still humans at the end of the day. Inevitably, they would slip up sooner or later. Well, only a short while ago, didn't their formation nearly break apart from the attacks of the bugs? A bigger picture finally formed inside Jin Woo's head and a subtle smile formed on his lips. In the meantime, Yu Jin-ho smiled brightly and approached closer to Jin Woo. Hyung, did you see it? You saw it, right? With this, I kicked some serious monster ass today, didn't I? Yu Jin-ho swung the sword around in the air. Seeing this, Jin Woo quietly asked him, Hey, that sword and the shield, they are really expensive, right? Pardon? When I told my dad that I'd be participating in my first raid, he got them for me. Well, in that case, I think you should keep your wits about you, too. Jin Woo lightly patted Yu Jin-ho on his shoulder and followed after the other hunters walking deeper inside the dungeon. What is he talking about now, out of the blue? Yu Jin-ho tilted his head in confusion before chasing after the departing group. The cave seemed to go on forever. However, bizarrely enough, they hadn't come across a single monster as of yet. Since the dungeon was shaped like a long cavern, there was no way that they'd miss each other, too. Could it be that the crawlies at the entrance were everything? No way. Now that would be really strange. Still, there should be a boss at the end, right? Without one, why would a gate remain open, then? The opinions of the hunters were shared among themselves as they roamed the expansive but empty interior of this big dungeon. Hold it. Hwang Dong-seok in the lead suddenly stopped walking. He stopped so abruptly that people behind him ran into his back. The hunter whose nose had slammed into the head of the guy in front asked with a sullen expression, Ouch, what the heck? I need a light over there. Holy SHT. All the hunters spat out low groans. The torn wings, legs, torsos, and even heads of the bugs, remains of the various dead bugs, were strewn about everywhere as far as the light shone. The further into the cave the light got to, the greater the amount of the remains they could see. And also, a huge chamber located at the end of it all. "That's the boss's room," someone muttered out softly. Hwang Dong-seok nodded his head. "Everyone, get your equipment ready." The hunters quickly armed themselves. Nervousness was evident on the expressions of everyone present. With Hwang Dong-seok leading them in, the rest of the hunters cautiously and silently entered the boss's room. However, their silence only lasted for a few seconds afterwards. Jackpot. How much could all of these be? It is a real jackpot, isn't it? Everyone was way too busy gasping out in admiration and happiness. That was why. Mana stones. They were one of the treasures that could be found inside dungeons. Although each stone possessed a lower amount of magic energy compared to a magic crystal extracted from a monster, they almost always were found in large quantity, so if one were able to mine them, one could earn a substantial profit. Besides, the mana stone deposit they had discovered was incredibly large. The entire wall of the huge cave was actually filled up with these stones. Even if we split 9 ways, we're looking at a payout of over 100 million per head. Oh. Smiles formed on the faces of the hunters. Yu Jin-ho had been staying at the back until then, and when he heard those words, he began poking Jin-woo's side with his elbow. "Hyung, show me your copy of the contract." "Why, just trust me on this one. I'm pretty knowledgeable when it comes to law, you see." "Mr. Leader, this is Jin-woo Hyung's contract. As you can see, there is no clause about splitting the treasure beside the magic crystals earned from the hunting itself." Everyone there caught on to what Yu Jin-ho was trying to say. It's customary to share the treasures or other rare items found in a dungeon equally among all the participants of the raid. The splitting of the profit, in this case, is different from monopolizing the magic crystals of the monsters one hunted themselves. In other words, the mana stones had to be split 10 ways, not 9. The light within the hunter's eyes changed greatly, but Hwang Dong-seok simply smiled and took a step forward. "Of course, we'll be sharing them equally. I know the rules well. We still have some things to take care of before that, though." Hwang Dong-seok raised his index finger and pointed to his front. Yu Jin-ho grandly flinched from that. He thought that he was the one being pointed at, actually. He shuddered slightly and turned his head around to take a look, and finally spotted a spider as huge as a house quietly squatting way over there. Yuck. Yu Jin-ho began taking hurried steps backwards and covered his mouth after seeing the spider's appearance. As if it was fast asleep, the huge spider didn't even budge an inch from the spot. Around the creature, there were empty shells of the dead insects piled up as high as a mountain. A fair few of them were half-eaten, and there were bodily fluids mixed in among them as well, basically resembling a trash pit full of food waste. "That's the boss, huh? Did that thing eat the bugs inside the dungeon?" "Well, it sure did eat a lot, didn't it?" Hunters glared at the spider and passed their opinions one at a time. Hwang Dong-seok called the others to gather around. Jin-woo and Yu Jin-ho, too, stood in front of Hwang Dong-seok as well. "As you all know very well, as soon as the boss is killed, the gate will start closing up. So, before we kill the spider, let's mine the mana stones first." Everyone nodded their heads. "Did you bring along the equipment for the job?" The man named Lee Cheol-jin shook his head. "No, who knew we'd find mana stones inside a C-rank dungeon? All the mining equipment is back in the van." "Oh, come on now, dude. Didn't this Hyung always tell you to keep it around just in case?" My bad. I'm really sorry about this." Lee Cheol-jin grinned brightly and began apologizing to Hwang Dong-seok, the rest of his teammates, and even to Jin-woo. "What a bother this has become. In that case, why don't you two stay here and wait? We'll go outside and fetch the equipment in the meantime." When the hunters tried to leave all at the same time, Yu Jin-ho formed a confused expression and quickly asked them, "Are you telling me and Jin-woo Hyung to remain in the boss room?" Hwang Dong-seok smiled with his eyes and replied, "The beastard is yet to wake up even though we've been talking loudly for a while now. So, I'm sure nothing's going to happen here. Well, there are some things I want to speak to my boys, too, so we'll take a short smoke break as well. But, don't worry, it won't take long." Jin-woo listened to Hwang Dong-seok's rather detailed explanations and smirked inwardly. "You've finally revealed your true colors, huh?" The regulation stated that in order to enter a gate ranked C, the minimum number of participants had to be 10. Yet, H1 Dongseok's team only had 8 members. I'm sure you already know that it's not easy to hire a healer if you're running your own assault party. Well, we've been doing things this way until now, so it'll be fine. Indeed, he stuck to only 8 members, even though his team had entered countless gates ranked C, so much so that he could say this way until now. They obviously have no reason to fill the last 2 spots. They needed a tail that they could cut off at any given moment, after all. There was a reason why they were willing to accept anyone, whether it was a hunter ranked E or a newbie. Jinwoo had figured out Hwang Dongseok's intentions pretty early on, but chose to say nothing. This was what he wanted, actually. Hwang Dongseok smiled deeply and signaled to Zhou Jiuhuan next to him with his chin. Hey, Jiuhuan, I'll block up the entrance to the boss room. Should I blow it up? That's right, but don't block it up completely, okay? We gotta go in there a bit later, too. We mine the mana stones when the spider goes back to sleep with a full belly. The permit they got from the association would last for 5 days. They still had over 4.5 days of leeway. In other words, they would wait, and if the spider didn't go back to sleep, they would simply dispose of it and mine as much as they could before the gate closed shut. They wouldn't be able to mine everything within the hour, but with Seong Jinwoo and Yu Jin-ho no longer in the picture, they should be able to avoid losing out too much. With a loud explosion, the entrance of the boss room suddenly caved in. Yu Jin-ho hurriedly ran towards the entrance. Unfortunately for him, the entrance was completely blocked up by the fallen rocks. He pushed on with all his might, but not a single stone budged. Jinwoo slowly walked over there in the meantime. Yu Jin-ho was still giving his all to push the blockade of stones away. He said his name was Zhou Jiuhuan. Before the explosion, there was a flash of light. A sorcerer ranked C that controlled light. This was no doubt that Beastard's handiwork. Those sons of BTChes are trying to kill us. They don't want to share the mana stones, so they block the exit and let the spider devour us. Wow, you figured that out so quickly, Sherlock. Jinwoo was rolling his eyes in his head, but still played along for the time being. Looks that way. Suddenly, Yu Jin-ho's reddened complexion paled in an instant. Would that be the look of someone whose blood had gone cold? No need to ask him what happened. There, the silhouette of the giant monster was oh so clearly reflected in Yu Jin-ho's eyes. Jinwoo turned around. The spider's sleep had been interrupted by that loud explosion, and it was slowly raising its massive body up. The body the size of a house, dozens upon dozens of eyes, that horrifying mouth, 8 long legs. Now that it had begun moving for real, it looked far more terrifying than when it was actually in a deep slumber. Yu Jin-ho leaked out a fearful gasp. His body had frozen stiff like a statue. On the other hand, Jinwoo kept his sight firmly locked on the spider as he calmly summoned the poison fang of Kasaka from his inventory. You're mine. This was the perfect opportunity to test out his enhanced stats. The poison fang of Kasaka appeared in his right hand, as if it had always been there. Jinwoo gripped the dagger's hilt tightly. The reason why a hunter was called a hunter. From this moment on was when the true hunt would begin. Hang on a second, Hyung. However, Yu Jin-ho swiftly snatched up Jinwoo's sleeve just as the latter took a couple of steps towards the spider. What are you trying to do? Yu Jin-ho's hands were shaking pretty bad. Jinwoo used his left thumb to point over his shoulder. Obviously, I'm going to hunt that. Jinwoo had been following around Hwang Dongseok's group until now for that purpose, in order to monopolize the remaining monsters in the dungeon as soon as Hwang Dongseok cut the tail and ran away. This was a splendid opportunity to swallow whole all the experience points and magic crystals. Well, only if the boss hadn't devoured every monster in this dungeon. That is, if that hadn't been the case, then he would have profited a lot more, though. What a missed opportunity that was. However, Yu Jin-ho's facial expression clearly displayed his disbelief, as he had no idea about Jinwoo's special constitution. What is this Hyung rambling on about? There was something he'd heard from someone somewhere before. A person would stop thinking rationally the moment he or she received a mental shock beyond their capability to deal with. The hunter ranked E standing right in front said that he'd hunt the boss of a C-rank dungeon. If this was not an act of irrationality, then what else could it be? Yu Jin-ho asked again, this time looking rather dumbfounded. Hyung, you want to hunt that thing? For real? Jinwoo scratched the top of his head, looking somewhat troubled, before replying back with a question of his own. What, you want to hunt it, then? Jinwoo controlled his wayward breathing and did his absolute best to calm himself down. He had to remain focused and steady here. He recalled the exact feelings he felt when he stood at the end of the second floor of the Hapjeong Station's instant dungeon. He then recalled seeing the poison-fanged blue Kasaka for the first time. However, this giant spider in front of him didn't emit as much pressure as that snake did, meaning he could definitely do this from the get-go. If he thought that this boss was impossible to clear alone, he wouldn't even have stayed here. Slam. If he didn't instinctively tilt his body out of the way, the spider's legs would have penetrated his chest just now. The spider's legs stabbed into the ground behind him before rising up in the air, its joints folding back up, and from the ends of its legs, pieces of the rocky ground fell. Jinwoo evaded the spider's attacks one by one and got closer and closer to the monster. Meanwhile, Yu Jinho couldn't quite believe his own eyes. Wow, what the hell is up with this guy? Even though he was watching from afar, those attacks were so ferocious that all the hair on the back of his head was standing up. However, that man was evading them all while standing right in front of the monster, not to mention he was actually getting closer too. Seeing that efficient and calm movement, Yu Jinwoo felt a chill run down his backside. And he's supposed to be an E rank. There was no freaking way. If it was him standing there and not Seong Jinwoo, then he'd be torn into a rag by now. He didn't have any confidence whatsoever to dodge those attacks even once. However, Jinwoo was evading them without making a single mistake. An E-rank doing something that a D-rank hunter such as himself couldn't even dream of doing. There could only be one explanation for this. He is a fake registrant. Yu Jinho's expression hardened. Out of those highly talented hunters, there were a few who could freely control his or her magical energy. If they felt like it, they could easily fake the results and get a lower ranking. Hunters who got assigned lower ranks than what they should have gotten in the first place simply by hiding a portion of their magic energy. Such people were labeled as fake registrants. And perhaps more alarmingly, most of those fake registrants carried around rather sinister motives for doing so. Such as that serial killer whose hobby was to enter low-ranked dungeons and murder all the other lower-ranked hunters. As only those who were present knew what happened inside a dungeon, there was no better place to commit crimes than the world behind the gates. Yu Jinho nervously swallowed his saliva. Suddenly, Jinwoo seemed far scarier than the spider. And just why did I have to insist on coming to this place? Yu Jinho felt like he'd break out in sobs at any moment now. In the meantime, the spider's attacks poured down without a break. Jinwoo dodged all of those attacks and grew confident of his victory. Having decreased the distance between them little by little, the head of the spider was almost within his reach now. The attack pattern of the spider was rather simple, so he could get close to it pretty easily. For now, I'll aim for its eyes. It was the basics of all basic rules to attack the monster's weak points. So, he decided to attack the eyes of the spider, which looked to be the weakest point in its defenses. As soon as I stabbed my dagger in those eyes, just as Jinwoo made up his mind, he suddenly sensed that the spider's attacks had slowed down for some reason. Was it because his eyes had adjusted fully to the speed of its attacks? It was then a certain ominous premonition flickered past in his brain. When he took a closer look, the muscles around the vicinity of the spider's mouth were trembling quite imperceptibly. Why is it trying to open its mouth now? Jinwoo had been getting ready to jump up 3 meters and reach the head of the spider, but he sensed something ominous was about to happen. Jinwoo hurriedly changed the direction of his jump from forward to his rear. And then, splash, from the mouth of the spider, dirty and turbid liquid spewed out. Jinwoo rolled on the floor for a second before regaining his balance. He quickly took a look behind him. The spot on the floor he had been standing only until a second ago was now emitting smoke as it got scorched black. Sizzle. Stones on the floor melted away powerlessly. Jinwoo swallowed his saliva after seeing that. If I had jumped forward just now, it wouldn't have been only the floor that was melting right now. Perhaps sensing that Jinwoo had been distracted, the spider rushed towards him in no time. Jinwoo raised his head. By then, the spider was already right in front of his eyes. Swish. Jinwoo jumped up to evade the giant spider's legs. Slam. The beastard's attacks had recommenced. Feeling frustrated now, he decided to attack the legs with his dagger. Unfortunately, the legs were also covered in that thick exoskeleton, and no matter how many times he cut it, he couldn't even nick it once. Jinwoo bit his lower lip. This isn't going to work. The spider only needed its 2 front legs to attack him. But on the other hand, he needed to use his entire body to evade them. It was obvious who would tire out first here. Tiredness. As he thought, his tiredness stat was rapidly rising up. When this stat hit 70, his speed would decrease, and when it reaches 90, his breathing would become too heavy and it'd become that much harder to freely move about. He was running out of time. If I want to get closer to it, then speed. Along with those messages, Jin Woo's body became even faster as if a booster had been activated. Evading the spider's legs had become even easier as a result. He swiftly evaded the spider legs, slamming down like lightning bolts, and in the blink of an eye, arrived before the monster. Taken by surprise, the spider hurriedly spewed out its digestive juice. Jin Woo easily evaded the digestive juice and pounced towards the spider's head. Slash. His dagger slashed at the spider's eyes. Yes, one of the two special effects the poison fang of Kasaka possessed had activated successfully. The spider roared out and staggered about. Jin Woo didn't miss this opening. The moment his 2 feet landed back on the ground, he jumped up again and climbed on the spider's body to get to the top of its head. The spider went crazy and swung its legs all over the place, but Jin Woo wasn't going to let those blind attacks land on him. Holes continued to appear on the poor, blameless ground instead. Now standing on top of the spider's head, Jin Woo began stabbing the eyes of the spider with his dagger. Stab, stab, stab. The spider rampaged around this way and that, but Jin Woo endured till the end and continued to shove his dagger into the head of the spider. The spider began tottering about dangerously. It was obviously getting damaged now. Seeing this, Jin Woo's hands picked up speed, and eventually, the huge body of the spider finally tilted to the side. Thud. Along with the final gasps from the spider, several messages popped up in his view. I did it. While covered from head to toe in the spider blood, Jin Woo raised his hands up high. Maybe because it was a boss monster, his level jumped up by 3. Status window. Name, Seong Jin Woo. Level, 21. Class, None. Title, None. HP, 2600. MP, 391. Tiredness, 0. Strength, 53. Stamina, 30. Agility, 38. Intelligence, 30. Perception, 32. Rumble. The cave began to shake just a little. Indeed, he had to get out of this place before the gate closed on him, after all. Just as Jin Woo was about to climb down, he spotted something gleaming brightly in the middle of the spider's head. Is that an item? However, unlike the monsters from the instant dungeon, there was no message about recovered items, nor could he automatically claim them. What could it be, then? Jin Woo pondered briefly before realizing what it was. Ah, these things have magic crystals, don't they? No matter how busy he was, how could he forget something so valuable like that? When Jin Woo looked back, he saw Yu Jin Ho there. Please, put them in here. Yu Jin Ho then proceeded to carefully tuck in the magic crystals belonging to Jin Woo inside his equipment bag. Next, he reached inside the corner of the same bag and pulled out a thermos, before pouring the flask's content on its lid. Hyungnim, you must be feeling thirsty. Please, drink this. It's water. Indeed, it was a cold, refreshing cup of water, filled right up to the edge. Why is this kid doing something no one asked him to? Gulp, gulp. The water slid down his throat and refreshed him quite nicely. The things you saw in here. Even before Jin Woo could finish his sentence, Yu Jin Ho quickly cut in, as if to say that there's nothing to worry about. Of course, I won't say anything to anyone and take this secret with me to my grave. No, hang on. No need to take it to your grave. It wasn't as if anyone would believe the claim that a Ranky Solid the boss of a rank C gate anyway. Still, the kid was saying he'd voluntarily keep his mouth shut, and that would certainly make his life a bit easier. There was a sudden flash of light, and the rocks blocking up the entrance collapsed. Boom. Afterwards, H. Wang Dong-seok and his goons rushed into the boss room. As soon as spotting the dead spider behind Jin Woo, their expressions became dumbfounded. What the hell? It's really dead. Did those two hunt it? That spider must have been nothing much, even with that big body and all. Well, if a rank D and a rank E managed to kill it, then H. Wang Hyun, what should we do now? H. Wang Dong-seok scratched his chin while gazing at Jin Woo and Yu Jin Ho. With the spider dead, the gate would soon close. It'd be too late to start mining the mana stones now. They hadn't even finished getting ready, yet the remaining time was now less than an hour. It was time for the plan B. So, he loudly called out to Yu Jin Ho. Yu Jin Ho. Yu Jin Ho flinched and took a step back. His face was full of nervous tension. An oily smile floated up on H. Wang Dong-seok's face. I thought your gear looked real eye-catching, so we did a background check on you, and it turns out that you're a son of a real big shot. The son of the Yujin Constructions owner, Yu Myung-han, no less. So what? We'll give you a chance. I've got some stuff to discuss with your old man, you see. However, it'd get real troublesome for us if the matters of this place get out. So, if you wish to live, you better become our accomplice. An accomplice? Huang Dongseok pointed at Jin Woo with his chin. Being on the receiving end of that disgusting stare, Jin Woo's forehead creased for a second. Kill Xiang Jin Woo. What? Yu Jin Ho freaked out, and Huang Dongseok chuckled as if he found that expression rather funny. The thing was, he used his phone to do an online search and found out that Yu Jin Ho's father was the owner of the top construction company in the country. Seeing that, a sinister scheme formed in his head. He'd filmed the scene of Yu Jin Ho killing Xiang Jin Woo and then, under the pretext of keeping his mouth shut, blackmail Yu Myung-han. The known wealth of Yu Myung-han is supposedly around 10 trillion won, wasn't it? He might be able to reel in several times more money than mining these mana stones if he played his cards right. That's the only way you'll leave this place alive. As long as you kill Xiang Jin Woo with your own hands, we'll let you live. If not, we kill both of you. Huang Dongseok's eyes became very hostile right away. What are you hesitating for? No one will know what happens inside a dungeon. Anyway, wait, could it be that you're scared of a rankie, even though you're a rank D? Yu Jin Ho turned his head to his side. Jin Woo shrugged his shoulders as his answer. He was implying that Yu Jin Ho should do whatever he felt like. With a determined expression, Yu Jin Ho unsheathed the sword on his hips. Finally, he made up his mind. A smile formed on Huang Dongseok's mouth. Unfortunately for him, his expectation was not met. Still holding that sword, Yu Jin Ho stood alongside Jin Woo. Hello, so, you want to team up with that guy and fight us, is that right? Huang Dongseok muttered softly. For now, take care of Xiang Jin Woo first. We gotta hold on to that potential money back. Our losses today are pretty substantial after all. Okay, will do. Jogai Huan's hands began emitting bright light next. Seeing this, Jin Woo's eyes narrowed to a slit. In the end, they want to have a go, This would be his very first time fighting against other hunters. However, he wasn't planning to go easy on these beastards that have aimed for his life several times already. But then, this happened. There was that mechanical beep again. An emergency quest. Jin Woo raised his head. He didn't even say anything about wanting to look at the contents, yet the quest window spread out before his eyes without his consent. There are life forms holding murderous intentions towards the player. Kill them all in order to secure your own safety. If you do not follow this instruction, a corresponding penalty will be given. The number of enemies left to kill, 8. The number of killed enemies, 0. Jin Woo's eyes opened wider. In order to complete the quest, Huang Dongseok and his teammates must all die. It was then, a beam of light flashed right before his eyes. The light beams left Jogai Huan's hands and flew straight at Jin Woo. Boom. Flung away by the explosion, Jin Woo's figure flew at a frightening speed and slammed into the cave wall. Slam. A portion of the wall collapsed and fell on top of Jin Woo. Yu Jin Ho froze on the spot from surprise. Don't sweat over the dead guy and why don't you come over here? You murderers. Tears pooled around Yu Jin Ho's eyes. Huang Dongseok and his Dongsing simply giggled at the label of murderers thrown at their way. Well, that was the truth to begin with anyway. Just how many died by their hands inside many other dungeons? While they were looking at Yu Jin Ho and continued to smile, Jin Woo was under the pile of rubble, doubting his own eyes at the moment. The contents of the quest were slowly changing. That was why. There are life forms holding murderous intentions towards you. Kill them all in order to secure your own safety. If you do not follow this instruction, your heart will cease functioning. The number of enemies left to kill, 8. The number of killed enemies, 0. What a clear-cut threat that was. If he didn't finish the quest as intended, it would kill him instead. Kill if I don't want to be killed, is that it? The contents were pretty shocking, but Jin Woo's fluster didn't remain for long. No, his flustered mind rapidly morphed into one of relief. Even he found it hard to believe, but that was the truth. There was this fear that always lingered in his mind, starting from the day these quests popped up in front of his eyes alongside stat values and such. What would happen to me if this mysterious phenomenon suddenly stopped? What if all these things only happened as a coincidence, and they could end at any given moment? Such fear always accompanied him. However, through this emergency quest, the truth became clear. Things happening to him were not a coincidence, nor were they some weird goodwill from someone. If the quest was generated by something holding some form of goodwill, then it should have just said overcome this danger, and not threaten him to kill him as a penalty. The system had a clear purpose. The system is using me, and I'm using the system. That was all there was to it. Intense malice filled up Jin Woo's eyes. He began walking towards Hwang Dong-seok. What's going on here? He's still alive. What an embarrassment this is. He's a measly ranky, you know. Hey, Jiu Hwan, why didn't you finish him properly the first time? Jiu Hwan's face reddened somewhat. Yeah, I should've. But this wasn't right. He really did pour his all with that shot. He had spent over a third of his overall magical energy, yet how could this kid stand back up? Since you're playing around with people's lives, Jin Woo spoke with a dry voice. You've all sufficiently resolved yourselves, right? Hwang Dong-seok let off a snort after hearing that. What the hell is this fool even saying? Hyungnim, let me handle this kid. A hunter with tiny little eyes approached Jin Woo and placed his arms around the latter's neck. It looks like you mister hasn't really figured the situation out yet. But the thing is, the expression of the tiny eyes became weirder and weirder as he strengthened his arms. What the hell? Why can't I pull him down? He tried to perform a headlock with his physical strength, but no matter how hard he pulled, Jin Woo's upper body showed no sign of budging. It happened then. Slice. The head of the tiny eyes fell to the ground. Thud. That knife, just when did he? Where did he get that? Hwang Dong-seok and his goons quickly took several steps back and yanked their weapons out. Jin Woo's hand was already holding the poison fang of Kasaka. Blood dripped from the tip of the blade. With the eyes of a predator sizing up prey, Jin Woo moved his gaze from one hunter to the next. Hwang Dong-seok gulped. The fact that a dagger had appeared out of nowhere in his hand was surprising. But what shocked him even more was Park Juntae's death. How did an E rank kill a D rank in one hit? Regardless of what trick he used, he could no longer be underestimated. They had to become focused. Hwang Dong-seok cast a glance to his side. Give him another one. Jo Ji-won nodded. He would not make the same mistake. The determined hands once more gathered light in them. But before he could fire the arrow of light, Jin Woo appeared before Jo Ji-won. Huh? Jo Ji-won's mouth opened wide in surprise. Jin Woo's eyes were fierce. First, the mage-class hunter with strong firepower but weak constitution. He had already made all the calculations. The dagger embedded into Jo Ji-won's neck. The man's death signaled the start of the fight. All the hunters came at Jin Woo. Jin Woo sharpened his nerves and focused on each of their movements. Sound disappeared, and time slowed down. The power of the agility stat, raised to 38 points, began to show off. He blocked and dodged the torrent of swords, spears, and arrows that were coming at him. The hunter's eyes widened. How is an E-ranker moving like this? He's too fast. I can't hit him. Their faces became pale. Speed was relative. To their eyes, Jin Woo's movements were terrifyingly swift. Jin Woo weaved between the hunters, stabbing them one by one. Paralysis has been inflicted. Bleeding has been inflicted. Paralysis has been inflicted. Kasaka's poison fang inflicted its debuffs left and right, throwing the hunters into chaos. I can't move my body. Magic? Is this magic? This son of a bitch. Bleeding has been inflicted. Paralysis has been inflicted. All around the room, the hunters' screams spilled forth. 5 of the surrounding enemies had already fallen. Jin Woo faced the last man remaining. The hairy man with a large physique, Hwang Dong-seok. With a determined face, he threw aside his shield and gathered his energy. He kicked the ground and charged. Boom, 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 boom. As he ran, he thought to himself. He was a tanker who shone in the upper echelon of C-rankers. His movements were fast, but there was no way that he would have the power to go through his body, reinforced with the strength and skill. You cannot give me a mortal wound with a mere dagger. The one who would be destroyed in their clash will be Sung Jin Woo. He tackled with his shoulder as the distance closed. The room suddenly spun around him, and the dungeon ceiling appeared before his eyes. Slam! His head shook and he felt a great pain on his neck and back. He tried to rise, but his body did not listen. The struggling Hwang Dong-seok sprawled on the ground. Cough. Blood came out of his mouth. Did he just throw me? He, Hwang Dong-seok, just lost in power. In a contest of strength. A mere E-rank trash like you. He realized his mistake. There was no way Jin Woo was an E-ranker. Jin Woo stood next to Hwang Dong-seok. Wait. Hwang Dong-seok raised a feeble hand. Please, let me live. If you want money, I'll give you money. Plenty of it, just let me live. 3 times. Jin Woo replied with ice in his voice. Aren't you embarrassed to ask someone you tried to kill 3 times for mercy? 1. Through blocking the entrance. 2. Through ordering Yu Jinho. 3. Through Jo Ji-won's magic. Hwang Dong-seok had made 3 attempts on Jin Woo's life, discounting the fight just now. Give and take. After returning alive from the temple, Jinwoo had made this creed: to give as much was given, and to take as much was taken. Whether it was good or bad, there would be no compromise. Realizing he could not beg for mercy, Wang Dongseok opened his eyes wide and foamed at the mouth. You think you'll just get away with this? Do you know who my little brother? Snap. Wang Dongseok could not continue with his crushed neck. His eyes rolled back to reveal their whites. The quest was finally over. Phew. Jinwoo's lengthy sigh carried many meanings. He took his hand off Wang Dongseok's throat and looked at it. Although it was a one-sided battle, his hands were shaking at the fact that he had just taken 8 lives. Is this really okay? He placed the hand on his chest and felt his heart. Ba-dum ba-dum ba-dum. It was beating normally. I wonder, from the day that he had returned from the underground temple, perhaps the system wasn't the only change within Jinwoo. But his worries were brief, interrupted by the familiar electronic tone. You've completed the emergency quest. Deal with the enemies. The reward for completing the quest has arrived. Would you like to verify? He had expected this. Without delay, he confirmed the rewards. Verify. You've received the below rewards. Reward 1. Status Recovery. Reward 2. Stat points plus 10. Reward 3. Skill Bloodlust, 10 stat points and even a new skill. Bloodlust active skill. Mana cost 100. Activate to inflict fear on a target for 1 minute. Multiple targets can be selected. Fear. All stats minus 50%. You emit a murderous intent. Although temporary, it had a very desirable power to lower every attribute of a target. 3 days passed by since the incident of the C-ranked gate. Jinna came home early from school as it was Saturday. As soon as entering the apartment, she began sniffing the air and hurriedly removed her shoes. Appa, what's going on here? Did you order fried chicken? Yeah, I ordered some takeaway to make sure it'd get here just in time for you. Wow, really? Jinwoo beckoned her while sitting by the dining table, causing Jinna's eyes to open wider. She immediately ran towards him, asking me if there was anything good happening lately. Of course, there was. The family's bank balance had swelled up from 800,000 won all the way to 180,300,000 earlier today. Just under $160,000. 180 million was from the sale of the magic crystals, and 500 grand was used for the month's rent. Still, 180 million. Just one raid and he was able to get his hands on an absurd amount of money, totaling 180 million. He had been one for a while now, but this was the first time he felt like a real hunter. Well, this was the era where a casual mention of hunters instantly brought up the images of wealth, so that couldn't be helped. Just as Jinna had implied with her question, the chicken and beer meal was to celebrate the big earnings sitting pretty in the family bank account right at this moment. Thank you for this meal. Jinna sneakily reached towards the beer can, but then Jinwoo's finger powerfully flicked her forehead. Ouch, for you, this. He then placed a can of cola in front of her. I was only joking, you know. Not minding Jinna and her hands busy rubbing her reddened forehead, Jinwoo popped the lid open on the refreshingly cold can of beer and poured the contents down his throat. But then this happened. Jinwoo couldn't help but react nervously when he heard the familiar beep. Why, a system message, all of a sudden. You detoxed harmful substances. Are you talking about alcohol? Jinwoo drank up the remaining beer in the can and popped open another just to make sure. Gulp, gulp, and the exact same messages appeared again. He had drank up 2 cans of beer in one go, but he couldn't feel one hint of drunkenness come over. Whatever this buff thing was, it was definitely working as intended. In that case, there could only be 2 possibilities. Either he received the buff while he was unconscious, or got it before the system was active. Personally, he was more inclined towards the latter. Appa, what's wrong? Is it indigestion? You should have been more careful, you know. When Jinwoo's expression became serious, Jinna asked him with a worried voice. No, it's just that I remembered something pretty urgent, that's all. Eat without me while I take care of this, okay? Jinwoo headed back into his room. He then began rummaging through every nook and cranny of his memories, trying to figure out if he had missed anything, even if it was small. Suddenly, he recalled something. Every quest has rewards, even penalty quests. But there was one quest that I never got around to confirming the rewards. No. Jinwoo hurriedly opened the mailbox. At the time, he had no clue what the system was nor what rewards could mean, so glossed over them. But he definitely remembered reading the message that said he had met the conditions to clear the quest. The voice he heard back inside the underground temple clearly said these words. A secret quest or not, it was still a quest, wasn't it? However, he hadn't checked what kind of rewards he had received until now. The blessings from the Grand Sorcerer Kandairu. The Grand Sorcerer Kandairu has been deeply moved by your courage, and has gifted you with a special spell. When accompanied by the blessings of Kandairu, you'll get to enjoy a healthy and fulfilling life every day. One-time effect will to recover all your damaged body parts will be recovered to their original state. Continuous effect good health and long life, you'll be immune to all types of diseases, poisonous substances, as well as all forms of status debuffs. During sleep, your recovery rate will increase exponentially. Only now puzzle pieces fell to their places. That's why my leg was. It was all due to the quest reward that his sliced off leg had reverted back to how it was before. Same thing for why he couldn't get drunk from a couple of cans of beer. Hang on, I'm immune to all types of poison, too. Jin Woo's eyes abruptly shot open real wide. If that was the case, then could it be? Jin Woo hurriedly extracted a certain item out from his inventory. Rarity A. Type Medicine. A pouch containing the refined poison of the Kasaka. Can be found very rarely when hunting Kasakas. Drinking this poison will give you strong skin, but the toxicity will permanently damage your muscles. Effect the iron scales of Kasaka, 20% reduction in physical damage. Side effect damaged muscles, strength -35. My muscles are supposed to get damaged because of the toxin, but wouldn't this detox buff resist that? There was only one way to find out. Jin Woo squeezed his eyes shut and drank the liquid contained within the pouch. Gulp, gulp. Sticky, yucky liquid slid down his throat. The taste was oily and terrible, but he endured it. And they say what's good for you usually tastes bitter. When he finished drinking all of the poisoned liquid, messages popped up in his view. Yes, Jin Woo clenched his fists real tightly. Still, he couldn't celebrate just yet, so he quickly summoned his status window. Reduction in physical damage, 20%. As he expected, there was no decrease in his strength stat. It still remained as 53 points, and then he saw the new stat called Reduction in Physical Damage, too. Sure, it might be limited in the category, but it still was a marvelous stat that reduced all physical damage by 20%. Just as Jin Woo began celebrating the emergence of this new stat. Papa, you know a guy called Yu Jin Ho. He's looking for you. No way, he can't be the same Yu Jin Ho. The meeting place was a franchise cafe located not too far from Jin Woo's home. Even though it was a weekday, there were quite a few people inside the cafe, perhaps because they chose to meet right after the lunch hour. Hyung Nim, over here. Yu Jin Ho greeted him rather enthusiastically. Before entering the cafe, Jin Woo focused his perception to the max, but he couldn't sense any other hunters inside the shop. At the bare minimum, this meeting wasn't for the purpose of revenge, it seemed. Jin Woo sat down on the other side of the table. Didn't think we'd meet again. There was a half-eaten ice cream on top of the table belonging to Yu Jin Ho. Yu Jin Ho spoke as he stood up. What would you like to order? Should I go and get you some coffee? No, it's fine. Why did you ask me for a meeting? Well, that. Hyung Nim. I gave this matter a lot of thought. I mean, lots and lots of thought, you know. But I think I really, seriously, must ask you. Jin Woo tilted his head. What are you talking about now? Hyung Nim, actually. Yu Jin Ho's face reddened as if he was embarrassed about something. Before he summoned up his courage and spoke up. Actually, I was thinking of forming my own tea. Jin Woo didn't even hesitate 1 second and replied. I'm not interested. Yu Jin Ho's expression became dumbfounded. Already, Hyung Nim. I don't need to hear the rest to figure it out. Jin Woo was quite decisive in saying no. Just as Jin Woo got up to leave, Yu Jin Ho hurriedly reached out and held on to him. Hyung Nim, only for 20. No, wait, please partner up with me for the next 19 times. For what? To clear dungeons. Yes, I'll definitely compensate you properly. Yu Jin Ho's voice sounded rather desperate. Jin Woo tilted his head slightly. There were 2 reasons why people became hunters. Either it was for money or for their sense of duty. But Yu Jin Ho didn't belong to either camp. Maybe it was possible that he thought of being a hunter was a slightly more dangerous form of extreme sports or some such. That was what Jin Woo had been believing until now. True, he was taken aback slightly when the kid declared that he wanted to form his own private raid team, even after going through that ordeal the last time. There are all sorts of people in this world, that's for sure. It wouldn't be too strange to find a scion of a wealthy family who had become numb to the safe environment he had grown up in. Let's say that last time was his first raid, and when he completes 19 more raids, then, could this kid be aiming for? It didn't take long for Jin Woo to realize the truth. Are you perhaps thinking of getting the guild master license? That's correct, Hyung Nim. What a smart decision it was not to order coffee. Otherwise, he might have sprayed the bitter liquid all over the table by now while trying to drink it. You want to become a guild master? Well, the story's a bit complicated there, Hyung Nim. Yu Jin-ho's face reddened considerably compared to before as he spoke. Hyung Nim, please listen to my story. As you've correctly guessed, I want to acquire the guild master license. Acquiring that license was not that difficult, actually. You had to be a hunter who participated in at least 20 raids. As long as you met this base requirement, all you had to do was to pass a written test and you'd get the license. Of course, nobody would join the guild created by a rubbish hunter, and if a guild failed to maintain the minimum number of members, it'd be disbanded as well. Yu Jin-ho continued on. It's not public knowledge yet, but actually, my father is trying to establish a guild of his own. A guild created by Yujin Construction. Yes, Yujin Construction was one of the biggest corporations in South Korea. It had expanded its business well beyond the fields of construction and into other sectors and had been making a killing there. Jin Woo had heard that recently they reaped huge profit after jumping into the hunter-related businesses as well, and they want to form a guild of their own. When Jin Woo displayed a hint of interest, Yu Jin-ho became excited and added more explanations. He'd scout strong hunters and build a massive guild, and place all our hunter-related business interests under it. That's his plan. With the financial wherewithal of Yujin Construction, creating a guild wouldn't even pose a problem. No, the real issue would be with just who gets to run it. My father is thinking of hiring an S-ranked hunter as the guild master and placing my older brother as the vice master, and run the guild that way. My older brother's business experience is far too good for me to simply take over the position of the guild master. And you wish to change your father's mind by acquiring the master license? Yeah, that's right, Hyung Nim. Even if the kid hired a high-ranked hunter and acquired the license that way, it'd be no different from buying it with cash. However, what if the kid succeeded in 20 raids with low-ranked hunters, such as Jin Woo, and acquired the license that way? Yu Jin-ho would be able to persuade his father. Simply him being able to lead a group of hunters would be enough to get his approval. That was what Yu Jin-ho was counting on. Hyung Nim, please help me. I have no one but you, Hyung Nim. Yu Jin-ho bowed his head. If it weren't for Jin Woo, the kid would have died during his very first raid. What would I get in return, then? Yu Jin-ho raised his head, his expression one of joy, as he quickly produced an envelope he had prepared earlier on. And a blueprint of a building came out from there. Jin Woo took a look at it. This is the guild office building we're constructing at the moment. The expected retail price of the building is around 30 billion. But it'll definitely rise up in the future. Although the association was doing their best to manage them, there would always be that fear of monsters escaping from the dungeons. That was why the land price near the association headquarters or around large guilds always rose up higher as time went by. Well, there would be no more precious wealth than one's own life, after all. Even if it was a small guild, being near one almost guaranteed your safety. A 30 billion building, for raiding rank C gates 19 more times. Jin Woo smirked slightly. As long as you become the master, it'll all be worth it, is that right? That's correct, Hyung Nim. Jin Woo was in a serious dilemma. 30 billion won. That was a huge amount of money. If one considered the fact that the winning prize of the local lottery was 1.5 billion won, he'd have to get lucky 20 times in a row to earn that amount. Not only that, the value of the building would only continue to rise up. However, Jin Woo was as far removed from being normal as anyone could ever hope to get. The one and only under the heavens, he was the only hunter who could grow stronger. If he continued on with quests and leveled up over and over again, he'd reach the S rank sooner or later, or even something surpassing that. If I can surpass the S rank, then 30 billion would be nothing. The contract fee for S-rank hunters went for several dozen billions already. No matter how famous a celebrity or a sports star was, they would never even come close to the worth of an S-ranked hunter. This was the era where the number of high-ranked hunters signified the strength of a nation. What Jin Woo needed to prioritize here was not money, but his growth. And in order to grow, it'd be more convenient to be alone. Yeah, it'd be better to minimize the risks of unexpected events. Hang on a sec. Suddenly, he came up with a pretty good way to catch two birds called money and growth with a single stone. If it's in this manner. When he finally raised his head, he spotted Yu Jin-ho and his nervous face. Jin Woo slowly opened his mouth. I only have one condition. Yu Jinho's expression brightened up instantly. Whatever it is, please tell me, Hyung Nim. I wonder, would you be able to smile even after I told you what it is? Jinwoo smiled inwardly and spoke up. You and I, only two of us will enter the dungeons. Pardon? Yu Jinho gasped out in pure shock. If I didn't make a mistake here, then, are you saying that Hyung Nim and I, just us two, will clear C-ranked gates? Only us two. You didn't make a mistake, then. Yu Jinho's face was drained of all color. Hyung Nim, you need at least 10 people if we want to enter a C-Raw. I'm pretty sure you'd find plenty of willing people when you say you'd pay them just for showing up to fill up the head count. Time to put to good use what he had learned from Hwang Dong-seok. If there were hunters who didn't want to fight with their lives on the line, but were in urgent need of cash, they would surely jump in with both feet at this golden opportunity. Surely, you are not suggesting that us two will kill every single monster inside a dungeon, all the way up to the boss, are you? You're only looking at it from one way and not the other. Eh? Jinwoo beckoned the kid to come closer, so Yu Jinho leaned forward. If no one else participates in hunting besides us, doesn't that also mean no one will get hurt, as long as we're okay? Oh, of course. For the first raid, you were like a third wheel being dragged along, so you couldn't do anything about the incident that had happened. But think about for the moment the ramifications of your own raid team finishing up all 19 raids without a single casualty. Yu Jinho's eyes shot open right up. If that was the case, then persuading his father would become one level easier. Yu Jinho finally made his mind up, albeit after some serious internal struggle. We'll do it your way, Hyung Nim. In that case, I'll search for suitable teammates. Very good. Jinwoo nodded his head. Just like usual, Jinwoo was about to receive his rewards, only to spot something strange and hurriedly stopped himself. His gaze stopped dead and remained fixed to the column of running. Running 10 kilometers, complete. At first, he thought that he ran 1 kilometer more than necessary. However, the longer he thought about it, the stranger it seemed to him. I've filled up my quota, so why did it keep recording the extra distance? Jinwoo's gaze became sharper. Was this really nothing more than coincidence? The count for press-up also kept climbing up. Suddenly, he became rather curious just how much higher the numbers would count to. The count stopped for sure at the 200 mark. He performed a few more press-ups just in case, but it didn't want to go up any higher. Both the sit-up and the squat also stopped counting at the 200 mark. There definitely was something here. His gut feeling was declaring as such. What if there was another result waiting for him once he completed all the overcounting? Let's make sure. His suspicion was proved to be correct. Jinwoo swallowed his saliva. Reward 1. Full recovery of the current physical condition. Reward 2. All stats plus 3. Reward 3. 1 blessed random box. Or 2 cursed random box. All stats raised by 3. His eyes shot open wide. The rewards from the hidden quest proved to be really exceptional. Rarity S. Category Key. A key that will let you enter the dungeon, Demon's Castle. Can be used at the Desun Tower located in Songpa-gu, Seoul. It's an S. Jinwoo raised his voice in surprise. Of course, there was no guarantee that the rarity ranking had any bearings on the difficulty of the dungeon. Jinwoo stared at the key in his hand for a long while. This is what I really wanted. If there was one silver lining to be found here, then that would be the explanation saying he'd be able to enter the dungeon with this key, unlike the previous one which said he'd be transferred instead. The implication being that he could escape at any time if he felt like it. Jinwoo took a good look around him, before pulling up the hood attached to his top to hide his face. If someone saw a person disappearing and appearing again in thin air without a gate around, that might cause a bit of ruckus. Not only that, there were several CCTV cameras installed here and there in the near vicinity, so it wasn't such a bad idea to avoid being too conspicuous. Actually, there was someone busy eyeing Jinwoo right at that moment. Who could that kid be? To think there would be a straggler wearing a hoodie busy loitering around the building at this time of the night. The security guard watching on from inside the building found Jinwoo's behavior rather suspicious and stood up from his chair. However, as this guard walked towards the door, he couldn't help but come to an abrupt stop and his eyes opened up real wider. "Wah, what the heck?" The security guard gasped out in a surprise and hurriedly ran outside. The man was definitely walking towards here, yet he had vanished from the view, just like that. Jinwoo pulled the hood back and took a look behind him. It was a sight shocking enough to make him groan. Just now, when he was taking a few steps towards the Desun Tower, the world in front of his eyes transformed in an instant. Could this place even be called a dungeon anymore? A completely different world was waiting for him. Instead of the vanished Disung Tower, a massive tower-like structure stood there. Wait, is that really a tower, or should I call it a castle instead? A tower rising up high into the air without an end, wrapped in reddish-black flames. It was as if the tower wasn't burning, but it was spewing out billowing flames instead. A burning tower? Huh. Rather than the name of Demon's Castle, maybe that nickname suited it better. Jinwoo slowly walked towards this burning tower. The closer he got, the louder the noises of flames rampaging around grew. Can I even enter this thing in the first place? However, even if he did, there was yet another problem to consider. Just like the last instant dungeon that was based off on the subway station, there was a good chance that, since this dungeon was based off on the Disung Tower, he'd have to climb up 100 floors to clear it completely. He couldn't even begin to imagine just how long that would take. Jinwoo's steps came to a halt. He sensed a strong aura near the entrance. He slowly surveyed the surroundings and spotted a black lifeform the size of a bull huddled in slumber right in front of the doorway. Jinwoo carefully summoned the poison fang of Kasaka. It'd be nice if the paralysis works and I get to kill it easily. Jinwoo walked as quietly as possible while approaching that creature. However, it was impossible to fool the olfactory senses of a monster. Soon enough, the creature sniffed the air and raised its body up. Jinwoo clicked his tongue. The creature stood up completely and all three of its heads turned in Jinwoo's direction. It was a huge dog possessing 3 heads. The name written in red letters floating on top of its heads immediately drew his attention. It was proof that the monster's level was very high. Since it's red, does that mean it's around the same level as those centipedes from the penalty zone? Back then, he managed to barely run away from the centipedes. Well, he was only a level 1 back then, so it couldn't be helped. But it's different this time. He had grown stronger quite quickly during the short space of time. Without a doubt, that black creature was strong, but still, it didn't come across as truly overwhelming. His enhanced, alert perception was telling him that he could do this. The monster attacked him. Roar. Jinwoo's eyes opened much wider. Too fast. Jinwoo barely evaded the Cerberus's fangs by sliding underneath the leaping monster. The Cerberus landed back on the ground and spun around, before began biting at him with its 3 heads. The sharp fangs gleamed coldly in between the biting snouts, a title given to a hunter skilled in hunting wolves. When facing animal-type monsters, all of your stats will increase by 40%. He sensed his body getting lighter. Nice. Jinwoo quickly retreated and wielded his dagger at the Cerberus as it continued to stick close to him. The dagger collided with the fangs and issued loud noises. The blade moved at a blinding pace, yet all he could do at the moment was to deflect the Cerberus's attacks and nothing else. Even after I buffed up, it's still this strong. The Cerberus's agility had easily exceeded his imaginations. In order to overturn this situation, Jinwoo activated his intimidation skill. Jinwoo's eyes widened. It didn't work. It was at that moment that the long tail of Cerberus flew in like a whip. Whoosh. Jinwoo reflexively ducked his head lower and evaded the tail. But that caused his legs to stop moving for a second. And the monster didn't miss this opportunity. One of its heads powerfully bit into Jinwoo's left shoulder. Jinwoo summoned all of his strength and stabbed the dagger into the middle of the biting head. The Cerberus cried out and let go of him. Thankfully, he was able to minimize the damage done before other heads had the chance to join in on the attack. But his left shoulder was now in tatters. What a scary biting power that was. He tried to move his left arm, but it didn't want to budge. Jinwoo's expression crumpled unsightly. He managed to wound the Cerberus, but when comparing the severity of their injuries, then it was clear that he came off far worse in that exchange. Then, something else happened. The eyes of the Cerberus were being dyed in a crimson color all of a sudden. Inexplicably, Jinwoo sensed something ominous was about to happen. What could it be? Jinwoo cried out. What did you just say? A monster just used a skill. In that instant, the Cerberus leaped off the ground. FCK. Even before he could react, the Cerberus appeared right before his eyes. He hurriedly swung his dagger, but it only managed to graze the side of one of its heads, and all 3 heads bit into Jinwoo simultaneously. The Cerberus ran at its top speed and slammed Jinwoo against the castle's gate. Slam. Jinwoo's HP hit the rock bottom in an instant. Thanks to the damage reduction and the tenacity passive, he was able to avoid getting killed in one hit. Jinwoo's eyebrows shot up in anger. It'd be easy to go mad from pain and wildly thrash about, but he'd lose this great opportunity, which would most likely never happen again. Losing his consciousness now would mean his end. He immediately collected the first reward from the daily quest he had saved up until now. The blue light enveloped him and all depleted health reverted back to full. Even his tattered left arm was healed as good as new in the blink of an eye. This is my chance. Jin Woo's eyes gleamed coldly. In such close proximity, no matter how agile this monster was, it did not be able to dodge his attacks. Jin Woo rapidly caught one of Cerberus's necks with his left arm, and stabbed the poison fang of Kasaka in the middle of that neck. Stab, stab, stab. The rage state had ended by now, and the Cerberus began to violently thrash about trying to escape from Jin Woo's embrace. However, Jin Woo did not let go and held on with his powerful arms. The harder the Cerberus struggled, the stronger he gripped the neck of the monster. In the meantime, his dagger continued to stab into the creature's neck. The Cerberus bit into Jin Woo as it struggled to the bitter end. But the battle had already been decided by then. In the end, the heads of the Cerberus fell to the side, lifeless. In one breath, his level rose up by 4. That was how difficult this battle was. Jin Woo only let go of the Cerberus's neck after confirming its body going limp with his own eyes. The heavy body sprawled to the floor without any resistance whatsoever. Only now could he breathe a sigh of relief. A monster that could use a skill. If he didn't prepare a hidden trump card, then he'd have been killed for sure. A chill crawled down his spine just from thinking about it. After calming himself down, Jin Woo reached out towards the Cerberus. A steel necklace originally found around one of the Cerberus's necks, a gray key, and 3 molars of a monster appeared in his hand. Rarity A. Type necklace. Agility +20, perception +20. Rarity A. Type key. The key to unlock the gates of the demon's castle. Can only be acquired after killing the gatekeeper. Rarity none. Type miscellaneous. Oh, Jin Woo's eyes went round. This necklace can boost both my agility and perception by 20 points. A necklace with eye-spinningly good options came out. Its rarity was also ranked out of all the items he'd seen so far. This one featured the highest rarity ranking yet. It was a rather nice baseline to judge the overall difficulty of this dungeon. In other words, the difficulty of clearing the demon's castle would be incredibly high. Jin Woo stared up at the burning tower. Crackle, pop. The very top of the structure was completely shrouded in some kind of blurry fog. He had to actually enter the tower if he wanted to see what was going on inside. But Jin Woo shook his head. Now's not the time. He only barely managed to hunt down a single sentry standing guard by the door, even with his title buffing him up and resorting to using up the quest reward, too. He couldn't even guess just what kind of danger would be waiting for him beyond that gate. Although he was slightly unwilling, he stored the gray key inside his inventory. I'll return, definitely, very soon. Jin Woo smiled as he turned around to leave. Pardon me, young man. I see that you're feeling much better now. A rather friendly voice came from behind him and Jin Woo turned around to look who it was. Who is he? Because of his high perception stat, he knew that there was a hunter nearby. But this was a supermarket where lots of people came and went, and hunters also had to go shopping too, so he didn't dwell on the matter for long. However, he didn't expect that hunter to engage him in conversation. Not only that, a hunter he actually knew, too. Jin Woo's expression brightened in an instant. Mr. Song. Song Kai-yol looked at Seong Jin Woo with an expression half in disbelief and the other half in delight. I did hear the news that you were fine, but I still can't believe it, even after running into you like this. Song Kai-yol's gaze naturally headed lower, and then his eyes grew extra wide in shock. Your leg. Jin Woo calmly made his reply. When I came to, my leg had been all healed up. Even I'm not sure what happened to me. A healer ranked S could reputedly heal a person who was ripped to shreds back to normal, as long as the victim was still alive. What if a high-ranking healer healed Jin Woo's injuries while he was unconscious? If that was the case, then his severed leg being reattached didn't even qualify as a miracle. It'd do no good to see a young man such as yourself become disabled like that. What a relief this is. What a relief. Song Kai-yol lightly patted his chest as if a big weight of his had been lifted off his shoulders now. It was then Jin Woo's gaze drifted towards Song Kai-yol's left arm. The older man's sleeve was empty. Song Kai-yol chuckled and massaged his left shoulder. Don't you worry about it. A hunter getting injured during a raid is a normal occurrence, after all. No, I've been lucky for not running into an accident until then. Song Kai-yol spoke as if it wasn't much to fret over, but the gazes of other people walking by weren't like that. Song Kai-yol came to a stop where it was quiet and isolated. Jin Woo also stopped there. Song Kai-yeol turned to look at Jin Woo and before the youth could stop him, bowed his head 90 degrees. Mr. Seong, thank you. If you say 11 people died because of me, then you are responsible for saving 6 lives that day. My share of the blame in that matter is the biggest, so on the behalf of all the hunters who were there, let me say thank you. Song Kai-yeol meant every word he spoke, and Jin Woo could feel the older man's sincerity as well. The situation had become somewhat awkward, but it didn't feel so bad. How should he go about describing it? He was feeling proud. Of course, that didn't mean he should let an elder remain in that bowing position. The 2 men arrived at the meeting place. The gate had formed in the middle of the road pretty close to residential areas, so the police officers called in to control the access to the location. However, there were almost no onlookers present here to begin with. The majority of gates the association took on were those dangerous ones that had been left alone for too long after their initial discovery. Besides, even if one were to stick around a gate, one would still not get to see how hunters fought anyway. It was only a couple of curious, naughty kids loitering around who got chased away by the officers every now and then. When Jin Woo and Song Kai-yeol approached closer, the 2 hunters awkwardly averted their gazes. Jin Woo narrowed his eyes. But, of course, these 2 happened to be Kim Sang-sik, who ran off trying to save only himself, and the other male hunter who had discarded the injured Jin Woo. Of course, they would find it rather awkward to face him. Excuse me, Mr. Seong. Kim Sang-sik was thinking of at least greeting the youth, but when he was subjected to Jin Woo's cold glare, he eventually shifted his gaze away. There she is. Jin Woo also turned his head in the direction Song Kai-yeol was looking at. But, before he had the chance to completely turn around to look, Mr. Jin Woo, something rather soft suddenly hugged him tightly. Miss Ju Hui. While Jin Woo was getting flustered, Ju Hui was too busy making sure he was fine with a tearful face. Are you all right? You are not hurt anywhere, right? Your leg. Mr. Jin Woo, how come your leg is? Ju Hui's eyes went extra round as she alternated her gaze between his face and his leg. Oh, that. Just as Jin Woo was about to reply. How steamy, eh? It's steamy, I say. Both the gazes of Jin Woo and Ju Hui shifted over in the direction of that voice. From afar, an unknown man was whistling loudly at them. Is there a film shoot going on around nearby or something? While Jin Woo was tilting his head in confusion, a man wearing a business suit climbed down from the front seat of a certain minivan. Shut your mouth. He quickly threw an oily wink at Ju Hui when the business suit looked back inside the van. Immediately, Jin Woo's expression crumpled. 2 more people climbed out of the van right away. Both of them were men, and particularly worthy of note was the fact that they all wore prison overalls and had been cuffed as well. The employee called for the hunters to gather around. These folks are the replacement convicts who will participate in the raid alongside you, hunters. And so, the expressions of the hunters hardened considerably. Kim Sang-sik was the first to step forward. What? Replacement convicts? Are you telling us to go on a raid along with a bunch of criminals? Hunters who had committed crimes had 2 choices. Either spend their allotted time behind the bars, or cooperate with the association and reduce their sentences. Most chose the latter option, and they were referred to as the replacement convicts. The association employee repeatedly lowered her head. I'm really sorry about this. It's only because the number of hunters active in our district has declined so much that the association has no choice but to do this. However, they will be accompanied by a hunter from the monitoring division, so you don't have to worry too much. Kim Sang-sik asked, still full of suspicion. A hunter from the monitoring division, you say? Yes, all the convicts are rank CS, but the hunter from the monitoring division is actually a rank B, so there is nothing for you to worry about. Kim Sang-sik nodded his head. The popular opinion stated that you'd need around 10 C rank hunters in order to contend against a single hunter ranked B. Well, a B rank was personally coming to monitor the troublemakers, not to mention participating in the raid itself, so there was no reason to say no here. Something's off here. He could sense a minute trace of murderous intent flowing between those 4. Was this also one of the facets of the enhanced perception stat? Or was he simply being overly cautious? In any case, he was overcome with this unexplainable anxiety all of a sudden. So, Jin Woo whispered in Ju Hui's ear, Miss Ju Hui, please don't participate in this raid. Ju Hui looked up at Jin Woo's eyes and asked back, what about you, Mr. Jin Woo? Rather than answering her, he too asked back, if I say I'll be going, well, in that case, I'm going too. She looked like she'd follow him, no matter what. I'm sure she's only doing this because she's concerned about me. And he learned through prior experience that whenever Ju Hui's face was forming that expression, she'd suddenly become a very stubborn young lady, and she'd never change her mind. No matter what. There shouldn't be a problem with me around, right? After all, he had experience dealing with Huang Dongxiok's gang, which contained 5 rank CS in their midst. The agent from the monitoring division finished signing on all of the documents, and then came to speak to the gathered hunters. My name is Kong T-Sik from the monitoring division. I believe you've been informed of the situation. I'll keep a very close eye on those 3, so you can rest easy. Kong T-Sik then beckoned the 3 convicts to come closer. They all trudged towards him and presented their hands. With a practiced hand of his own, Kong T-Sik swiftly undid their cuffs. Wowzers, I thought I was gonna die from the stuffiness just now. We ain't even slaves, so isn't it against our rights for you to drag us around here and there like this? The convicts massaged their freed wrists and continued to pile on their complaints. With Song Kai-yol in the lead, hunters entered the gate one by one. Let's get going as well. Jin Woo and Ju Hui also entered the gate, albeit at the same time. Perhaps the trauma from the last incident remained with her, because she ever so slightly held onto Jin Woo's sleeve. Goblins were the main enemies for this dungeon. They were the weakest of all man-type monsters out there, so clearing the dungeon itself wasn't hard at all. These strange-looking creatures were weak enough for Jin Woo to fight evenly one-on-one even before he got his power boost. Still, Jin Woo did his utmost best to carefully hunt goblins with his bare hands. The C-ranked convicts must have been really excited by the taste of freedom because they were wildly swinging their weapons and energetically ripped goblins to shreds. From that scene alone, it was difficult to tell apart just who were the monsters and who were the humans there. A forked road with 3 paths appeared before them. Kong T-Sik made a suggestion to Song Kai-yol. Since the difficulty of the dungeon is low, how about splitting up from here onwards? Yes, let's do that. Song Kai-yol readily agreed to that idea. Jin Woo closed his eyes and extended his perception to the max. Now, which path leads to the boss? He was hoping that maybe the boss would give him a few experience points, at the very least. Soon enough, he could pick up on the auras of all living creatures inside the dungeon. Jin Woo opened his eyes and spoke to Song Kai-yol. Let's go left. Okay. Jin Woo, Song Kai-yol, and Ju Hui chose the left pathway, Kong T-Sik and the 3 convicts the right one, and the remaining 2 went down the middle one. Jin Woo's heart began beating a little bit faster. The boss is at the end of this passage. Although it couldn't be described as strong, a unique and different aura from that of a goblin was leaking out from the end of this cavern-like passageway. He wanted to quickly kill the boss. However, groups of goblins kept jumping out at him every couple of steps he took, and this hindered their progress. And this time, there were around 10 of them or so. One carried a wooden club. One held a wooden sword. One even held a long wooden shaft with a stone shard crudely tied around the tip. They had armed themselves to the best of their abilities, but none of them managed to threaten him. Haven't you guys had enough yet? Jin Woo frowned really deeply. And so, as they steadily cleared the dungeon, out of the blue, screams reverberated throughout the dungeon from somewhere, one after the other. Those weren't from the goblins. No, they definitely belonged to humans. Jin Woo, Song Kai-yol, and Ju Hui exchanged glances. They thought the things had calmed down, only for yet another desperate scream to enter their ears. Song Kai-yol's expression hardened. Let's go take a look. The 3 of them quickly ran to where the screams came from. Jin Woo could have run faster than his 2 companions, but for the sake of their safety, matched their speeds. Just how long did they have to run? Ju Hui cried out in alarm after finding a person. There's a person there, and it just so happened to be the hunter from the monitoring division, Kong T-Sik. Ju Hui couldn't watch on anymore and hurriedly ran towards Kong T-Sik. Hold on, I'll heal you right now. Kong T-Sik rapidly raised his upper body up and took aim at the center of Ju Hui's neck with his hand full of magical energy. Swish! Just before his fingertip could touch Ju Hui's Adam's apple, someone managed to grab Kong T-Sik's wrist just in time. Kong T-Sik's gaze followed the hand grabbing his wrist and to its owner, and Jin Woo's face was at the end. Jin Woo's eyes were emitting a very strong light of murderous intent. Kong T-Sik frowned deeply. How dare you, a FC King Association bottom feeder. Kong T-Sik hurriedly yanked his arm loose from Jin Woo's grasp. Now that both of his hands were freed, Kong T-Sik began pouring out attacks without a rest. However, Jin Woo also moved at the speed that didn't lose out to Kong T6 and went on the offensive of his own. 2 fists and arms belonging to men endlessly collided and traded countless blows. None of them showed any signs of backing off. Seizing this opportunity, Song Kai-yeol quickly dragged Ju Hui away from the area. However, there was one person here who was even more shocked than Ju Hui, and that was none other than Song Kai-yeol. Just how on earth is this possible? This fierce battle unfolding at a scarcely believable speed. He was having a hard time trying to follow with his eyes. Something like that was expected of a high-ranked hunter, so that was fine. But then, the Seong Jin Woo fighting that man couldn't have been the same person from Song Kai-yeol's memories. The youth was definitely not losing out against a rank B hunter at all. I'm a C rank, and even I can't follow his movements with my eyes. Indeed, his gut feeling proved to be right. The Jin Woo in front of his eyes right now was not the same youth from his memories, an E rank who was weak but possessing a good head on his shoulders. In the blink of an eye, the two traded hundreds of blows and they quickly stepped back while trying to catch their breaths. Kong T6 couldn't control his curiosity and asked out aloud, "Who the hell are you? What rank are you?" Jin Woo summoned the poison fang of Kasaka, and while grasping it tightly in his hand, replied rather curtly, "Seong Jin Woo, I'm rank E." Kong T6 felt like someone had hit him in the back of his head. A B-star that displayed the movement equal to his own speed, which was unmatched within the rank B, introduced himself as a measly rank E just now. Is he trying to make fun of me? Kong T6 gnashed his teeth. No, hang on. Indeed, there was something odd here. If he's really a high-rank hunter, there is no reason for him to be here, isn't it? The jobs these bottom feeder association hunters did were quite obvious. Their main role was to clear those gates that guilds and freelancers gave up on because of their low monetary values. Their earnings were pathetically small compared to other hunters, and they were not widely acknowledged by other hunters, either. In other words, there was a very good chance that this B-star really was an E rank. Only that, his abilities were anything but. Still, a fake registrant wouldn't brazenly work under the association like this, so Kong T6 eventually arrived at the only logical conclusion. He's a reawakened. When he thought about it, he remembered the upper echelons of the association getting a bit noisier with a rumor of someone going through a reawakening somewhere nearby this location. And that person was supposedly a hunter affiliated with the association. He should have memorized that name back then, as that matter happened only a couple of weeks ago. If this B-star had been delaying getting a reassignment test for some reason until now, it was very much possible for him to remain as an E rank and assist the association with their work. Who could have guessed that such a guy would show up today? Kong T6 had made sure to perform thorough background checks on the hunters participating in today's raid, but he had missed the existence of this one. I really have terrible luck, don't I? That's the only conclusion he could arrive at. I should have asked for more money if things turned out this way. Kong T6 recalled the events of a few days ago while licking his dried lips. A cafe near the headquarters of the association. The middle-aged man muttered as if he was speaking to himself. I've heard that no one knows what happens exactly inside dungeons. The man's voice was so soft that Kong T6 had to ask again. What did you say? This is every cent I have in my name. And why are you showing me this? When Kong T6 formed a questioning expression, the middle-aged man's head dropped lower. Among the criminals you're in charge of, there is one who had hurt my little girl. Because of that, she took her own life, and my wife is still in the hospital from the shock. The middle-aged man's voice became tearful. Yet, such a B-star will be able to roam the streets again in a few years' time. You think I'll be able to rest easy knowing that? The man raised his sorrow and rage-filled face. I'm sure you can already tell what I'm implying here. The man lowered his head again. I beg of you, Hunter Nim. A deafening silence descended between these two men. Kong T6 leaned against the back of his chair and fell into a deep contemplation. Can you guess why I chose to work for the association's monitoring division? Pardon me. The middle-aged man raised his head. Kong T6 explained himself. As a B-rank hunter, I'm considered as one of the higher-ranked hunters. Large guilds continue to send their scouting offers in my direction all the time. Yet, can you guess why I persist in doing this job while getting a pittance in return? I don't know. The corners of Kong T6's lips arched up. You see, I find it more enjoyable to fight against people rather than monsters. In that sense, the monitoring division was like the heaven-sent job for Kong T6. Well, he could beat up other hunters in the name of the law, after all, and he'd end up killing one or two due to unavoidable circumstances, too. The father of a girl who was raped by those beastards came to ask me for the favor. Those beastards were animals worthy of getting killed, and I simply took care of animals that hurt other people, that was all. The Ranky hunter was listening without saying anything. Although the matter had come down to this, I don't wish to hurt you. How about ignoring today's matter altogether? As long as we make this deal here, I promise I won't try anything to you and your group. Of course, he couldn't let a potential source of trouble fester. You should have said those things before you tried your little tricks. You want us to ignore everything just because you failed your sneak attack. That man didn't say anything wrong there. Kong T6 smirked in dumbfoundedness. In the end, you want to have a go, is that it? Where did he get his dagger from? Since before he had noticed it, the E-rank hunter was holding a dagger. Well, it shouldn't be too important, is it? It didn't matter where that weapon came from. Indeed. What's important here, though, was the type of the weapon. Kong T6 quickly concluded his assessment. The class that used daggers and utilized quick movements. His opponent was a super close type damage dealer. Most likely, his specialty was assassination. What a coincidence that their specialities happened to be the same. However, this guy only underwent his reawakening not too long ago. The difference in experience should be absolutely massive. He might not even be able to properly utilize the skills at his disposal. Let me teach you a thing or two as your senior. Kong T6 extracted a knife from his hips and smirked derisively at the Ranky hunter. Can you do something like this? And then Kong T6 activated his stealth skill, thereby disappearing from the spot. That caused the Ranky hunter to get flustered, and he hurriedly looked around his vicinity. Kong T6 could see his naked panic and confusion quite clearly. But that's so obvious. The stealth skill didn't only make one's body go transparent. The body, the sound, and even the smell. The skill that cloaked everything about the person activating it. That was the stealth skill in a nutshell. There were only a handful of assassin-type hunters who could use this skill in the entire world. Clang! Two daggers collided in the air and sparks flew off. With his stealth skill deactivated, one could now see Kong T6's wide-open eyes. What? But how? The E-rank hunter's dagger had accurately blocked off his own dagger. There are life forms holding murderous intentions towards the player. Kill them all in order to secure your own safety. If you do not follow this instruction, a corresponding penalty will be given. The number of enemies left to kill, 1. The number of killed enemies, 0. Jin Woo confirmed the emergency quest message and breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't a waste of time. He was kinda worried that if Kong T6 didn't take the initiative, Jin Woo wouldn't receive the emergency quest notification. It was quite unlike how it was with Hwang Dong-seok and his gang back then. That was why he tested the system out, and it was as he expected. The moment Kong T6 revealed his murderous intent, the message popped up. The two daggers locked in a deadly embrace continued to push against each other. It seemed that their strength was about the same. It was here when Jin Woo's eyes gleamed dangerously. He got faster. Jin Woo had been displaying an already high level of agile movements, but now that he had gotten even faster, Kong T6 found it quite disorientating. Jin Woo closed the distance in the blink of an eye and sank his poison fang of Kasaka down on Kong T6's thigh. Nice. The added effects of the Kasaka dagger kicked in as well. It was a bit regretful that the paralysis didn't work, but still, this fight had become just a tad easier now. However, Kong T6 was a high-ranked hunter himself, so his resistance was nothing to scoff about. His dagger aimed at Jin Woo's vitals and continued to fly in. Swish, swish. Jin Woo evaded the blade with only a hair's breadth and also attacked Kong T6's vital spots. Cold sweat drops formed on the foreheads of both men. Our speeds are about the same. We're moving at the same speed. Two men were inwardly admiring each other's agile movements and continued to clash in a dazzling display of super close proximity knife fighting. I gotta break this stalemate somehow. Jin Woo gathered strength in his eyes. The moment his eyes met Jin Woo's, Kong T6 flinched slightly for some reason. What was that? It worked. Jin Woo knew that he had won now. On the other hand, a small earthquake erupted in Kong T6's eyes. How come my body is? After he had met Jin Woo's gaze, his body felt as heavy as if he was floundering in deep water or some such. His trusty speed began decreasing as well. Wounds on Kong T6's body increased quickly one by one. This isn't possible. Kong T6's thoughts became confused and messy. This was, without a doubt, a debuffing effect. But he had never, ever heard of a case where an assassin class was able to use a debuff magic. Assassination was not his speciality, then. If that was the case, then what was up with his crazy speed? However, Kong T-Sik had stopped his train of thoughts there. His confusion had rapidly morphed into panic. Instead, Jin Woo succeeded in getting close to Kong T-Sik's chest and stabbed down on the latter with the poison fang of Kasaka. Kong T-Sik's eyes shot open wider. Both men knew right away at that moment. The victor had been truly decided with that one move. Crimson red blood pooled in Kong T-Sik's mouth. It was gushing up from his chest. As blood leaked out from the side of his lips, Kong T-Sik formed a smirk. To actually run into a reawakened hunter inside a lowly rank D dungeon. The dagger in Kong T-Sik's hand fell to the floor. He continued to pant heavily as he leaned his head closer and whispered something in Jin Woo's ear. Jin Woo silently listened to those last words, before pulling the dagger out from Kong T-Sik's chest. Just like a dress slipping off a clothes hanger, Kong T-Sik crumpled to the floor, lifeless. The expected messages did pop up, but Jin Woo's expression wasn't so good. Just like the last time, the aftertaste of killing someone remained bitter and nothing to feel too happy about, even though the other guy attacked first and initiated this fight. If there were no rewards, then this would be one hell of a loss-loss situation. Reward 1. 5 additional stat points. Huh? Jin Woo formed a confused expression. The reward on offer was far less than when compared to fighting Hwang Dong-seok and his goons. But it was a far harder opponent this time, though. It was here that Jin Woo lowered his gaze and ended up spotting something rather odd. There was a spot of flickering light about as big as a coin gleaming on the corpse of Kong T-Sik. Jin Woo's eyes grew wider and wider. Jin Woo calmed his trembling heart and quietly reached out towards the chest area of Kong T-Sik where that flickering light was coming from. Indeed, he wasn't seeing things just now. A rune stone. Are you talking about that rune stone? His heart began pounding even harder than before. The skill Kong T-Sik used had now become a rune stone and was waiting to be discovered on his body. Stealth was a rare skill that only a select few hunters could use. Jin Woo looked back at Song Kai-yeol. With what has happened here, I think it's impossible to continue on with this raid anymore. For the time being, you two should leave the dungeon and contact the association. I'll remain here and search for other survivors. Song Kai-yeol instantly realized what Jin Woo was trying to do. He's going to close the gate all by himself. On the way, he discovered the cold corpses of Kim Sang-sik and the other hunter. This was the power of a high-ranked hunter. If such a hunter really wanted to, then killing a few lower-ranked hunters could be done in the blink of an eye. Jin Woo's expression hardened as he walked past them. Jin Woo discovered a lone convict struggling on the ground not too far from him. That crazy beastard, Kong T-Sik killed everyone. He killed everyone. What the FCK happened? Did he leave? There's blood on your clothes. Did you get done in by him, too? Jin Woo didn't reply and simply raised his head to stare straight ahead, towards where the boss was. A confused, questioning expression floated up on the face of the convict. Feels like it's a bit stronger than a regular rank D dungeon boss, too. I'm getting really curious about its attack patterns, you see. The convict listened to those words and lost his cool, roaring out at the top of his voice. What the FCK are you even talking about? Jin Woo calmly continued on with what he wanted to say. Before all that, though, I gotta ask you about something. You remember the girl you raped before? What? Which one are you talking about? You a family member of the victim? Jin Woo's brows quivered. Just now, this man asked which one, rather than answering with yes or no, meaning he had hurt well more than 1 or 2 girls. Hunters possessed extraordinary strength, so if they wanted to, they could become a horrifying monster at any time. And this beastard used that strength to violate women until now. With that, Jin Woo's mind was made up. The convict finally realized what Jin Woo was planning to do here. He cried out and shook his head around wildly after seeing the group of hobgoblins. The blue convict's pants began dyeing in a yellow color as well. Jin Woo took a deep breath and he chucked the convict among the waiting hobgoblins. Picking up on the smell of a fresh, living prey, hobgoblins pounced on the convict all at once and began tearing into his stomach. As the convict desperately struggled on and thrashed about, the vessels in his eyes burst open one by one, dyeing his eyes utterly crimson red. Even though the convict gradually lost his consciousness, hobgoblins greedily and restlessly tore into him. Just what would it feel like to be devoured alive by the disgusting monsters? There it is, a huge hobgoblin, definitely the boss of this dungeon, sat arrogantly over yonder on the other side of the boss room. With its subordinates all too preoccupied with the fresh prey, there was not one guard around the boss itself, which meant that this was the perfect opportunity. Jin Woo immediately dashed past the hobgoblins in the blink of an eye and arrived before the boss. The surprised hobgoblin boss quickly stood up, but before it could complete the action, its head fell and rolled on the ground. The expressions of the agents hardened in an instant. 9 people entered it, yet only 3 walked out alive. This undoubtedly qualified as a huge incident. What with several similarly bad incidents occurring within a single district, it was little wonder why these association agents felt like they had stepped on an almighty pile of dog poo at this very moment. They wanted to make sure there were no other survivors, but the gate closed on them, so that was no longer possible, too. This was precisely the reason why Jinwoo waited around until the time limit was almost up, however. With this, the testimonies of the 3 survivors would have to suffice. One of the agents spoke with a complicated tone of voice. Just now, the investigation department has received a telephone call from the chairman of the Joomgang Industries, wishing to hand himself over. It was here that Song Kai-yeol entered into the conversation. The chairman of the Joomgang Industries, you say. He's the father of the victim, and he allegedly has paid off the hunter Kong T-Sik from the monitoring division to murder the convicts. Oh, the chairman had confessed to everything after he heard that Kong T-Sik was indeed successful in killing the rapist. There was nothing here that could be seen as problematic, except for one thing. One of the agents asked the part that felt the most suspicious to him. Just who delivered the final killing blow to Mr. Kong T-Sik, who was a rank B hunter. Just before Jinwoo was about to speak the truth, he recalled the face of Yu Jin-ho. What a missed opportunity this is, but looks like I won't be helping that kid out with his raid quota after all. By making an excuse of him being a reawakened hunter and going ahead with the reassignment test, he'd not be able to humor Yu Jin-ho's plan anymore. Sure, Jinwoo was kind of bummed out about the promised building, but oh well. Well, naught I can do here now. Jinwoo thought as such and was about to open his mouth, but then, it was me. I'm the one who killed Kong T-Sik. The questioning agent still didn't look convinced, however. Song Kai-yeol Hunter Nim, are you saying that you brought down Kong T-Sik Hunter Nim? His suspicions had merit. Not only was Song Kai-yeol a rank C hunter, but he also had lost his left arm as well. On the other hand, wasn't Kong T-Sik often referred to as a high-ranked hunter, someone who was ranked B? Have you all forgotten just who is behind me? Just as the gazes of everyone focused on her, Lee Ju-hui's face reddened and she quickly lowered her head. Lee Ju-hui was a B-ranked hunter. She hadn't been mentioned until now because her class was not combat-related. But when looking only at her rank, then she was a high-ranked hunter, just like Kong T-Sik had been. Why wouldn't a rank C hunter be able to defeat a rank B hunter when a rank B healer was lending her aid from the side? Why are you lying to them? Song Kai-yeol replied back in a whisper as well. I thought that there must be a good reason why you were trying to conceal your abilities. Did I overstep my boundaries? Of course, he didn't. I've received a lot of your help until now, so I'm glad to hear that I was able to help out you now, even if it's just a small thing. Meanwhile, one of the agents walked closer to the 2 men. Mr. Song Kai-yeol, why don't you come with us? Help us for a minute or 2 with writing up the report. All right, let's get going, then. Would you like to walk with me for a little while? Is she talking about that dinner date? He was starving after moving around for a bit today, so he found her suggestion to his liking. Jinwoo agreed with a welcoming expression. Okay, let's. As if they had made a promise earlier, the 2 young people began quietly walking side by side under the soft lights of the street lamps. Ju-hui's eyes remained fixed to her toes, because, if she tried to raise her head, her gaze automatically drifted towards to her side. She tried very hard not to think about it, but it was of no use. In the past, she found him comfortable to talk to, but now, the current Jinwoo was overflowing with this certain sense of power. She found it much harder to talk to him now as a result. Just what happened? He was strong enough to subdue a rank B hunter without too much trouble. He had changed so drastically. Ju-hui stopped walking first and with some difficulty broke the ice. Actually, I think it'll be impossible for me to eat anything today. Let me return this to you in the meantime. Ju-hui handed over a magic crystal to Jinwoo. It was none other than the same crystal he entrusted to her back in the underground temple. But today isn't the only day, you know. There's no need to return this to me now. Ju-hui shook her head slowly. I'm going back home next week. He heard that she was quitting the life of a hunter, but now it seemed that she was leaving the city altogether. Jinwoo formed a rueful expression. Is it because of that incident back then? Well, it's not simply because of that, but perhaps she ended up recalling the events of that day. Ju-hui's complexion darkened. Back then, when everyone else was trembling from despair, only Jin Woo's eyes burned fiercely with a strong resolve. Ju Hui was nearest to him, so she got to see those eyes. It was like they were shouting out to the rest of the world so they can hear his will to survive. She had no regrets over quitting the life of a hunter since it didn't even suit her personality to begin with. However, she couldn't help but feel really bad after realizing that it'd be tough to meet Jin Woo ever again. Will he think of me as a weird person if I ask him about meeting each other again? It was rather unfortunate, but there were some things in this world that she couldn't really do anything about. If you come down to Busan one day, please give me a call. I'll buy you really good sushi. Sounds good. When Jin Woo formed a smile, Ju Hui smiled back at him. And so, Ju Hui didn't get to say the words she truly wanted to say. She simply performed a short goodbye and turned around to leave. The way back home never felt this long to her before. After sending Ju Hui home, Jin Woo also returned to his place. The east of the United States. Late at night, Hwang Dong-soo was the main hunter of the guild, Scavenger, one of the top guilds in the entire USA. Not only that, but he was also an S rank as well. And just before he went to sleep, he received a phone call informing him of a shocking matter. My older brother is dead. I want you to speak slowly and tell me everything in detail. Got that? The name of his older brother was Hwang Dong-seok. My older brother and his 8 teammates all died, and only 2 others escaped unhurt. And the 2 who survived were only a rank D and a bloody E. Something smelled fishy here. The older brother Hwang Dong-soo knew would never sacrifice his own life for a far weaker teammate. Also, what if that said teammate happened to be a temp? There was no need to even mention it. However, only the ranks D and E walked away alive, while his older brother and other C-ranked hunters all perished in that dungeon. Right now, he was in a far-off foreign nation after being scouted away by one of America's top guilds. But back when he was still in Korea, his brother did everything possible to look after him and be a good brother. He might not have been a good human being, but he was a great, precious brother. I was planning to invite him here once I've secured my foothold. But now, to think he'd meet an accident before that happened. Hwang Dong-soo bit his lower lip. Fax me all the information on the 2 surviving members. My number is. Hwang Dong-soo ended the phone call and then called his manager next. On the white pages, photos of 2 hunters, their names, and their brief bio could be seen. The rank D hunter, Yu Jin Ho, and a rank E, Seong Jin Woo. Hwang Dong-soo alternated his gaze on the 2 men's photos and gritted his teeth in determination. I'm sure I'll get some answers from either one if I ask them personally. Laura, what would happen if I were to kill some people in Korea? Do you really mean that? Yes. There was a bout of silence before the woman's voice continued on. The states have yet to sign an agreement to exchange hunter criminals with South Korea. Mr. Hwang, you are now an American citizen, so you'll get a hearing in a U.S. court instead. Good to hear that. Looks like I'll have to make a trip to Korea for a while. Something happened there. Can you clear up my schedule for a bit? However, Mr. Hwang, if you leave so suddenly like this, the operations in the guild will grind to a halt. Tell me just how far my schedule's been booked for. You're fully booked out for the next 2 months. 2 months, is it? Fine. After that, I will need some free time, so don't schedule anything. I don't need a long time, either. Just 2 weeks. I'll only need 2 weeks to pop in and out of Korea. Understood. What should I tell the upper management? Tell them I'm going to my brother's funeral. After Jin Woo and Yu Jin Ho exited from the van, the waiting hunters quickly gathered around them. For some reason, there was almost no normal person in this group. Most of them seemed to have some difficulty with their mobility. There was one person who looked to be suffering from an illness, while another was clearly an alcoholic. Not only that, there was an underage girl too, someone that neither the association nor the guild would admit to their ranks. From a casual glance, she looked to be a high schooler. Is it okay to bring a child here? I asked for a professional advice, and apparently there is no problem according to the law. Hyung Nim. Actually, the only reason why people don't hire underage hunters is that there would be hell to pay if something went sideways. Jin Woo nodded his head. In that case, it should be fine. Really now, only Jin Woo and Yu Jin Ho were going to enter the gates anyway, so the odds of something going wrong were as good as 0%. Indeed, these people were only here to make up the numbers. In order to get the permit to clear a C-rank gate, one needed at least 10 hunters, after all. That was why 8 extra people had to be recruited. And sure enough, these 8 understood very well why they were here, too. These people all possessed the hunter license, but couldn't act as one due to their circumstances. Most who answered the call to gather were suffering from the hardships of life in various ways. Excuse me, if we really do that, we can get 3 million won. No need to participate in any huntings. No actual need to even enter the dungeon itself. 3 million won per raid. For a payment of simply lending one's name so they would be permitted to enter the gates. It sounded just too good to be true. I guarantee you that the terms offered are for real. Yu Jinho stood stiffly, looking rather serious now. Even his expression had become grave. However, you are not to discuss any facet of the events that'll take place here with anyone. Do not forget that the moment you break the vow of secrecy, you'll be forced to pay back 10 times the money you were paid, as per the contract you all signed. Hunters murmured to each other in hushed whispers. Just what were these two young hunters planning to do inside the gate that they offered up such enticing terms? They were curious, but no one came out and asked. We should get started. Understood, Hyung Nim. What is that? It's a full set of reinforced armor, crafted by a famous guild of master craftsmen in Italy. Hyung Nim, don't you think we need at least this type of equipment if we were to clear a dungeon by ourselves? Jin Woo slowly facepalmed. What's the matter, Hyung Nim? Unable to watch on any longer, Jin Woo reached out, yanked loose the longsword attached to Yu Jinho's waist, and dropped it on the ground. Yu Jinho tried to bend down in order to pick up the sword only to lose his balance, and he toppled over ungainly. Plop! Jin Woo did his best to suppress the rising tides of anger and spoke with great difficulty. While I'm still being civil, take them off. Yes, however, after struggling for a bit to stand back up, Yu Jinho called out to Jin Woo. Hyung Nim. What now? Please help me. I can't stand up. Jin Woo spat out a long sigh while looking at Yu Jinho reaching out to him. In the end, they agreed on the kid wearing a helmet, and nothing else. With a satisfied face, Yu Jinho jumped inside the gate. As soon as the two men walked into the dungeon one by one, the remaining hunters all slowly shuffled towards the gate. One of them piped up with a worried voice. Judging from the way they acted, they looked like a couple of amateurs. Another agreed, while staring at the gate's surface. You're right. The two people's conversation opened the floodgate of words from the remaining hunters. Everyone began speaking their minds now. What will happen if those two get killed inside the dungeon? Well, we all got paid the contract signing fee already, so. What the hell? The raid leader is only a rank D. Hearing that, everyone else stiffened up from the shock. However, what shocked them even more was the following search result. The dude next to the rank D is only a measly E. Isn't it way too dangerous for a rank E to enter a rank C gate? One D and an E wants to clear a rank C dungeon. How can that even be possible? Also, the raid team leader has no record of leading a team before. What the heck? Why would these two young men? Wasn't this no different than committing suicide? It was not for nothing that the association had set a strict rule of one needing 10 people, with 5 rank C hunters, as the bare minimum if one wanted to enter a rank C gate. Then, this happened. Jin Woo and Yu Jinho hurriedly emerged from the gate. Yu Jinho was panting laboriously. Steam slowly rose up from the bodies of two young men carrying tired expressions. Oh, they managed to escape unhurt. What a relief. Hunters welcomed the two with happy expressions. They were all thinking that these two only roamed around the entrance of the dungeon like a pair of lost kids, because the time between them entering and leaving was fairly short. However, what was going on here? The expressions of the hunters gradually changed, because they all heard someone crying out in alarm. That was why. The gate is closing. What? Everyone hurriedly shifted their gaze over to the gate. Oh my gosh. Look. They killed the B-boss. The gate is turning blurry and illusory, just as it would when the boss of the dungeon was killed. While the hunters couldn't hide their shocked disbelief, Jin Woo utterly disregarded their gazes and quietly asked Yu Jinho, "Where is the next one?" "It's about an hour's drive from here, Hyung Nim." "Okay, let's go." Jin Woo and Yu Jinho headed straight to the van. Meanwhile, the 8 hunters stared at the duo's backs with completely dumbfounded faces. Realizing that they weren't following him, Yu Jinho turned his head and called out to them. "Let's hurry up, everyone. We barely have enough time to go to 2 more gates today." The jaws of the hunters all dropped to the floor from that declaration. Those two managed to clear a rank C dungeon, and they are going for another raid, too. Everyone present was thinking the exact same thing. Just who are these people? Inside the offices of the White Tiger Guild, located in the same district. Tomorrow's the day for the new recruits to start training. Yet how could you have failed to book a single gate until now? Answer me, Mr. Vice Chief. The Vice Chief Hyun Kaicheol lowered his head in embarrassment. And my apologies, Chief. The thing is, there is a raid team that quickly bids for every gate rank C opening up in our jurisdiction. 250 million won. There is a crazy beastard who spent 250 million won on a single rank C gate. On Song-min became utterly speechless. The best anyone could hope for, in terms of financial return from a gate rank C, was only around 200 million won. Paying 250 million won was, simply put, being a hopeless moron who paid way too much. The upper limit for a single C rank gate set by the White Tiger Guild was 100 million won. One could now clearly see why Hyun Kaicheol was feeling rather aggrieved at the moment. Who are these beastards? On Song-min swallowed his saliva and accessed the information on this strange raid team and its members. The leader's name was apparently Yu Jin-ho. First time I hear that name. It was On Song-min's job to scout new recruits for the guild. That was why he had remembered the names of freelancer hunters who had at least displayed a modicum of excellence in the past. One name kind of stood out. Seong Jin-woo. Seong Jin-woo. Where have I heard this name before? On Song-min did his best to dig through his memory, until he finally recalled the incident of the dual dungeon from 2 months ago that had been the topic of a rather lively discussion among those who went there. Indeed, it was none other than the White Tiger Guild that went to assist the association during that event. Hey, Kaicheol, do you remember that dual dungeon incident 2 months ago? The one where our hunters had to go and take a look. Yes, Chief, I remember. What was the name of that survivor? You remember it? It's Seong Jin-woo, a ranky hunter. I knew it. He wasn't sure of it. But well, he was proven right once more. On Song-min instinctively realized it. There was something fishy going on here. Not once did his instincts that activated only in these sorts of situations let him down. Never. On Song-min shouted out an order to the rest of the employees in the 2nd Division. Everyone, stop what you're doing, and get me every single data and information on the hunters Yu Jin-ho, ranked D, and Seong Jin-woo, ranked E. Right now. The responses from these excellent employees, when facing a dangerous situation regarding their own survival, simply exceeded one's imaginations. It wasn't for nothing that they were called the elites of all elites. Reports came in one after the other, fast. As it turned out, Yu Jin-ho didn't possess any particularly noteworthy background that required an immediate attention. Disregarding the fact that he was the second son of Yujin Construction's owner, he could be described as ordinary, even. However, Seong Jin-woo was quite a different story altogether. Since the dual dungeon incident, he's been involved in 3 more incidents, and he walked away from all of them unscathed. When On Song-min spoke in a questioning tone of voice, Hyun Kaicheol quickly followed up. Not only that, he's a ranky hunter too, Chief. The first time Seong Jin-woo and Yu Jin-ho met was when the latter went for his very first raid. Only the 2 of them walked away alive. And now, these 2 had formed a raid team and were going around like a pair of madmen, clearing 2, 3 dungeons in a single day. This definitely stinks. What could they possibly be doing in the dungeons? I wonder. Hold on. I remember now. There was a rumor about a really influential owner of a big company busy wooing S-ranked hunters in private doing the rounds, wasn't there? Could it be? A single puzzle piece fell to its place inside On Song-min's head. If his guess was right, then it made sense. This guy, he's definitely a reawakened hunter. A reawakened hunter, you say? Hyun Kaicheol's eyes became round dots resembling a rabbit's eyes. But On Song-min was sure of it. That's right. A ranky hunter was no different from a regular person. If there was an incident, then such hunters were as good as dead. However, this Seong Jin-woo kept surviving, totally unhurt to boot, from several large-scale incidents that killed most of the participating hunters. Of course, he could be lucky. Sure. However, the third and last incident. The situation with this particular incident caused by the agent of the monitoring division, Kong T-Sik, was rather different from the rest. The record said that a rank C mage combined strength with a rank B healer to defeat Kong T-Sik. Bullshit.